Volume 6. Chapter 501, The Massacre, 4. Chapter 501, The Massacre, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hee, I'm afraid that you don't have a chance. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the skies like a sudden clap of thunder and striking into everyone's hearts. Whoosh! In that instant, countless figures suddenly appeared from thin air, each and every one of them was dressed in white and carried the bearing of an immortal. The space between their brows held a sharp sense of righteousness. Bai Xiangtian, is this the person who've told us about Guru Huayun? One of the elders in white asked as he turned to face the person next to him while he glared at Guru Huayun coldly. That person was Bai Xiangtian, an elder from the immortal realm who had also made an appearance in the divine trials. At this moment, his elderly face was filled with a cold light as he stared arrogantly down at the young girl in the desert. That's right, she's Guru Huayun. Bai Xiangtian scoffed coldly. Guru Huayun, I'll ask you one more time, will you join the immortal realm? Guru Huayun smiled disdainfully, and what if I refuse? Ha ha. Bai Xiangtian laughed wildly. His laughter was thick with murderous intent, so be it. What a stubborn little girl. Let me tell you, you now have only two options. The first option is for you to join the immortal realm, the second option is for you to die. The spirit sect already has Gu Shangxiao, I will never give them the opportunity to obtain another genius. He. Just as he spoke, someone giggled softly behind Guru Huayun. Lounging in a palanquin, carried by a gaggle of gorgeous maidservants, the man curled his lips coquettishly. His peach blossom-like features were filled with a disdainful smile. His eyes were rife with disdain as he said, so, this is how the great immortal realm works. You would destroy everything that you cannot have? Tsk, tisk. You've certainly opened my eyes. Zhuo Shangchen. Bai Xiangtian's eyes turned as cold as ice. He replied frostily, the same goes for you. If neither of you joins the immortal realm today, don't even think about leaving this place. Especially you, Guru Huayun. For such a vicious and violent girl like you, you're like a savage. Only when you join the immortal realm will you be able to change your ways. The immortal realm is doing this for your own good, yet you don't know a good thing when you see it. Guru Huayun fell silent. The elders before her were all at the rank of martial honor. Honestly speaking, she wasn't sure if she could take on so many powerful cultivators at once. Furthermore, there are so many of the Dongfang family members that need her protection. But she refuses to pledge allegiance to the immortal realm, no matter what. Guru Huayun, your heart is filled with vicious poison. You would even murder a person so cruelly in the arena. A person like you should be punished with 1,000 deaths. However, the immortal realm has always been benevolent and charitable. We couldn't bear the sight of your current state, which is the reason why we're giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf. An elder of the immortal realm who stood next to Bai Xiangtian already knew about Guru Huayun. He knitted his brows disapprovingly and nagged in an icy manner. That's right. Guru Huayun, repent and be absolved of your crimes. Forsake your evil ways and do good. Only when you join the immortal realm can you have the chance to start with a clean slate. Based on your previous conduct, you aren't even fit to be considered human, you're closer to the level of a domestic animal. An animal like you, who did not even spare her own biological grandfather, does not have a single shred of humanity. I reckon that only the immortal realm would give you such an opportunity. So I hope you appreciate the opportunity and not let it slip through your fingers. As for that spiritual weapon and the martial emperor spiritual beast, hand them over to the immortal realm for our safekeeping. Otherwise, these things will fall into the hands of others sooner or later. If those people are as narrow-hearted as you, wouldn't it bring a great disaster upon the mainland? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, True Impudence, 1. Chapter 502, True Impudence, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The wind started to howl as a sandstorm rose up into the sky. Guru Huayun glared coldly at the elders who were floating in the air and staring arrogantly down at her. Her clear cold eyes flashed. I, Guru Huayun, have never claimed to be a good person. However, I've never had any intentions of harming innocent people either. The people that I'd killed were people who deserved to die. Anyone who would beat their own granddaughter to death for the sake of an influential official is not fit to be a grandfather at all. She was no longer the Guru Huayun of the past. The previous Guru Huayun had been beaten to death by General Gu's stick. As such, why should she recognize that man as her grandfather? Guru Huayun, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Bai Xiangtian's expression turned increasingly cold and he spoke in a sharp yet righteous voice, regardless of his sins, he is still your grandfather. Without him, you would never have come into existence. Is this how you would repay him as a granddaughter? Even though he had caused your death, you should not harbor any resentment towards him. This is a virtue that all humans should live by. But what had you done instead? Guru Oyun, I'll ask you this one more time, will you join the immortal realm and mend your ways? If you remain stubbornly insistent, then we have no choice but to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and rid the world of a disaster like you. Guru Oyun smiled. At the end of the day, the immortal realm is only made up of a bunch of impudent and bogus noblemen. If you truly practice noble virtues and if someone intends to kill you, you'd better not retaliate. That's what all of you should do. As for me, my apologies. I was born a coward who was afraid of death. I don't understand the concept of returning good for evil. All I know is that I will kill anyone before they kill me first. The members of the immortal realm trembled with anger. Never have they encountered such a vicious woman. This will certainly be a disaster for the mainland. So be it. Bai Shangtian smiled in spite of his anger. You damned girl, it seems that you are insistent on remaining the way you are. Now, don't blame us for killing you mercilessly. Boom! The power from every martial honor erupted in a split second. This force was like a giant mountain which blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and it was directed straight at Guru Oyun. Finally, Zhuo Shangchen, who had been sitting in his palanquin, made his move. With a wave of his fan, his peach blossom pink robe shot into the sky before landing in front of Guru Oyun. At that moment, his usually smiling and handsome visage was filled with an unusual solemnness. He squinted his eyes and coldly ordered, Xiao Yuner, take the Dongfang family members and run. Leave this to me. Guru Oyun was stunned. She shook her head. There are over 10 martial honors on the opposing side, you are no match for them. Don't worry, Zhuo Shangchen turned towards Guru Oyun and smiled magnificently, I have a move that will ensure the safety of my life and no harm will come to me. However, you will all be a hindrance by remaining here, so leave, quickly. Guru Oyun paused for a moment before muttering to herself. She then slowly raised her head, Wei, you should all leave. I will stay behind with Zhuo Shangchen. Master. Wei's heart clenched, no, I won't leave you. Leave, now. Boom. A strong power rose from within Guru Oyun and shot up towards the skies as she gave the order. Her eyes were fixed on her opponents. Wei clenched her fist and slowly relaxed her grip after a long pause. Master, I understand. I will protect everyone and ensure that they will leave unharmed. Then, I will wait for you at the Dongfang family home. Thinking of escaping? Bai Shangtian scoffed coldly, no one's leaving this place today. Whoosh! Just as he spoke, a figure next to Bai Shangtian shot towards Wei and the rest as they made their escape. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, True Impudence, 2. Chapter 503, True Impudence, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Azure Dragon, Yunyao, Bao, show yourselves. Guru Oyun's expression changed as she quickly cried out. 3 figures immediately appeared out of thin air, settling beside Guru Oyun. 3 spiritual beasts? And 2 of them are martial emperors? The other has nearly reached the rank of a martial emperor? Just how many trump cards does this Guru Oyun actually have? Within the surrounding area between the 2 opposing parties, a few small organizations were also present. Upon seeing the spiritual beasts released by the young girl, they were dumbfounded. They had assumed that the girl would have only one martial emperor spiritual beast at most. They never expected that she would actually have more than one trump card in her hand. Could it be that the rumors are true? The 3 of you, get them out of here quickly. Guru Oyun's face turned cold as she issued the order in an icy tone. Master. Yunyao tried to say something as anxiety filled the space between her brows. Before she could continue to speak, Guru Oyun cut her off. That's an order. That's an order. Yunyao took a deep breath and steadied her gaze. I understand, Master. All 3 spiritual beasts could be used as mounts and there was just enough space for the few members of the Dongfang family. So, as soon as Guru Oyun gave the order, everyone took one look at her and hurriedly climbed onto the backs of the spiritual beasts. They then shot towards the sky with a whoosh and quickly disappeared from view in lightning fast speed. Bang! Seeing the elder who was plunging towards them, a peach blossom pink figure suddenly flashed towards Guru Oyun's side. The man's smile was as beautiful as a flower. He gently raised his fan and blocked the cold, flashing blade of a sword. Trying to lay a hand on Xiao Yuner in front of this prince. Do you all think of me as a useless corpse? The immortal realm should not overstep their boundaries when dealing with certain matters. Otherwise, someone will step up and deal with you sooner or later. You've got a death wish. The elder's face grew cold. He brandished his sword forward violently, swiftly pushing Zhuo Shangshan back. His eyes were thick with bloodlust. You're only a martial emperor, yet you dare stand in my way. If you insist on standing with her, you will die as well. My lord. The group of gorgeous maidservants saw the incoming attack and cried out. Their faces changed greatly before they pulled out their swords and charged towards the battle. However, before they could reach him, Zhuo Shangshan slowly raised his hand and stopped them. The maidservants stopped in their tracks, glaring icily at the elders from the immortal realm. Their bodies emitted a thick murderous intent. At this very moment, Zhuo Shangshan's coquettish face sunk and his peach blossom-like eyes were enveloped in a cold light. Seeing as so many martial honors from the immortal realm have appeared, I wonder if the other two authorities were aware of this? It has only been a day since the trials have ended. No matter how quickly the elders of the immortal realm could travel, they could not possibly have appeared in Cloud City so soon. There was only one explanation: they had already been in Cloud City from the very beginning. And this was something that even he did not expect. If it were only by Shangtian alone, perhaps he could still take him on. But now, the number of martial honors in the battle was quite high. Zhuo Shangshan, you shut your mouth. Bai Shangtian's face immediately changed color. His expression darkened. No matter what, you will all die here today. A violent tempest rose from the sands before coalescing in front of Bai Shangtian. Then, a withered and rotten current shot towards Zhuo Shangshan and Gu Ruoyun. The air was dense and thick in the sandstorm and had blocked out the blue sky entirely. Boom! Zhuo Shangshan waved his fan and a bolt of light shot towards the sandstorm. The sheer force of its collision caused the group to scatter. The small organizations in the surrounding area who had been unable to avoid the blast in time were immediately blown away and tumbled a few meters. Their mouths spat blood as they panicked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, True Impudence, 3. Chapter 504, True Impudence, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You're merely an insignificant martial emperor, yet you would dare to defy us. Zhuo Shangshan, I had initially pegged you as a smart man. However, I didn't think that you'd turn out to be this stupid. You've certainly wasted the high opinions I've once had of you. Bai Shangtian straightened his sleeves as he glared coldly at Zhuo Shangshan, who was standing tall against the howling winds. His eyes were filled with a cold and disdainful look. Zhuo Shangshan wiped the blood from his lips, and his figure, dressed in peach blossom pink robes, continued to stand resolutely by Gu Ruoyun's side. A gloomy air seemed to take over his peach blossom-like features. Bai Shangtian, is the immortal realm not afraid of provoking the ire of the spirit sect and courts of hell with your deeds? And don't forget, Xiao Yun'er has an older brother who holds a position of high authority in the spirit sect. Ha ha! Bai Shangtian burst into laughter and replied mockingly, we're quite a distance from where those guys are at the moment, so they won't find out anything about this fight. As for the people around us, do you really think that I'll let any of them leave with their lives? Now, even if you die, no one will ever know about it. For those who have already made their escape, I'll go after them after I've killed you both. Zhuo Shangshan's expression grew increasingly gloomy. It seems that this guy had already planned everything out. Run, Xiao Yun'er, he smiled bitterly and spoke with a hint of helplessness. If the opposing force had been Bai Shangtian alone, I could have protected you from harm. However, now there are far too many martial honors against the both of us. I can't take on so many of them, so it's best that you run. At least we might still have a chance if you save yourself. Run? Gu Ruoyun lightly raised her eyebrow. You think I can escape? You may be a menace. It was I who had brought this burden upon you. This matter initially had nothing to do with Zhuo Shangshan. I had been Bai Shangtian's target from the very beginning. At the end of the day, I've dragged this menace down along with me. Xiao Yun'er, Zhuo Shangshan turned towards Gu Ruoyun and threw her a charming gaze. If you truly believe that you've done me wrong, how about giving your heart to me once we're done with this? What do you think? Gu Ruoyun's face immediately turned black as she thought, how can this Casanova joke around at a time like this? Humph! Bai Shangtian scoffed coldly. Then, with a single move, he charged towards Gu Ruoyun. To actually make flirtatious banter at a time like this, you really know no shame. Since that's the case, I'm going to deal with you both right now. Bang! The desert air was then filled with smoke and dust which obscured the view from everyone's eyes. At Cloud City. The Honorable Sir Tianchi had just said his farewells to the city governor and was just about to leave when a large figure appeared in the sky. It crashed on the ground right in front of him, causing him to jump in surprise. Upon seeing the woman who was dismounting from the snow wolf, the Honorable Sir Tianchi was stunned. He wrinkled his brows in confusion as he asked, "Aren't you one of the Goo Girl's personnel? I thought you had all left. What are you doing back here?" "Honorable sir, my lord." Thud. Wei threw herself onto the ground and spoke with an anxious look on her face, "Lord Honorable Sir, please save my master." "The Goo Girl?" The Honorable Sir Tianchi furrowed his brows. "What happened?" "It's the Immortal Realm." Wei clenched her fists tightly as she spat out hatefully. "The Immortal Realm had suddenly ambushed us with a large group of martial honors and were trying to force my master to join them. They'll kill my master if she refuses. We have to hurry. I'm afraid that my master will be in serious danger if we delay any further." "What did you say?" "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 505, True Impudence, 4. Chapter 505, True Impudence, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Honorable Sir Tianchi was thoroughly enraged. A vein burst on his forehead as emerald flames stirred from his very being. Those B***stards from the Immortal Realm would actually dare to do such a thing. They've even allowed so many martial honors to gain entry into Cloud City. I can see right through their ploy. You, take me to wherever they are this instant. Yes, Lord Honorable Sir. Wei hurriedly scrambled to her feet and sighed in relief. She rode on Baobao as they made their escape and made certain that everyone else had arrived safely in the Dongfang family home before rushing back at top speed to ask the Honorable Sir Tianchi for help. From what she can tell, the only one who could save Gu Ruoyun now was the Honorable Sir Tianchi, an elder from the spirit sect. In the middle of the desert, the cloud of smoke and dust was absolutely suffocating. The air was polluted with countless specks of dust and thickly obscured everyone's sight beneath the bright sky. The man's fan had become extremely torn and tattered while his peach-pink robes were drenched in blood. Blood started to rush out from his throat, but he forced it down. Bai Xiangtian, who had been standing in front of him, wasn't in the best shape either. His hair was a tangled mess and he looked as if he had just crawled out from a rubbish heap. His robes looked destitute and haggard. He no longer carried the air of a righteous immortal. "My lord!" The group of gorgeous women moved to step forward as the expressions on their faces changed greatly, but Zhuo Shengchen stopped them. "None of you are allowed to step in. I want you all to protect Xiao Yuner with your lives. If the situation becomes critical, block the attacks with your bodies." The maidservants were more worried about Zhuo Shengchen, but they had to obey his every command. "No matter what." "Yes, my lord." "They will protect the woman he wishes to protect with their lives. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they would not care." Zhuo Shengchen, Gu Ruoyun stepped forward and spoke, shaking her head, "It's pointless, there are too many of them. You can't deal with this on your own, so let's fight them together. I, Gu Ruoyun, will never bow to these people even if I die." Zhuo Shengchen smiled and looked absolutely ravishing. It was as if rows of peach blossoms had just bloomed in front of everyone's eyes, accompanied by a fragrant scent which could be detected for 1,000 miles. Fighting side by side? That is a great idea. Hypocrites like these members of the Immortal Realm have no right to force us to yield to them. Even if death arrives for us, we will never serve such shameless people. As they heard this, the faces of the people from the Immortal Realm changed greatly. "You are an idiot boy who doesn't know what's good for yourself. Seeing as you're dying to make us your enemies, we will now give you a taste of true power. You are only two good-for-nothing martial emperors, yet you would dare to blow your own horn in front of us. You're looking for your own death." Bang! In that instant, numerous figures shot towards the horizon before charging at Gu Ruoyun and Zhuo Shengchen. Gu Ruoyun and Zhuo Shengchen stood with their backs against each other. They were surrounded by the group of gorgeous handmaiden and glared coldly at the white-robed elders who were charging towards them. "Xiao Yuner, are you scared?" Zhuo Shengchen smiled as he asked. "I'm extremely afraid of dying." Gu Ruoyun clenched her sword tightly in her hand as a smile played on the corners of her lips, "because I've already experienced death once. But this doesn't mean that I will surrender for the sake of staying alive. If they want me to serve them, then I'd rather choose death." It was not that she was not afraid of dying. It was because she was afraid of dying that she wanted to stand at the pinnacle of the mainland. It was also because of her fear of death that she had acted so mercilessly towards her enemies and eliminated them completely. This was because she wanted to close off all opportunities for them to harm her. As she watched the elders of the Immortal Realm get closer and closer to them, Gu Ruoyun's heart slowly sank. "Xiao Yi is waiting for me," she thought with resolve. "I must hold on until the end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 506, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 1. Chapter 506, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yen, show yourself. Under the magnificent sky, the young girl took a step back. She pressed her back firmly against the man in peach blossom pink robes and summoned the spiritual beast steadily. Whoosh, dot. In that instant, crimson robes emerged from thin air before everyone's eyes. The group of elders were stunned and paused in their attack midway, stopping in their tracks. They frowned at the bloodthirsty figure before the young girl. The man has one green and one red eye. Both eyes shone with a quiet brilliance, causing the hearts of many to palpitate. Everyone felt as if a poisonous snake had curled itself around their necks. It was a suffocating feeling. A group of martial honors? A light wrinkle appeared in the space between Yan's brows. Honestly speaking, if he was still as powerful as before, forget about 10 martial honors, even 100 of them would not be a challenge. Alas, he was not as powerful as he used to be. Yen, it looks like you've had your breakthrough. Gu Ruoyan glanced at Yen as she spoke calmly, help us fight them while I think of other ways to break the siege. Knowing Yan's current level of strength, he was no match for these people. They might have a chance if Zixi awakens from his deep slumber. There's probably no one else besides Zixi who could possibly defeat so many martial honors. However, Zixi was currently at a crucial part of his cultivation and shows no sign of awakening. So even if she were to scream, she could not pull him out of this deep slumber. A high-level martial emperor? Bai Shangtian's expression changed as he drooled at the sight of Yen. His eyes were clearly filled with greed. I didn't think that you'd have another martial emperor spiritual beast on hand. Especially not one that's only one step away from becoming a martial honor. Little girl, powerful beings like these would only be a reckless waste of natural resources in your hands. Only the immortal realm deserves to have such powerful beings in our possession. He bit his bottom lip covetously and stared at Yen with shining eyes. In his heart, only a martial honor like himself had the right to own a high-level martial emperor spiritual beast. This Gu Ruoyan was only a low-level martial emperor, he fumed. What right does she have to own such a powerful spiritual beast? Gu Ruoyan, since it was you who had summoned this spiritual beast, we can consider it as a gift of respect to the immortal realm. We can leave your corpse whole as a gesture of goodwill towards your tactfulness. Before even waiting for Bai Shangtian to speak, an elder from the immortal realm standing next to him seized the opportunity and butted in. On this mainland, the immortal realm was accustomed to acting without any form of hindrance. As long as it was something they wished to own, they would take it by whatever means possible. Even if it meant sullying the reputation of the immortal realm itself, they would not hesitate to do so. Zhou Shangchen laughed mockingly as his beautiful, alluring eyes filled with scorn. I cannot help but admire the shamelessness of the immortal realm. You would stoop so low to snatch the possessions of others. Are you not afraid of retribution? Retribution? Ha ha. The elder from the immortal realm burst into wild laughter as his white hair danced in the howling winds. He no longer carried the air of an immortal. Boy, have you not heard of the phrase, winners become kings, losers become thieves? This world will always belong in the hands of those with power. No matter how many things we take for ourselves, we will always be victorious in the end, so we will be the ones to rewrite the historical records. Even if there's retribution, it will only land on those who have failed. Whoosh! As soon as he had finished speaking, the elder of the immortal realm charged towards Zhou Shangchen. His eyes blazed with bloodlust as he aimed his fist forcefully at Zhou Shangchen's chest. Zhou Shangchen remained unmoved as he watched the oncoming attack. He smiled magnificently and said, the winner becomes king, saying is indeed a valid statement. Unfortunately, the true victors today will not be the immortal realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 2. Chapter 507, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! The palms from the two men clashed and a strong force erupted from the collision. A hurricane arose and the man's peach-pink robes danced in the wind. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric was heard. The powerful wave had ripped Zhou Shangchen's peach blossom pink robes into shreds of peach blossom pink fabric which fluttered in the wind. He looked ragged and his smooth flesh, which was more exquisite than any woman's complexion, was now exposed to the eye of the sandstorm. Fresh blood trickled slowly down Zhou Shangchen's wrist. His blood trailed in countless red lines which crisscrossed one another as it dripped down his wrist to the palm of his hand. It soon formed a puddle of blood on the ground. Tui! The elder from the immortal realm spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned increasingly ugly as he glared at Zhuo Shangchen. Then, the rest of them made their move. A somber and desolate air, mixed with the thick scent of blood, filled the atmosphere in the desert. Compared to Zhuo Shangchen, Yan had already reached the level of a martial honor in the past. Even though he had currently regressed to the level of a martial emperor due to his injuries, he could still hold his own in a fight against two martial honors because he had once held that power. However, he was now outnumbered while attempting to protect Gu Ruoyun at the same time. He soon fell into a disadvantage and was also drenched in blood. Xiao Yuner. Zhuo Shangchen blocked his opponent's attack with his sword before retreating towards Gu Ruoyun. He smiled bitterly. It's likely that we would have no way to escape this time. No way to escape? No. I'm not going to die in a place like this, thought Gu Ruoyun. The young girl's eyes were filled with rising determination. I still have dreams that I've yet to fulfill, so I cannot die. Furthermore, I've worked hard in my cultivation in order to get to where I am today. That had been all for the sake of surviving on this mainland where only the strong are respected. As long as there's even the slightest chance for survival, I will not give up. Ha ha. Bai Shangtian, who had been stationed nearest to Gu Ruoyun, heard this and burst into laughter. He replied with a cold look in his eye, Gu Ruoyun, you cannot possibly escape this place. How can the three of you ever hope to win against the 10 of us who are martial honors? Alright, playtime is over. Now I'm going to send you straight to hell. Nonetheless, I'll spare the lives of your spiritual beasts as they'll be serving me very soon. As long as this woman perishes, I will have ways to make her spiritual beasts my servants, thought Bai Shangtian with glee. Most importantly, spiritual beasts are not idiots, they will recognize the most beneficial choices. Gu Ruoyun wiped the blood from the corner of her lips as an eerie smile appeared on her delicate, beautiful features. She stood tall with her raven-black hair fluttering amidst the howling winds. Her figure, dressed in green robes, looked like a calm bamboo which stood tall and proud. Still, at this moment, the young girl looked like the god of death himself. Blood was dripping endlessly down the blade of her sword while her entire face was stained with the color of blood. You'll send me to hell? She sneered, don't you worry, hell cannot contain me. Even if I, Gu Ruoyun, is sent to hell, sooner or later I will crawl out the gates of hell to storm the immortal realm's fortress and kill everyone, none shall be spared. Ha ha ha. The elders of the immortal realm burst into laughter as if they had just heard a really funny joke. You think that you would have the ability to exterminate the immortal realm on your own? Crawl out from hell first and then we'll talk. In that moment, the martial honors directed their earth-shattering aura, thick with bloodlust, towards the two humans and the spiritual beast. As for Zhuo Shangchen's gorgeous maidservants, they have already lost their lives protecting their master in Gu Ruoyun during the previous wave of attacks. Their blood permeated the sand, dyeing the ground a bright, scarlet-red color. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 3. Chapter 508, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yuner, since the situation has become dire and it's unlikely that we'd both be able to make it out alive, why don't we rush over for a trip to hell? I'd like to see how this mythical hell looks like. Zhuo Shangchen smiled and his blood-splattered face became even more stunning. His every smile and change in expression easily tugged at one's heartstrings. Whoosh! Just then, numerous beams of energy shot out and gathered in the sky before forming two concentrated beams of energy. These two beams then shot towards Zhuo Shangchen and Gu Ruoyun, piercing through their chests. Master, dot. Yan's expression changed drastically and he was about to fly to her aid when four figures suddenly appeared before him and blocked his way. Then, the palm of someone's hand slammed violently against his chest. Bang! Yan's body was thrown a great distance away. In that instant, blood flowed continuously from his lips and his mesmerizing face turned as pale as a sheet. A bond of slavery contract. Bai Shangtian seemed to realize something and his expression changed greatly. His eyes turned red, almost as if they had been dyed with blood. He bellowed like a madman, how can he have a bond of slavery contract? Why would a high-level martial emperor spiritual beast become a slave so willingly? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The bond of slavery contract contains the most tyrannical constraints on the spiritual beast. Furthermore, if its master were to die, the spiritual beast under the bond of slavery contract will definitely die as well, but... Bai Shangtian's face showed a deep heartache. He absolutely must kill Gu Ruoyun, but based on the current situation, he can probably forget about obtaining this high-level martial emperor spiritual beast as well. Gu girl. Just as Gu Ruoyun's body was about to hit the ground, an enraged roar pierced through the sky followed by a white, modest-looking figure. This figure shot down from the heavens and swiftly caught Gu Ruoyun. The man then sent a furious glare at the white-robed elders before him. The immortal realm. Ha ha, you're certainly great, aren't you? Killing geniuses that you are unable to obtain, has this always been your style in dealing with things? Don't forget that there are rules set between the three great authorities, yet you've struck to murder such a genius. As they witnessed the old man's appearance in the scene, the elders of the immortal realm displayed a particularly ugly expression on their faces. This old fart has actually arrived, they thought in unison. The Honorable Sir Tianqi is right, you've all crossed the line. After the Honorable Sir Tianqi's arrival, another elderly figure slowly came into view as he calmly walked out from thin air. He swept his gaze across Gu Ruoyun, who was lying on the ground, and wrinkled his brow. The Honorable Sir Tianqi, Elder Jiao, this matter does not concern either of you. Bai Xiangtian retorted with an ugly look on his face. Besides, I've not forgotten the purpose of the three great authorities. Our purpose is to recruit geniuses to fight against the demons. Unfortunately, these were not Gu Ruoyun's intentions. It's highly probable that she would join forces with the demons when the time comes and bring disaster upon the mainland. I'm merely executing divine punishment. There's nothing wrong with that. Ha ha. In spite of his rage, the Honorable Sir Tianqi burst out into laughter. He gritted his teeth as he spoke. All right, Bai Xiangtian, can you please explain to me the reason why so many elders from the immortal realm have appeared in a place like Cloud City? Don't tell me that you've all come here for the sake of attacking the Gu girl alone. Furthermore, you would not have known that she would be here before making plans to mobilize so many people. Bai Xiangtian's gaze turned darker and darker. Suddenly, he burst into an icy laugh. Honorable Sir Tianqi, seeing as you've witnessed this, there's no need for your existence to continue. While your powers are on the same level as mine, there are so many of us on our side. As for your team, you're the only martial honor they've got. As he spoke, the elders of the immortal realm began to make their move and slowly surrounded everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, The Arrival of Qian Beiyi, 4. Chapter 509, The Arrival of Qian Beiyi, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What are you trying to do? Elder Zhou's expression changed drastically. No matter the situation, I'm still a member of the courts of hell. Are you not afraid of drawing their ire? Ha, who would even find out, since all of you will die here today? I won't let any witnesses get away. Bai Xiangtian gritted his teeth and his eyes flickered with murderous intent. He had been annoyed after losing the pill formula to the Honorable Sir Tianqi during the trials. This would be a great opportunity for him to take it back, so why should he spare him? You. Cough, cough. Gu Ruoyun coughed and slowly pushed herself up from the ground. Fresh blood was trickling down from her chest while her delicate and pretty features were extremely pale. Honorable Sir Tianqi, Elder Jiao, this matter does not concern you. You must both leave this place at once. Gu girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi glared disapprovingly at her. What idiocy are you spouting? Please, I am your great uncle after all. There's no way I could be such a cowardly person who is afraid of death. If I give up on you now, forget about having to explain this to my precious baby sister. Even I wouldn't be able to live this down. Don't you worry, I'm here now. I'd certainly love to see if this old B** dares to lay a finger on you now. Elder Jiao laughed bitterly. Lady Gu, I owe you one. If it weren't for you, I would not have any hope of recuperating my body's condition. Now that I've received such hope, with such great difficulty, how can I lose that again? Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun smiled. Elder Jiao, if I survive this, you can come to the Dongfang family home. I will ensure that you return with a healthy physique. This was her promise to him. He, Bai Xiangtian laughed coldly. You want to escape? Let me tell you this, no one is going anywhere today. Especially you, the Honorable Sir Tianqi and Elder Jiao. If you both get away, the spirit sect and courts of hell will certainly join forces against the immortal realm someday. How can I possibly let you go? Let's go, everyone. Kill them all. Whoosh. In that instant, the elders of the immortal realm made their move and attacked the small group with speed as quick as lightning. Gu Ruoyun, you can go to hell. Bang. A loud bellow was heard as the attack from one of the immortal realm's elders swiftly drew closer. However, Gu Ruoyun was extremely weakened at this point. Even dodging this attack would take a lot of strength. Watch out, little girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's palm slammed towards the elder attacking Gu Ruoyun. However, it did not deter another elder from charging towards her from behind. Obviously, their goal was to first kill this eyesore of a woman, Gu Ruoyun, before killing everyone else. Now the Honorable Sir Tianchi truly understood the phrase 2 fists are no match for 4 hands as he watched another elder's hand reaching for Gu Ruoyan's body. He could not react in time and was forced to watch the scene unfold in horror. Immortal Realm, if you dare lay a hand on this girl, I guarantee that you'll not live to regret it. At this moment, his head was splitting with thoughts of revenge as veins popped from his forehead. His entire being was filled with rage. Yet, that person completely ignored his threats and rammed his hand into Gu Ruoyan's chest. His palm tore through her chest, leaving a big hole. The Honorable Sir Tianchi roared with white-hot rage and threw the elder in white, who was blocking him, out of the way before flying to Gu Ruoyan's side. Yen was just attempting to get back on his feet when he was once again paralyzed and thrown to the ground by the heavy attack on Gu Ruoyan. His breathing began to grow weaker and weaker. Zhou Shangchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not even have the strength to stand as he clenched his fist tightly and slammed it violently into the ground. However, because he no longer had much strength left, his punch was light and weak. Not even the sand had been shaken. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 5. Chapter 510, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! Suddenly, a red figure, followed by a strong aura shot across the heavens, swiftly charging towards Gu Ruoyan. Before the Honorable Sir Tianchi could reach her, the figure had landed next to her and pulled the young girl into an embrace. Crimson robes and silvery hair had created a dazzling sight as he shot down from the heavens. The man was as beautiful as an ethereal being. His entire being was currently drenched with sorrow from head to toe. Xiaoyun, I'm so sorry I was late. Don't worry, I won't allow those who have harmed you to continue to live. I'll make them all pay, even if I have to slaughter everyone in the entire world. A torrential wind rose as the man's crimson robes fluttered gently under the sky. He looked like a dazzling devil of the night. A fiery rage then burst from the man's body and red flames lit the man's robes. He slowly raised his peerlessly beautiful face. At this moment, the man's pupils were filled with a thirst for blood and an extreme fury which could destroy the world. Bai Xiangtian's face gradually darkened. He did not know why, but he could sense death reeking from that man's entire being. It was you? You're the ones responsible for hurting her? Qian Beiyi cradled the blood-soaked young girl tightly in his arms as he slowly turned around. His red, bloodthirsty, demonic eyes glared icily at the nearby elders of the immortal realm. A gloomy light shrouded his peerlessly beautiful face. His body emitted the air of a devil who had stepped out from the gates of hell. Every step he took seemed to drop a heavy weight into the hearts of everyone in the area. They all watched, trembling in fear at the sight of the silver-haired man. Attack! Bai Xiangtian's heart sank as he spoke in a cold manner. There's so many of us and only one of him. There's no way that we can't suppress him together. Hearing this, the members of the immortal realm glanced at one another before charging quickly at Qian Beiyi. A powerful black flame erupted from Qian Beiyi's body and enveloped his entire being. His red pupils glared eerily at the group of people charging towards him. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed one of the white-robed elders' head tightly. In one swift motion, he brutally tore the man's head from his neck. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, casting an even more demonic look to the man's crimson appearance. This demonic-looking man had managed to tear a martial honor's head off with just one hand. Forget about the elders of the immortal realm, even the Honorable Sir Tianchi was dumbstruck. He never thought that this man, who had acted like a harmless little pet in front of the Gu girl, would resort to such cruel measures. You damned boy, you dare to lay filthy hands on an elder from the immortal realm. You're asking for death. The rest of the elders from the immortal realm were thoroughly enraged. Their faces were twisted with anger as if the man before them had desecrated their ancestral graves. They then charged furiously towards him. The entire desert was soon dyed red with blood. Countless immortal realm elders fell under the hands of Qian Beiyi. Some even had their bodies destroyed beyond recognition. However, not only the martial honors had snuck into Cloud City, the rest slowly began to reveal themselves as well. Over 10 martial honors were either dead or wounded. What's left was around 5 or 6 of them with 10 remaining martial emperors. Even if all the powers of the mainland were to join forces, they would all be destroyed by such a large group unless they belonged to the courts of hell or the spirit sect. What on earth was the immortal realm planning to do? They've actually sent so many people. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's gaze darkened and a hard glint flashed across his pupils. So many powerful cultivators, that's equivalent to about half of the immortal realm's might. Whatever it is, the immortal realm certainly didn't mobilize so many people for the sake of going up against the spirit sect and the courts of hell. There's got to be something else in Cloud City that we are unaware of. It's a good thing that the members of the immortal realm have lost their cool. This incident involving Gu Ruoyun has definitely lured out all the hidden martial honors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 6. Chapter 511, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Actually, the Honorable Sir Tanchi could understand why only martial honors had been sent to block Gu Ruoyun's way. The answer was simple. Knowing the Gu girl's ego, she wouldn't even spare martial emperors a second glance no matter how many of them has appeared before her. There was no guarantee that she would be afraid. However, it would be different with martial honors. Having so many in the vicinity would give the Gu girl something to worry about. Otherwise, she would not have sent the Dongfang family members away and stayed behind to face these people alone. It's possible that Bai Shangtian had realized this and enlisted the help of the rest of the martial honors to help deal with this girl. However, Bai Shangtian had miscalculated. He did not think that the Gu girl's ego would turn out to be above that of an average person's. She absolutely refused to serve the immortal realm even if it meant signing her own death warrant. Boom! Just then, the aura from within Qin Beiyi turned into a complex mix of forces and caused his vital organs to clash against one another repeatedly. However, he did not seem to feel anything and continued to take the lives of every member of the immortal realm present. Not good. The Honorable Sir Tanchi's expression changed greatly. This kid seems to be storing some kind of power within his body and it looks like his current state of mind has provoked its release. However, that power is far too strong. If he continues this killing spree, he will either turn into a demon or he will die. We must find a way to stop him. Honorable Sir Tanchi, he's already blinded by bloodlust. Do you think that we can stop him? Elder Jiu laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Only Lady Gu can stop him now. Unfortunately, Lady Gu is already. As he heard those words, a great sorrow welled up from within the Honorable Sir Tanchi. That B******'s hand had punched right through the Gu girl, he thought. How could she have survived after sustaining such a heavy injury? Even if we had a god in our midst, they wouldn't be able to save her either. Honorable Sir Tanchi, what are you standing around for? Bai Shangtian hid within the crowd and did not dare to take a single step further. He turned towards the Honorable Sir Tanchi and screamed angrily, "Don't forget we're in this together. If we lose this many martial honors now, you'll simply have to await defeat in the next war against the demons." The Honorable Sir Tanchi paused in silence as he considered this. Bai Shangtian is right, losing so many martial honors here will certainly change the tides for the next war. Nevertheless, when he thought of everything the immortal realm has done, the Honorable Sir Tanchi scoffed coldly, "I've already advised you and asked the immortal realm to spare the Gu girl." But you? What did you do? You've killed her. Besides, do you really think that I can actually help you? This isn't the same thing. Bai Shangtian retorted, "Gu Ruoyun will bring calamity upon the mainland. Her death is for the sake of preventing a disaster. The immortal realm is different, we are the heroes of the world. Not even 100 Gu Ruoyuns could be compared with our worst disciple. A selfish person like her who has refused to acknowledge her own family and has ignored the best interest of the mainland does not deserve to live. Even if she does survive this by some stroke of good fortune, she will go down in history for her infamy." The Honorable Sir Tanchi slowly shut his eyes. For the first time ever, he was thoroughly disappointed with these famously reputable cultivators. Bai Shangtian, I will report everything that has happened to our sect master. Perhaps now, the spirit sect, which had always remained neutral between the courts of hell and the immortal realm, will choose a new side. There have always been conflicts even between the three great authorities. The courts of hell and the immortal realm have fought against one another for many years, but the spirit sect had always retained its neutral standpoint. However, seeing as the position of the next sect master would most likely be Gu Shengshao, the immortal realm might have to contend with two of the great authorities in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 7. Chapter 512, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Honorable Sir Tanchi, you're a traitor to the mainland. Bai Shangtian screamed at the Honorable Sir Tanchi like a madman. His elderly face was filled with malevolence. If you insist on standing with these demons, then you too shall go down in history for your infamy. You will be spurned by the world. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tanchi sighed again. It's best to keep my mouth shut, he thought, lest he continues to yell at me and refuses to stop. The rays of light from the setting sun filled the sky, setting a clear foil against the blood-soaked battlefield. It was a horrifically garish sight. Qian Beiyi was now completely blinded by his thirst for blood. He had no other goal in his mind except to ensure that these people will follow Gu Ruoyun to their graves. It was no big deal to him to kill everything under the heavens for her sake. No one on this world was more important than she was to him. You damned boy, you'll pay for this. Seeing that the Honorable Sir Tianqi intends to ignore him, Bai Shangtian turned towards Qian Beiyi and roared furiously. Of course, he still remained hidden behind a group of martial emperors, using them as a shield to protect himself from Qian Beiyi's attacks. Countless warriors had fallen in the desert that day. Nevertheless, they did not seem to fear death as they continued to charge at Qian Beiyi like a flock of sheep. This won't do. The Honorable Sir Tianqi furrowed his brows once again. The power within this boy is getting even more uncontrollable. If he continues his killing spree, he'll die even if he manages to kill all of these people. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of violent energy burst from Qian Beiyi's body, scattering the throng of people into the air. Then, his eyes, which were as red as pools of blood, pierced into the crowd. Because you have caused her harm, all of you must die. Just as his last syllable fell, another group of bodies fell into the pool of blood and Bai Shangtian hid further into the crowd. His eyes were fixed upon the man's peerlessly beautiful face. Wretch! Qian Beiyi's body has finally reached its limit and he vomited out a mouthful of black blood. Even so, he did not stop his killing spree. He continued to fight with one hand drenched in blood as if he did not notice it at all. However, ever since the beginning of the fight, he had never let go of Gu Ruoyun. He held tightly onto her small and light body as he charged into the crowd. Xiao Yun, he thought, wait for me to destroy the immortal realm. After that, I will follow you to the ends of the earth through heaven and hell. Whoosh! Suddenly, a purple flame shot into the skies, illuminating Gu Ruoyun's body. The purple flames consumed her shattered body and slowly put it all back together. The Honorable Sir Tianqi widened his eyes as he stared in astonishment at the burning flames from the young girl's body. Purple flames? Could it be that this is the legendary ritual of resurrection through fire? No. That's not possible. Isn't the resurrection through fire ability only possessed by the mythical ancient phoenix? The Gu girl is human, so how could she achieve resurrection through fire? Resurrection through fire. This was something which could not happen in a human's body. Bai Shangtian's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold as he fixed his glare upon Gu Ruoyun, who was lying in that man's arms. He clenched his fists so tightly that they trembled. At the same time, Yan, who had been slowly withering away along with Gu Ruoyun's demise, gradually returned to life and slowly rose to his feet. His body may be weak, but he was alive. Xiao Yi. A soft breath sounded from the vicinity of Qian Beiyi's arms and successfully stopped him from his killing spree. As he stared at the pale-looking girl in his arms, the bloodlust in Qian Beiyi's eyes slowly disappeared. He tried to say something but only said this in the end: Xiao Yun, am I dreaming? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, The Arrival of Qian Beiyi, 8. Chapter 513, The Arrival of Qian Beiyi, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If this was a dream, he would want to stay asleep forever. Xiao Yi, you're hurt. Gu Ruoyun raised her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of the man's lips. Her eyes were filled with heartache. Don't worry, I've only fallen asleep for a little while. Besides, I've promised you that I would join you. To tell the truth, when she saw those martial honors, she was certain that she had encountered a critical situation and felt that she might not make it out alive. However, she didn't expect Zixi to awaken at the very last minute. However, with Zixi's current level of strength, utilizing the flames of resurrection had required some extra time. That was why it took some time before she could come back to life. Xiao Yun, you're alive. Thank goodness. Qian Beiyi held Gu Ruoyun tightly and his voice was trembling. He was afraid that if he made one mistake, he would lose her forever. That was not a kind of pain that he could bear. Xiao Yi. In his embrace, Gu Ruoyun felt a pang of hurt from within her heart as she felt the man shaking. The memories of their time together began to replay slowly in her mind's eye. When they had met for the first time, this peerlessly beautiful man was absolutely heart-stopping. In that moment, when he had opened his eyes, he called her his wife in that muddled way but with such gentleness. She will forever remember that moment. Since then, this man has followed her everywhere. He was like a piece of sticky candy, impossible to shake off. But even Gu Ruoyun herself could not understand why she would place so much of her trust on this man who was a total stranger. It was the kind of trust that seemed to continue from within, drawing her towards it from an unseen world. Xiao Yi, leave the rest to me for now, okay? Gu Ruoyun slowly shut her eyes, then gingerly opened them again. She got up from Chen Beiye's arms and cast a withering glare from her clear, cold eyes. Zixi, my comrade, seeing as you're now awake, kill them all. For me. Just as she spoke, a burst of purple flames erupted from Gu Ruoyun's body and shot towards the sky. A set of dark reddish-purple robes fluttered against the winds from the purple flames, slowly appearing before the eyes of the world. This man was extremely handsome. His beauty does not contain the air of dominance that Chen Beiyi has, nor does it have a magnificence like Zhuo Shangchen. His beauty was like an evil monster as a demonic smile flitted across his purple eyes. The man's reddish-purple robes were richly embroidered with gold thread. His every move displayed such a regal air, it was as if he was the very picture of nobility, so handsome that everything on earth seemed to have lost their color. This was especially true for the purple flame between the man's brows. It served to further enhance his ethereal manner, making him look 10,000 times nobler. Little girl, I've only been asleep for a little while and you've nearly thrown away your own life. Will you ever not cause me worry? Zixi sighed as his purple eyes filled with anxiety. I'm sorry I've made you worry. Gu Ruoyun observed Zixi's handsome visage. I've always known that I'm still not powerful enough. I will utilize the fastest methods to increase my power so that you can have your breakthrough in peace. Little girl, let me deal with these people first. Zixi took one look at Chen Beiyi, then retracted his gaze, placing his attention on the members of the immortal realm. His lips curled into a demonic smile as he spoke eerily. This girl is my master and you've harmed her in my absence. So tell me, how should I punish you for this? At this moment, Bai Shangtian's expression was filled with terror. It had been hard enough to go up against Chen Beiyi alone. Now, another powerful cultivator has appeared. Just what does this girl have to get so many people to protect her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, The Arrival of Chen Beiyi, 9. Chapter 514, The Arrival of Chen Beiyi, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's the ancient divine phoenix. The Honorable Sir Tianqi has recovered from his initial shock and was now staring at the man in purple robes. He muttered to himself, there's no mistake, this man is the ancient divine phoenix from the legends. However, it was said that the ancient divine phoenix had disappeared over 10,000 years ago. What is he doing here now? He's also calling the Gu girl his master. What's going on here? The ancient divine phoenix, Elder Jiao was slightly astonished and stared in confusion at the Honorable Sir Tianqi who was standing next to him. Before he could voice his question, the handsome demonic figure made his move. No one saw how he did it. All they could see were multiple holes piercing through the bodies of those from the immortal realm and blood which then spurted out like a fountain. Subsequently, their upright figures fell to the ground. The man's purple robes remained spotless as he stood tall against the wild winds. Not a single drop of blood had stained his robes. Run! Bai Shangtian and the rest of the martial honors took one look at each other and gave up all hope of defeating the enemy. They immediately turned around and fled for their lives. Unfortunately, before they could run very far, a flash of purple robes stood before them, blocking their way. In this moment, Bai Shangtian finally understood true fear. He turned towards the Honorable Sir Tianqi who was standing behind him and screamed, Honorable Sir Tianqi, remember that we are still needed in the war between the mainland and the demons. Will you beg for mercy on our behalf, or do you want to plunge the people of this mainland into misery and suffering? His tone had softened and no longer held his initially aggressive and snobbish manner. Regardless of the situation, the only person who has a chance to help him was the Honorable Sir Tianqi who still has a pretty good relationship with Gu Ruoyun. The Honorable Sir Tianqi fell silent as he considered this point. The demon war is coming soon, and if we were to lose this many martial honors now, it would not benefit the mainland at all. He sighed at the thought and turned to Gu Ruoyun. Little girl, can you show me a bit of consideration and let these old farts off for now? Don't worry, I'll watch over these old farts and will personally ensure that they will not get any chance to exact revenge on you. As for your grudge against them, perhaps you could settle things after the demon war. By then, I will certainly keep my mouth shut. If Gu Ruoyun had been killed by the elders of the immortal realm, he would not have stood up for them even if the entire immortal realm were to be wiped out. Seeing as the Gu girl was still alive, obviously, as an elder of the spirit sect, he would have to put a lot more into consideration. Honorable Sir Tianqi, there's nothing more for you to say. Gu Ruoyun shook her head and replied calmly, these people must die today. Little girl, I'm not asking you to let them off completely. I'm only asking for you to wait until after the demon war before killing them. There are far too few martial honors on this mainland. If they die now, the immortal realm will have lost half of their martial honors and will not stand a chance against the demons. All I ask is for you to wait for the war to end first. At that point, even if you don't deal with them, I will personally sign their death warrant. After every battle, they would have a 10-year grace period before the next struggle would begin. The date of the next battle was getting closer and closer. It would be impossible for them to train up over 10 martial honors by that time. That was why the Honorable Sir Tianchi has given his suggestion. His suggestion was to kill these people once they've outlived their usefulness. I don't believe that the mainland will land in such a critical situation after losing these few people. Gu Ruoyan smiled coolly as she swept her gaze at Bai Shangtian's pale face. You knew that your actions would cost you everything you've achieved, so why had you gone through with it? There's no way that I will let you off even if you had asked the Honorable Sir Tianchi to beg for mercy for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 10. Chapter 515, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun. A sinister sneer formed on Bai Shangtian's elderly face and he roared in anger, "Stop spouting this savagery. Without us, this mainland would be destroyed. Ask yourself this, is this really the right thing to do?" Gu Ruoyun's eyes grew colder as her green robes fluttered in the gentle wind. I, Gu Ruoyun, have never bothered myself with other people when dealing with my own business. I only expect myself to commit without regrets. Besides, I never had any intention to offend the immortal realm. Time and again it was you who had refused to let me off. Like any normal person, my patience has its limits. Seeing as you wanted to kill me so badly, then I'll kill you all first. Hee hee. Suddenly, an icy laugh sounded from thin air and an eerie feeling seeped through the gloomy air. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's face sunk upon hearing that laugh and he fixed his gaze at the void with an ugly look on his face. What's that guy doing here? He wondered. Then, from the void, an elderly figure revealed himself with a creepy smile hanging on his wrinkled features. Little girl, you said it right. We don't need to ask for the approval of others in the things we do. All that's needed is to do it without any regrets. If anyone wishes to cause trouble, then we should kill them first. A small smile appeared on Gu Ruoyan's face as she saw the figure who had just appeared from the void. However, before she could greet the old man, Bai Shangtian's low voice cut her off. Honorable Poison Master, what on earth are you doing here? Hee hee, the Honorable Poison Master laughed icily. I have a friendly connection with Cloud City's governor and had come here to discuss some matters. What I did not expect was to witness such an exciting scene. The immortal realm has certainly opened my eyes. The dignified three great authorities not only oppresses others using their strength and numbers, the elders would bully the young. They've even attempted to kidnap this little girl and acted shamelessly in the name of morality. However, this little girl is very much like me when dealing with matters like this. He then turned towards Gu Ruoyun. His cold and eerie face suddenly displayed a hint of warmth and the corner of his lips curled up a little. Don't listen to the Honorable Sir Tianchi, little girl. Do whatever you want to do. Why should the fate of the mainland have anything to do with you? You only live once, so why deprive yourself of the sweet joy of vengeance? There's no need to saddle yourself with other matters. Also, no matter what, I still believe in the promise we had made a while ago. Once you've established your organization, leave me a position as one of your elders. Ha ha ha. Gu Ruoyun's heart softened. She then smiled and nodded. Don't you worry, I'll definitely keep a spot for you. However, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the immortal realm and following me? Are you not afraid that your name will go down in history for infamy? Hee hee, Honorable Poison Master laughed softly. In all my years, I've never tasted fear. What about the immortal realm? Who cares about the three great authorities? Others may fear them, but I've never even bothered giving them a second glance. Besides, if my crimes could be counted like coins on a string, that string would be full. I don't need to worry about my reputation. So what if my name goes down in history for infamy? I only kill those who deserve to be killed. I will never harm the lives of the innocent. He's only ever taken the lives of those who have wronged him and has never killed the innocent. Even so, there were still many who would flaunt their righteousness and who wished to hunt him down and have him killed. Chief amongst them were the members of the immortal realm. To him, it's best to indulge in the pleasure of revenge than to live with a sham like the immortal realm. The Honorable Sir Tianchi laughed bitterly. I was only thinking for the sake of the demon war in the future. Seeing as you do not wish to listen to my advice, Gu girl, then I'll leave the decision to you. Still, remember that I, as your great uncle, will always stand with you no matter what. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 11. Chapter 516, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I understand. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly as she spoke. She knows that no matter what, the Honorable Sir Tianqi would be on her side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally finished Shi Yun off. He had done that so her grudge against Koan Nan would not continue to grow. Little did he know, however, that she already carried a great grudge against Koan Nan. Lady Gu, there aren't many among the youth who deserves my admiration. You're the only one. Elder Jiu smiled. Even though I agree with the Honorable Sir Tianqi and would prefer you to deal with these people after the Demon War, I will not stop you from doing so. In the future, if you have the time, you may come and visit me at the courts of hell. I will certainly provide you with the best treatment possible. Elder Jiu may not think much of it at this moment, but in the future, Gu Ruoyun would indeed need to pay the courts of hell a visit. Thank you very much, Elder Jiu. Gu Ruoyun said before slowly redirecting her gaze towards Zixi's handsome face. Zixi, do it. I want every member of the immortal realm who has shown their face here slaughtered. Zixi curled his lips into a smile. His purple eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the people gathered before him. Without warning, an infinite amount of purple flames rose from his feet and burst into his surroundings. It burned the desert from the ground and enveloped the crowd within a fiery furnace. Then, the man's demonic voice rang aloud. The flames of extermination can burn through almost anything and is difficult to extinguish. I'll let you all enjoy the taste of it right here, right now. They were terrified out of their minds. After he spoke, he gently turned around and looked with heartache at the girl in green who was drenched in blood. Little girl, every time I appear, you're always covered in new scars. When are you ever going to take care of yourself? Gu Ruoyun kept quiet and gently clenched her fist as she sighed. After all that has been said and done, my powers are still not strong enough. If I had been powerful enough, I would not have been thrashed about so badly by those martial honors. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Chen Beiyi began to cough and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sight of it startled Gu Ruoyun and she hurriedly rushed to support him. Xiao Yi, are you all right? She asked worriedly. Chen Beiyi shook his head and looked up at her pretty, delicate features as if he could never stop looking at it. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun's heart tightened. She did not know why, but she felt a strong sense of discomfort taking over her heart. It caused her to tighten her hold on to Chen Beiyi's hand until it began to tremble. Xiao Yun. Chen Beiyi smiled and looked absolutely magnificent. It was a smile that could drive all living things to insanity. I may need to leave your side for a little while. Leave? Why? Gu Ruoyun was dumbfounded and she was unable to decipher the situation. Because. He was about to explain himself, but a powerful force began to clash within his body, causing his brows to furrow in agony. His already pale face was now completely drained of color. The hint of blood on the corner of his lips was absolutely heartbreaking. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun's voice trembled. Then, before the sound of her cry could fade away, the man slowly collapsed. He unwillingly closed his blood-red eyes and looked as if he had fallen into an eternal slumber. Zixi, what's happening to Xiao Yi? Gu Ruoyun was gripped with anxiety and her eyes were awash with worry. Little girl, Zixi glanced at Chen Beiyi as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. His body holds a powerful force sealed within it. As an amnesiac, he is unable to control it. Earlier on, he had assumed that you were dead, so in his rage, he had unleashed that power. However, because he was unable to control it, that power is now countercharging against him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 12. Chapter 517, The Arrival of Qin Beiyi, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Is there any way for us to save him? Gu Ruoyun tightly clenched her fist as she asked. Zixi shook his head. I'm sorry, the power within his body is too strong and I cannot suppress it. I can't help him. Gu Ruoyun's face immediately turned as white as a ghost. If even Zixi is unable to do it, then. No. There has to be a way. Zixi, I know you'll find a way. I don't care what it is, I must save him. Hearing this, Zixi fell silent. After a long while, he slowly raised his handsome and demonic face. There is a way. But. What is it? Gu Ruoyan's grip on Qianbei's hand grew even tighter as she asked. The banished lands. The banished lands. Hearing this, the faces of both the Honorable Sir Tianqi and the Honorable Poison Master changed completely. Their eyes were filled with horror. The banished lands? You want the girl to make a trip to a place like that? No way, that place is far too dangerous. Not even the Spirit Sex Master would be able to guarantee that he could come back from there alive. Similarly, Gu Ruoyun's eyes slowly darkened as well. The banished lands. I've heard of this place back when I was visiting the Xia family home. This piece of land was not within the West Spirit mainland, the place where she was currently residing in. The banished lands was located in the common border between the West Spirit mainland and the East Peak mainland. Those who reside within the banished lands were mostly fugitives, and amongst those residents, there was no lack of cultivators at the rank of martial honor and above. However, in order to get into the banished lands, one must overcome 10 deadly trials, and each trial generally can only be passed after a narrow escape from death. So, one can imagine the kind of people who have entered the banished lands. Zixi, I will go to the banished lands. What would I need to do once I get there? A spark of resolve glowed from within Gu Ruoyun's eyes. Forget about the 10 deadly trials. I would still go even if there were 100. It is said that within the banished lands, there is a tree filled with Hell's Lotus. Only after you've obtained a Hell's Lotus can you even hope to save him. However, you only have a time frame of 5 years. If you don't obtain a Hell's Lotus before the end of 5 years, I'm afraid that his life will then be in danger. 5 years? Gu Ruoyan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. In the past, Xiaoyi has always protected me. This time, it's my turn to save him. No matter the dangers that await me at the banished lands, I will not give up. Little girl. The Honorable Sir Tianqi wrinkled his brows disapprovingly. There must be a better way for you to save him. The banished lands are far too dangerous, and that's not only because there is an infinite number of powerful cultivators living there. Those who have managed to pass the 10 deadly trials are also few and far in between. Many have fallen at the first trial. Therefore, we should think of another way. Zixi swept his gaze towards the Honorable Sir Tianqi, and replied steadily, there is only one other way to save him besides this one, a martial god. A martial god. This was a completely impossible existence. Hence, upon hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi was rendered speechless. His eyes stared worriedly at Gu Ruoyun as his words failed him. The Honorable Poison Master was momentarily silent before he looked at Gu Ruoyan and said, if you've truly set your mind on going to the banished lands, I'll remain in the mainland and await your return. I believe that, by then, we will all have a whole new level of respect for you. Besides her great talent, this girl holds countless miracles in the palm of her hand, he mused. If this were anyone else, I don't think their chances of returning would be very high at all. But she is different. He could never forget how she had once tamed an enormous pale dragon right before his very eyes. If she could tame a dragon, is there anything else in this world that she cannot do? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, The Banished Lands, 1. Chapter 518, The Banished Lands, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Shall we begin our journey to the banished lands, little girl? Zixi glanced at Gu Ruoyun with a peculiar look in his eyes which left as quickly as it came. All right. Gu Ruoyan nodded, the sooner we move, the better. We'll need about half a year to make the journey from here to the banished lands. We don't have any time to waste. Honorable Sir Tianqi, will you please return and let my maternal grandfather and grandmother know of the situation? I'll be home within 3 or 5 years at the most. Noting her insistence, the Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed and smiled bitterly. Little girl, no matter what, you must watch out for yourself. Be safe. I will. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly. With a wave of her hand, Qianbei's sleeping form suddenly disappeared. Then, she turned to face Zixi and said, Zixi, we can go now. Zixi took one look at Gu Ruoyun and transformed into a purple light, returning to the ancient divine pagoda. The Honorable Sir Tianqi blinked, then stared in astonishment at the young girl's disappearing figure. He simply could not figure out where she had sent Qianbei off to. This little girl, could it be that she has some sort of containment treasure? However, most containment treasures can only hoard objects. When have they designed one that can hold a living, breathing being? Humph. The Honorable Poison Master scoffed coldly and directed his creepy gaze at the Honorable Sir Tianqi. Honorable Sir Tianqi, you're making it too easy for me nowadays. Just now, I chose not to collect my debt from you on account of the Gu girl's presence. I'd love to see how you're going to escape me this time. Whoosh.
That eerie voice instantly caused the Honorable Sir Tianqi's hair to stand on end. Without another word, his body transformed into a ray of light and shot towards a faraway direction. This old fart is like a madman, he thought. In addition, his entire body is covered with poison. He's difficult to deal with and hard to hide from. Honorable Sir Tianqi, you will die today. The Honorable Poison Master scoffed and chased after the Honorable Sir Tianqi in a flash. Soon, two rays of light disappeared into the sky, with one following the other as the onlookers who had hidden away slowly regained their senses. News of this battle will spread very soon, and they were lucky enough to witness it and survive.
The name of Gu Ruoyun shall henceforth spread far and wide.
Even the Dongfang family, who had merely tagged along with her, rose as a result of her reputation.
No one dared to provoke them.
She was someone who had dared to kill the Immortal Realms members and also owned spiritual beasts near the rank of a martial honor.
Who would dare to provoke a devil like that? You probably would not even have the time to hide from her wrath. As such, after this incident, the people who had been lucky enough to witness this fight immediately returned to their respective families and warned them to never provoke this demon. Not even the little footboy who guards the Dongfang family door should be touched at all. Who knows how far this demon's reach truly is? What if that footboy happened to receive her favor? Does that mean that an entire family would be exterminated? A demon like her will definitely do something like that. The distance between Gu Ruoyun and the city gates wasn't very great. She moved quickly and at a fast pace, not bothering to even look at the bodies of the members of the medicine order which were littered all over the ground. She moved as swiftly as the wind and soon reached the formidable-looking city gates. After leaving this place, I'll be on my way to the banished lands. I must obtain a Hell's Lotus no matter what. No one will ever take Xia Yi away from me. The young girl paused in her steps and stared at the large simple-looking gate. Tightening the resolve in her eyes, she muttered, "Xiao Yi, you must wait for me. I will not let you remain in your slumber like this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 519, The Banished Lands, 2. Chapter 519, The Banished Lands, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was a lonely desert and not a single person was in sight. The main difference between this desert and the one in Cloud City was that the sky, instead of being a clear blue color, was colored red as if it was burning. The sky illuminated the desert with a bright, crimson glare. As such, at one glance, the desert was a magnificent shade of red. However, this desert has an absolutely terrifying name, the Wasteland of Death. This means that anyone who enters the Wasteland of Death would narrowly escape death. Only one person out of 9 would be able to pass. Be it the sandstorms that were strong enough to cut a person into a million pieces or the fiery snakes which lurk in every corner of the Wasteland of Death, one could meet a violent death easily, but at this very moment in the Wasteland of Death, a young girl dressed in green robes pressed on with great difficulty against the wind. She raised her hand in an attempt to shield herself from the strong winds and squinted her eyes to prevent dust from flying into them. She could not even widen her view, but even so, she never looked back. It's been almost half a year since I've left Cloud City. Walking through this Wasteland of Death would take about another month or so. I reckon that I'll be passing by this place very soon. However, I'm quite fortunate to have avoided the sandstorms. Otherwise, I probably won't come out of here alive. Even a martial honor would be killed instantly if they were to encounter a sandstorm in the Wasteland of Death. However, even if she had avoided the sandstorms, she still has to face countless fiery snakes. It's a good thing that she's a pill master. She has prepared many antidotes prior to her journey. This was why she has managed to survive the fiery snake's poison. However, while the poison from the fiery snakes can be cured, the winds in the Wasteland of Death cannot be blocked out. As this was the first trial to the banished lands, naturally the Wasteland of Death would not be easy to cross. Every wind in this area was as sharp as a knife and Gu Ruoyun felt as if many blades were cutting through her body every second. And she had been traveling in the Wasteland of Death for almost a month. Just as Gu Ruoyun was journeying through these challenging conditions, a red sea of fire came into view. Its boiling fumes rolled towards her, causing one to feel like they could melt under the extreme heat. This was the second trial of the banished lands, the Sea of Hellfire. Should anyone wish to visit the banished lands, after passing through the Wasteland of Death, one would still need to cross the Sea of Fire. A person who lacked enough resolve or one who was too weak would be disintegrated into ashes the moment they walked out of the Sea of Hellfire. Gu Ruoyun took a deep breath and muttered, "After the Sea of Hellfire, I will enter the prison of piercing icebergs. Each trial will be more difficult than the last, but I must endure all of this if I ever want to enter the banished lands." She raised her pure, delicate features at the thought of this and her eyes sparkled with determination.
All these years, Xiaoyi had always given me everything, she thought. This time, no matter how great the suffering or the torture, I must keep pushing forward. Within a thick forest, a girl drenched in blood staggered forward. Her body looked as if it had reached its limit and could no longer support her own weight. In the end, she unwillingly allowed herself to fall to the ground. The 10 deadly trials, I've actually managed to go through them all, but no one could comprehend just how dangerous the 10 deadly trials truly were, and no one knew how much suffering she has had to endure. If she had not kept the thought of Qian Beiyi, who was stuck in a deep sleep, constantly in her mind, she probably would have given up long ago. In the end, she had persisted through it all. Gu Ruoyun wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and prepared to continue her journey. Suddenly, she heard a wretched voice from further up north, blocking her way.
Ah, this must be my lucky day.
I might not have been able to harvest any profits, but I've somehow managed to pick up a little girl.
TSK.
She's a little ugly, but her figure isn't too bad. Little girl, how about coming with this uncle?
What do you say? Ha ha ha.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 520, The Banished Lands, 3. Chapter 520, The Banished Lands, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
At this moment, Gu Ruoyun's face was completely covered with blood while her robes were torn and tattered. Her originally pure, delicate, and beautiful features were hidden under the grime. Such a desolate appearance would certainly look ugly in any other person's eyes.
Get out of my way.
Gu Ruoyun furrowed her brows and replied coldly.
Stupid girl, I dare you to say that again.
The middle-aged man was enraged and the scars on his face cast a terrifyingly sinister look on him. Men, catch this woman.
I haven't had a woman in a very long time.
Her looks simply won't do, but at least I can eat her to my heart's content and satisfy my cravings thoroughly.
You've got it, boss.
Hearing this, the group of men behind him stepped forward and charged towards Gu Ruoyun.
I asked you all to get out of my way. Boom, dot.
A powerful energy burst from the young girl's body and sent the group of men high into the sky. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck and stared puzzledly at the youthful face before him.
You, what are you thinking of doing?
I'm warning you, my little sister is the concubine of the Wolf's Fang robbers' right-hand man.
If you kill me, he won't let you get away.
As Gu Ruoyun's eyes turned towards him, the middle-aged man finally felt afraid and his face drained of color.
Is that so?
Gu Ruoyun laughed coldly. I had thought of letting you go, but since that's the case, there's no logic for me to let you live.
Whoosh!
A gust of wind shot from Gu Ruoyun's palm and pierced through the middle-aged man's chest.
The man widened his eyes as if he could not believe that this woman would still kill him even after hearing him mention the Wolf's Fang robbers.
Thud! His body fell heavily onto the ground. His pale face was filled with utter disbelief, as if he had never expected that this woman, whom he had only wanted to play with, would bring such disaster upon his life.
Cough, cough.
Gu Ruoyun coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She then slowly raised her head and spoke. The 10 deadly trials have definitely caused great harm to my body, and even my pills cannot heal some of these wounds. I must find a place to rest and recover first before figuring out what to do next.
Right now, she has to get out of the forest first.
I've finally managed to shake off those stards. Within the thicket, Yi Nuo glanced behind him to see that there were no longer any shadows trailing him. A glint flashed across his bright, starry eyes. His fair, youthful and doll-like features were filled with excitement, like an adorable little powder puff.
Those hateful little ghosts would only ever listen to that old fart, stalking me day and night.
I had received my freedom with great difficulty, and I'm certainly not about to let those guys control me.
It's a good thing that they're a little stupid.
All I need to do is to hatch a plan and I'll be able to get rid of them for good. Yi Nuo placed his hands on his hips and felt an urge to burst into laughter. However, before he could let his emotions run free, he noticed a figure stumbling in the distance. The figure finally reached him and he saw that she looked absolutely exhausted before she fell to the ground with a crash. Yi Nuo jumped in fright and blinked his brilliantly shining eyes. He cautiously gave the girl on the ground a slight push. Hey! He rolled the girl over to her side and jumped backward in horror at the sight of her bloodied face. After a long pause, he finally gathered the courage to walk towards the girl.
Hey, are you alright?
Yi Nuo scrunched his face up. He really wanted to throw this girl aside and leave, but he simply couldn't stand aside while someone is in peril. So, even if he wanted to leave, he forced himself to stay by her side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 521, The Banished Lands, 4. Chapter 521, The Banished Lands, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
After a long pause, the woman seemed to hear Yinua's voice and slowly opened her clear, cold eyes.
I'm fine.
Gu Ruoyan stubbornly rose to her feet and gently exhaled. She didn't know why, but she hasn't been able to summon Zixi and the rest ever since she had arrived in the Banished Lands. Hence, she refused to let her guard down in such a place. Should she ever run into a fearsome spiritual beast, she would definitely end up dead. Yinua frowned. This woman's entire face is covered in blood. She's simply too ugly for words. Seeing that Gu Ruoyan was about to turn and leave, Yinua, after giving it a bit of thought, ran after her and yelled, "Hey ugly, are your powers alright?"
I'm not too bad. Gu Ruoyan glanced at Yinua and replied calmly.
That's great, Yinua jumped excitedly, then when your wounds have healed, I'll hire you as my bodyguard.
Oh? Gu Ruoyan calmly raised an eyebrow. I'm not interested. Yinua's expression froze and he looked like he had just swallowed a fly. It wasn't a pretty sight. She rejected me. This ugly brat actually rejected my request. I don't care. Besides, I'm going to follow you from now on. You'll just have to deal with that. Yinua raised his head arrogantly and his tone held absolute decisiveness. There isn't a single soul around here, he thought. It won't be easy for me to find someone else to ease my boredom. I simply can't let her go. Up to you. Gu Ruoyan said nothing more and continued to move forward. The only difference was that she now has another little tail following closely behind her. Nightfall. The light from the moon was as clear as water. The bright moonlight cast a cool glow upon all living things, illuminating the girl who sat cross-legged on the ground in the forest. A short while later, the girl opened her eyes. Her bloodied face could not conceal her gaze, which was cool and clear like the glow from the moon. It's been 3 days and my wounds should almost be healed by now. Unfortunately, there's no water anywhere in this forest, so I can't wash off the blood on my body. Gu Ruoyan slowly lowered her eyes at the thought of this and clenched her fist. Xiaoyi, don't worry, I'll save you. Stomp. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Suddenly, the sound of stomping feet could be heard from further ahead. The sound was particularly loud on a quiet night like this. Yinua, who had been sound asleep, was shaken awake. He hurriedly jumped to his feet and dashed behind Gu Ruoyan. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Gu Ruoyan did not reply. She furrowed her brow and shot her clear gaze towards the direction in front of them. As she watched, a group of spiritual beasts charged towards them, coming closer and closer. The great number of beasts in the group terrified Yinua thoroughly. So many spiritual beasts. And most of them are around the rank of a martial king. This is it, there's so many of them. We'll be trampled to death for sure. Yinua's legs turned into jelly and were trembling non-stop. I regret it now. I regret running away from the family footmen, he thought. No one could possibly have guessed that so many spiritual beasts would appear in this forest. If it were only one spiritual beast, I could still take it on. Now that there's so many of them, I've pretty much signed my own death warrant. Ugly creature, I think it's best we run. We can't take on these spiritual beasts on our own. Yinua's teeth began to chatter nervously. Growing up, he had lived a sheltered life. When has he ever had to deal with a situation like this? Besides, he's only a 10-year-old child. The fact that he hasn't fainted from shock could already be considered a marvelous feat. However, he simply did not have the courage to face this large group of spiritual beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, The Banished Lands, 5. Chapter 522, The Banished Lands, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Run? Gu Ruoyan calmly responded, if you want to run, you can go right ahead. That is if you really think you can outrun these spiritual beasts. Thud. Yinua's knees gave way. He fell to the ground and his fair visage filled with regret. This is the end, this is definitely the end. I shouldn't have been so headstrong and rash and disobeyed my grandfather. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run into so many spiritual beasts. But I'm still so young and I have a long life left to live, I don't want to die yet. Gu Ruoyan did not respond. Her gaze fell upon 2 figures who were being chased by the herd of spiritual beasts. She had thought that the situation was strange from the very beginning. Under normal circumstances, spiritual beasts would not appear in such a large group.
Now that she has seen the two figures, she could assume that they've probably done something to enrage the spiritual beasts. Even so, it's got nothing to do with me, she thought. Whatever it was, they should not have lured the spiritual beasts this way. After all, spiritual beasts are not like humans. They would lose all sense of rationality in their anger and kill anyone who stood in their way. It's a good thing that almost all my wounds have healed prior to this. Otherwise, based on my previous condition, forget about this herd of martial king-leveled spiritual beasts, I wouldn't even stand a chance against one spiritual beast. As it turns out, the two figures chased by the spiritual beasts were a young man and a woman.
The man noticed Guru Woyun, who was standing not too far away. He yelled in astonishment, "Miss, run! Hurry!" He probably had not expected anyone to appear in this area. Guru Woyun did not move and stared calmly at the oncoming herd of spiritual beasts. Her blood-stained face was glazed with an icy chill. "Miss." As they ran towards Guru Woyun, the man was just about to advise her on running away with them when he was pulled away by the girl beside him who was dressed in pink robes. "Senior brother, why bother yourself with this ugly thing? Let's go. If those spiritual beasts catch up to us, we'll be dead for sure." "But..." The man in embroidered robes hesitated. After all, they were the ones who were responsible for leading the spiritual beasts this way. They can't possibly leave her alone like this. Seeing how much concern her senior brother, whom she had admired since a young age, was showing this ugly hag, the woman in pink robes frowned unhappily and shot a glare at Guru Woyun, ugly sh*t, "Didn't you hear what my senior brother had just said? It's your own dumb luck for standing here. My senior brother has already given you a warning and yet you refuse to move. Don't blame us if you end up dead." Guru Woyun had stayed silent from the very beginning. All she did was to stare at the oncoming spiritual beasts. Then, she finally made her move. The girl in pink was just about to speak but instead, widened her eyes at the sight of what had happened next. The figure in bloodied green robes swiftly shuttled through the herd of spiritual beasts. She raised the sword in her hand and cut off the heads of the spiritual beasts as she moved along the herd. "I must be dreaming." The girl in pink rubbed her eyes vigorously as she stared in disbelief at the figure who was moving through the herd swiftly like the wind. She spoke in astonishment, "She has actually killed a low-level martial king spiritual beast in an instant. If I'm not mistaken, this gross-looking hag should be around the rank of a high-level martial king." That's right, only a person at the rank of a high-level martial king would be able to move so swiftly. The man in embroidered robes was also dumbstruck as if he could not believe that the woman he had dragged down with him would turn out to be so powerful. Such a young high-level martial king was a rare sight in the banished lands. Only Yi Nuo was excited at this point as he flushed red with delight. "I never thought that I would meet a bodyguard with such prowess. It would seem that this little lord's life is assured. I had been so frightened scared just now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 523, The Banished Lands, 6. Chapter 523, The Banished Lands, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Under the night sky, the wilderness was littered with corpses. Puddles of blood dyed the entire forest in a ghastly red hue. Guru Woyun soon eliminated all of the spiritual beasts. She sheathed her long sword, walked over the dead bodies and spoke calmly, "Next time, if you're looking for a death wish, don't drag me along with you." Once she heard Guru Woyun's words, the girl in pink swallowed every syllable of gratitude she had and her expression changed completely. She replied sulkily, "I never intended to provoke them. Who knows why the spiritual beasts in this area would fly into madness and chase me around like that? Besides, I didn't know that you were here. I certainly didn't want to drag you down on purpose." Yenner. The man in embroidered robes stood next to her and knit his eyebrows as he shot the girl in pink a look filled with rebuke. He then turned his attention towards Guru Woyun. "Miss, thank you for stepping in to save us. I wonder if you'd be willing to travel with us." "Actually, I myself do not know why so many spiritual beasts had been chasing after us," he thought. But there was no doubt about it, if this woman is willing to travel with us, the road ahead would be far more secure. At this moment, the ones you've provoked weren't just martial kings. If I were to travel with you, a more powerful spiritual beast will appear soon enough. I'm certainly not looking for my own death." Guru Woyun swept her gaze across the faces of the man and woman and spoke with a cool look in her eyes. "What on earth do you mean?" The girl in pink's expression changed once again and she scoffed, "Senior brother, if she isn't willing to come with us, forget about it. We were only slightly unlucky the last time. You can't guarantee that the spiritual beasts will come after us again.
Besides, I simply cannot adapt to the sight of this ugly toad speaking to my senior brother like that. If it weren't for the fact that she had just saved our lives, I wouldn't even bother myself with this woman.
Is that so?
Gu Ruoyun's gaze fell upon the girl in pink. She curled her lips sheepishly. If you keep wearing that, you can forget about enjoying a peaceful journey on the road ahead. You. The girl in pink was just about to issue a retort in her fury until she suddenly remembered something.
Her beautiful face immediately drained of color. What do you mean? What's wrong with my robes? This is impossible.
She had given these robes to me, as a gift.
There shouldn't be anything wrong with them. Right?
The man in embroidered robes clearly thought of this as well and furrowed his brows. Miss, may I know if you've noticed anything? How are Yenner's robes connected with those spiritual beasts?
Those robes have been sprayed with the fragrance of the herb of anxiety. So what do you think is wrong with these robes?
Gu Ruoyun laughed icily and returned the question.
The herb of anxiety?
The man in embroidered robes stared blankly into space as his handsome features gradually turned pale as well. Cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. The herb of anxiety isn't poisonous, but its scent could drive a spiritual beast into madness, causing it to charge after the source of the scent.
That explains it, he thought.
That explains why we've been constantly attacked by spiritual beasts ever since we've entered the forest.
Until we've even lured this herd of spiritual beasts in the end.
Senior brother, the girl in pink bit her lips and her body trembled. These robes were a gift to me before our journey from her. All these years, she's always been very good to me and she's always given way to me.
Why would she want to harm me? Why? No, I don't believe it.
The man in embroidered robes frowned. He raised his large hand and tore off the girl in pink's robes. Then, he tossed it into the air and lit a fire. In that instant, a strong fragrance erupted into the air and lingered around them for a long while before dissipating into the surroundings.
With one whiff of the pungent smell, the girl in pink's last shred of hope was completely destroyed.
Her eyes filled with disappointment. She never imagined that the person whom she had trusted the most would want to harm her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 524, The Banished Lands, 7. Chapter 524, The Banished Lands, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yenner, change your clothes, alright?
The man in embroidered robes sighed, then turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Miss, my name is Lu Xiaochen.
This is my junior sister, Morong Yen. May I know how I should address you?
Gu Ruoyun's tone remained calm and she replied steadily, you can call me Gu Ruoyun.
As for this one.
She paused for a while before continuing, I don't know who he is.
What? Yi Nua jumped to his feet immediately and responded with indignation, please, you're my bodyguard.
Besides, we've been traveling together for 3 days and 3 nights yet you still haven't learned my name.
Damned woman, how could you be so cruel? My name is Yi Nua, remember it. After his hooting, he then whispered, if it weren't for me leading the way, would you have reached this place? You would actually abandon your benefactor upon achieving your goal. By claiming that you don't know me. And 3 days later, we're back to where we've started.
Gu Ruoyun replied steadily, indeed. If it wasn't for you leading the way, I wouldn't have wandered around in circles for 3 days only to end up right where we started. At that time, it was Yi Nua who had solemnly vowed that he would definitely lead her out of this forest. In the end, they've traveled for 3 days only to end up in the place where they had first met. And if it were not for the fact that she was unfamiliar with the area, she would never have allowed a 10-year-old child to lead the way.
Swish. Yi Nua blushed immediately and stayed silent for half a day. Actually, one could not really put all the blame on him.
He, who had never walked out of the house on his own, could not possibly be good with directions. He had a knit ally thought that he would remember the way, but in the end, they had wandered around in circles for 3 whole days. If you don't mind, miss, we can travel together.
I can lead you out of this place. Lu Xiaochen's eyes sparkled and a friendly smile appeared on his handsome face.
Morong Yen has never liked it whenever her senior brother smiled at another woman. However, once she remembered that it was Gu Ruoyun who had saved her life, she forced herself to suppress her felines of unhappiness.
All right. Gu Ruoyun nodded her head after a momentary pause for thought.
After all, this was probably the only way for her to get out of this place. They managed to get out of the forest and reached Black Rock City soon after.
This was also Morong Yan's family's home.
Along the way, Gu Ruoyun has managed to carve out a rough idea of the terrain in the Banished Lands. Besides the fugitives, there were native citizens of the Banished Lands as well. These people were the descendants of the cultivators who had escaped into this land. Of course, the laws of the jungle were heavily applied in a place like this. Only those with great power would have the right to survive. The weaker ones would be swallowed by the strong, anytime. Anyone who wished to survive would have to cultivate like their life depended on it. Because of this principle, the Banished Lands has produced many strong cultivators. Based on Lu Xiaochen's information, Gu Ruoyun has found out that the most powerful force in the Banished Lands was the Yi family. According to him, the power of the Yi family's master was a complete secret. No one knew his rank at all. Many have assumed that the Yi family's master has long surpassed the rank of martial honor and had attained the next rank. But these were only assumptions, there was no concrete proof. However, there was little room for criticism. The master of the Yi family has long held the position of the #1 cultivator in the Banished Lands. As for Morong Yen and Lu Xiaochen, they had journeyed into the forest in order to find a healing remedy for the ailing old master Morong. Who would have known that they would meet with such an incident? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, The Banished Lands, 8. Chapter 525, The Banished Lands, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. My lady, Sir Lu, you've returned, so soon? At this moment, outside the gates of Black Rock City, a middle-aged man quickly ran to greet Gu Ruoyun and her party members upon their arrival. He spoke joyfully, "Did you manage to find the infinite sacred fruit?" Morong Yan's gaze darkened and she shook her head. "Uncle Lu, I wasn't able to find the infinite sacred fruit, the cure for grandfather's disease. We were attacked by spiritual beasts." Morong Yan was about to reveal her betrayal, but Lu Xiaochen shot her a look and stopped her. "Uncle Lu, we're going to see the old master first." Lu Xiaochen retracted his gaze and smiled as he spoke. Uncle Lu, whose face was already filled with disappointment, suddenly turned anxious upon hearing Morong Yan's explanation. "My lady, Sir Lu, are you both all right?" "We're fine," Lu Xiaochen smiled. "We were lucky enough to bump into Miss Gu. She saved us." Oh. Uncle Lu was momentarily stunned and turned towards the bloodstained woman who was standing next to Lu Xiaochen. A wave of doubt passed through the recesses of his heart. He finally spoke gratefully, "Thank you, miss, for saving their lives." Seeing this, Yi Nua hurriedly chimed in, "She's my bodyguard." In other words, how could one possibly forget about him if there were thanks being given? However, Gu Ruoyun seemed to have gotten used to Yi Nua and ignored him. She smiled calmly, "There's no need for thanks. Could you find me a place where I can freshen up?" At this moment, the blood on her face had dried and turned into a thoroughly unflattering shade of brown. She had not found a source of water in the forest, and Morong Yen and Lu Xiaochen's water container had been lost as they were running away from the spiritual beasts, so she could only wash off the blood on her body once she had reached Black Rock City. "Uncle Lu, please escort Miss Gu to the bath." Lu Shengqian instructed Uncle Lu before turning towards Gu Ruoyun and said, "Miss Gu, as a newcomer, perhaps you'd like to stay in Black Rock City for a while longer? As it happens, a huge auction will be held in Black Rock City in just a few days. You can join the Morong family and attend the auction with us." "An auction?" Gu Ruoyun gently stroked her chin. "Zixi had only mentioned that I can find the Hell's Lotus in the Banished Land, but he never told me its exact location. Perhaps I could try my luck in this auction." "All right." Gu Ruoyun nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll stay a few more days." Lu Xiaochen's heart leaped for joy. "Then let's make our way to the Morong family home." Seeing how Gu Ruoyun had made no objections, Yi Nua naturally tagged along. He was in it for the fun, after all, so he didn't really care where he went. And most importantly, he had developed a particular interest in this bodyguard of his. The Morong family home. Morong Yen was about to set foot in the front door when a delicate and beautiful figure rushed towards her. The figure's her elegant face was shining with joy. "Yenner, you've finally returned." She grabbed Morong Yen's hand as she spoke and her eyes were wet with tears. "I've been so worried." Morong Yen suddenly remembered everything she has had to endure in the forest and found it difficult to set aside all traces of her feelings. She replied in a distant tone, "Big sister, you've been through a lot of trouble." Morong Rower stared blankly for a moment and looked at her own hand with a slightly dirty look on her face. She then forced her beautiful visage into a smile. "What's wrong, Yenner? Why are you acting so strangely to your big sister all of a sudden? You don't know how much I've been worried about you in your absence. Unfortunately, I do not have the capabilities. Otherwise, I would have insisted on looking for grandfather's healing remedy in your place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, The Banished Lands, 9.
Chapter 526, The Banished Lands, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Worried about me?
Longing for my early death is more like it.
Morong Yen sneered.
Despite the fact that she and Morong Roar were half-siblings, she had always treated her like a biological sister. Her older sister had been frail since birth and was constantly bullied by others. Every time, it was she who would stand up for her big sister and protected her. She had even taught her how to manage the Morong family business and handed it over to her. She had done all these to ensure that her big sister would no longer have to endure such abuse. Plus, she had also willingly become a talented woman with no brains. Now, it was well known throughout Black Rock City that the eldest daughter of the Morong family has a mind like an encyclopedia with an admirably sharp wit. But does anyone know that the person who had come up with all the plans for the Morong family business was actually Morong Yen? Even so, she then returned her efforts with a reciprocation like this. Yenner. Afraid that Morong Yen would accidentally blurt something out, Lu Xiaochen hurriedly pulled her to his side. He observed how Morong Roar no longer held the initial gentleness she had shown Morong Yen. Her eyes now held a chill that could ward off a person for 1,000 miles. Yenner and I wish to see the old master. Also, these two are our friends. I've already arranged things with Uncle Lu. He then dragged Morong Yen towards the direction of the back courtyard. Morong Roar gripped her handkerchief tightly in her hand as she watched the two of them leave. A vicious glint flashed across her mesmerizing eyes. Lu Xiaochen, why is it that your eyes would only ever behold that woman, Morong Yen? She fumed. Everyone knows that other than her talent, Morong Yen has nothing else. She's nothing but a brainless idiot with big boobs. And even though I have no power, I'm the only one who is worthy of inheriting the Morong family. Hence, only I can be the perfect match for you. As for that fool, Morong Yen, she has outlived her usefulness. It's about time for me to throw her away. Unfortunately, those spiritual beasts had not managed to kill her. She certainly got a long life. Gu Ruoyun observed Morong Roar calmly. Therefore, she had managed to catch the vicious glint in her eyes. However, as long as the other party does not provoke her, she has no intentions of butting in. Morong Roar quickly recollected herself. She glanced at Gu Ruoyun before turning and leaving the front courtyard. In the elder's courtyard, an old man was in the midst of a conversation with his subordinates when he noticed a woman stepping into the yard. His initially stern face softened. Roar, what are you doing here? Honestly, he, like the others, had looked down upon Morong Roar in the beginning. After all, in the banished lands, where the laws of the jungle are heavily applied, no one would have bothered with a good-for-nothing. However, when Morong Roar was only 10 years old, she displayed a shocking talent in business and opened up a new world for the Morong family, which was in dire straits at the time. It was because of this that the elders began to sit up and take notice of this frail young girl. Especially since that girl was only 10 years old at the time. Until this very day, no one knew that it wasn't really Morong Roar who had solved the problems of the Morong family. It was really the 8-year-old Morong Yen. This includes Lu Xiaochen. Elder heir, Morong Roar smiled gently and her frail figure looked as if it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. She was a pitiful sight. Yenner and Brother Chen have returned. Oh? Elder heir frowned. Were they able to find the infinite sacred fruit? No, Morong Roar sighed, they've only been gone for a day yet they've already returned home. How could the infinite sacred fruit be found so easily? However, I believe that Yenner, who has always been favored by my grandfather, would not forsake him on purpose. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, The Banished Lands, 10. Chapter 527, The Banished Lands, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Indeed, once the last syllable fell, Elder Heir was immediately enraged. He scoffed coldly. Roar, you don't have to cover up for that idiot. She has obviously lost her nerve and decided to give up on the old master. What a loss for the master who had once loved her so much, and this is how she repays him. Naturally, Morong Yan's early return was due to the herb of anxiety. Even after changing her clothes, her body remained tainted with the smell of the herb. So no matter where she went, she would attract a herd of spiritual beasts. She had no choice but to return home early. Please don't be angry, Elder Heir, Yenner didn't do it on purpose. Besides, it's not like she had come back empty-handed. At least she came back with 2 beggars, one who's an adult and one who's a child. It's not like Morong Roar had looked down on Gu Ruoyun, but based on her torn and tattered state, she could not have been anything else but a beggar. As for Yi Nuwa, seeing as he had accompanied her, she had assumed that he was a beggar as well. What? Elder Heir burst into rage. This Morong Yen has crossed the line. Not only has she returned after just one day, she's even picked up 2 beggars along the way. What kind of a place does she think this is that any beggar can enter at will? Servants, have someone throw the beggars whom the second lady has brought into the house out of here before they can dirty the floors of my Morong family home. Morong Rower looked shocked and quickly stopped him. Elder Heir, this is no good. They're Yenner's guests after all. If you do this, Yenner will certainly get angry, and as her big sister, I cannot condone any grievance to befall my little sister. Please, let it go, Elder Heir. For my sake. She spoke in a voice filled with emotion. Of course, a sinister light escaped through her eyelids. Rower, you don't need to get angry for that idiot's sake. The old master is now sick and bedridden. No one can shield her now. I've never liked that brainless idiot. She's completely useless and was always stirring up some form of trouble. Elder Heir was so caught up in his rage that he missed the sinister look in Morong Rower's eyes. No one knew that every time Morong Yen was provoked, it had always been a result of her machinations. Every time someone had insulted her, that idiot would jump into action and fight for her. Hence, she would always stir up trouble, building her reputation as an arrogant despot, a girl with huge melons but 0 brains. The most laughable part was that even Morong Yen herself was blissfully unaware of this. She was unaware that Morong Rower had purposely hired those people and that it was she who had spread the rumors about her reputation. She has always been in the dark about this and would always treat me like her dearest older sister, thought Morong Rower. But, Elder Heir. Morong Rower hurriedly concealed the light in her eyes and tried to speak. However, she was cut off by Elder Heir's furious tone. No more excuses. How do you think the other families will look at us if the Morong family were to welcome these beggars? I'm going to throw them out right now. Rower, let me give you a piece of advice. You may treat Morong Yen like a little sister, but she may not be as sincere as you. Mixing with an idiot like that will only damage your reputation. Morong Rower bit her lip and slowly lowered her head. A sneer flashed unseen across her face. Morong Yen, don't blame me for being heartless. She thought. If anyone was to blame grandfather for favoring you too much. If I don't destroy your reputation, how can I remain in the Morong family? What would I have to pluck Lu Xiaochen off of you? Only when your good name has sunk to the bottom of the ocean can I truly have everything I deserve. Whether it's the Morong family or Lu Xiaochen, all will become mine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Morong Rower, 1. Chapter 528, Morong Rower, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the guest room, Yi Nuo plopped his cheeks onto his hands in boredom. His big, bright eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Suddenly, his vision froze in place as he stared in astonishment at the girl who was entering the room. She was dressed in green robes and her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a rippling waterfall. The young girl did not have a face that could bring down a country, but she had a kind of ethereal beauty which was pure and moves the heart. Her eyes were clear and cool like the glow from the light of the moon. Yi Nuo was in a daze. He never thought that, after cleaning herself up, this woman would actually look this good. In fact, she was much better looking than most of the women he had met. Ugly ha! His habit had turned into instinct. Yi Nuo was about to call her names again but forced himself to swallow his words. His cherubic features flushed red with embarrassment and his expression was completely unnatural. Woman, after cleaning yourself up, you look almost human. Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow at Yi Nuo but did not reply him. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open with a loud bang. So, these are the 2 beggars that the second lady had brought in. Our elder has issued an order to have the both of you thrown out. The guards barged into the room and stared disdainfully down at Gu Ruoyun and Yi Nuo with mockery. What kind of a place do these people think this is? Do they think that anyone can come and go as they please? What a joke! The Morong family holds great prestige and not just anyone can enter our home. Impudence. Yi Nuo's little face darkened and emitted a strong air of nobility. He frowned and stared at the guards before him before asking with arrogance, "Who are you calling a beggar? Have you ever seen a beggar quite as dashing as me?" Gu Ruoyun lightly raised her eyebrows as she thought, even though this Yi Nuo is nearly the same age as Bai Chuan, their personalities are vastly apart. Bai Chuan was very mature for his age. This kid, however, seems to have been spoiled rotten from a young age, causing him to hold such a childish personality. Nevertheless, based on the aura emitting from Yi Nuo's body, one could clearly see that he didn't come from just any powerful organization. You little B****, we're talking about you.
You're nothing but a beggar. Does our Morong family home look like a place that you can sully at will? What are you waiting for? Get out at once.
If you're really short on cash, there's a whorehouse not too far off from here.
You can go there and earn some money.
Don't think you can just come in here and ask for money freely. You are such a wretched creature. Yi Nuo widened his eyes upon hearing the insults from the guard's mouth.
He pointed right at his nose and asked, "You're asking me to sell myself to a whorehouse?" "That's right. You're young but you're not bad looking at all. If you go there, you'd be able to fetch quite a pretty penny. There are a lot of adults in Black Rock City who fancy a soft, tender little boy like you. Especially once they drip candle wax on that delicate skin of yours, I'm sure it'll look really good on you, ha ha." The guard threw his head back and laughed as he spoke with a voice dripping with disdain. Yi Nuo's face burned red with rage. He, who was raised in an environment filled with splendor, has never had to deal with such insult. "I'd look really good? You was." Bang, dot. He aimed his foot fiercely at the lower half of the guard's body as he gnashed his teeth in anger. "You *** king dared to insult me? If I don't beat you to death today, my name isn't Yi Nuo." Everyone was stunned. Obviously, they didn't think that Yi Nuo would act upon his words. No one was even prepared for this. However, in that moment, no one thought that a 10-year-old boy like Yi Nuo could have moved with such speed and attacked the guard who had insulted him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, Morong Roer, 2. Chapter 529, Morong Roer, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What are you all standing around for? Get that little B** starred. By the looks of it, that guard was the leader of the group. He bellowed his order with a blackened face. The group of guards seemed to regain their senses and immediately charged towards Yi Nuo. Even though Yi Nuo's powers were above average despite his young age, this group of guards could not be considered as weaklings either. With so many people charging towards him, Yi Nuo jumped with fright. Just as he was slipping into a daze, a hand reached out from behind him, followed by the girl's clear, cool voice. The guards charging towards him were blown away by a forceful wind and flew out of the way with a loud crash. "There are so many of you, yet you're bullying a 10-year-old child. This doesn't look too good on you, does it?" The girl, dressed in green robes, stood tall in front of Yi Nuo and shielded him from view like a proud bamboo tree. Her expression was calm as her clear gaze watched the fallen guards. "Bodyguard Gu, you're the best." Yi Nuo jumped for joy and his face was flushed pink in an adorable manner. He even remembered to pull a face behind Gu Ruoyun and sniggered, "Insult me if you dare. Step up and fight against my bodyguard Gu if you think you can. Bodyguard Gu, beat them to death, give them all you've got." The guards' faces turned into a plethora of ugly colors. They had not even managed to see that woman's attack. This means that this woman's level of strength far surpassed their own. Didn't Elder Heir say that she was just a common beggar? They wondered. How could a beggar possess such strong abilities? "You, report this Elder Heir quickly." The guard who had spewed insults at Yi Nuo spoke up. One of the guards immediately hurried off. He ran as if his life depended on it. "Yi Nuo, let's go." Gu Ruoyun lightly raised her head and spoke with a calm voice. Yi Nuo said nothing else and followed Gu Ruoyun as she left, sticking very closely by her side. He puffed his chest and walked arrogantly out the door. No other guards dared to stop them, allowing them to leave the room without further incident. In the courtyard, the leaves of the willow trees cast a desolate air. A fresh breeze could be felt, like the gentle caress of a mother's soft hand. Gu Ruoyun and Yi Nuo have only just emerged from their room when a loud voice bellowed from a close distance ahead. The sound of it sent tremors across the entire courtyard. "Little girl, you've got some nerve. You've dared to put your hands on the members of the Morong household. Didn't your parents ever teach you how to behave as a guest in one's house? Have you never learned proper etiquette?" An elderly figure descended before them out of thin air. His elderly features were as cold as ice as he shot a cold glare towards Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun paused in her steps and stared expressionlessly back at the elder before her. She replied curtly, "My mother had only ever taught me this: when a guest arrives at your home, you must treat them with courtesy and politeness. She certainly did not teach me to treat my guests like beggars and sweep them out the front door." Could this be a family etiquette exclusive to the Morong family? Elder Heir furrowed his brows and thought that the lady in green, who had pure, delicate and pretty features, looked nothing like a beggar. However, Roar had said that she was a beggar, so that information can't be false. Roar, that intelligent and kind woman, could not possibly manipulate him into doing such a thing. Humph.
Elder Heir scoffed icily at the thought and replied arrogantly, "You're absolutely right, little girl.
One should definitely treat one's guests with courtesy and politeness. But were you actually a guest of the Morong family? We elders never formally approved your presence here. The eldest lady had not sent you an invitation, so could you really be considered as a guest of the Morong family?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 530, Morong Roer, 3. Chapter 530, Morong Roer, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
As he spoke, a cold sneer formed from within his eyes. He stared at the two of them mockingly. We had been invited by Morong Yen herself. Yi Nua rose to his feet and corrected Elder Heir, "I believe that there is more than one lady of the Morong family."
Unless you're insinuating that the guests of the second lady are not guests at all?
I, Yi Nua, in all my years on this earth, have never heard of such a principle.
Old man, do you no longer care about your dignity?
After receiving this rebuke from a 10-year-old child, Elder Heir's facial expression grew uglier by the minute.
You had been invited by Morong Yen? How did I not know of this? Do you have any proof?
Just as he spoke, the group heard an angry voice from behind them who was speaking through gritted teeth. "Elder Heir, I'm here to personally prove this."
Will this do? Hearing this, Elder Heir stared blankly into space.
He turned his head towards the furious girl who was dressed in pink robes and frowned.
Wasn't she visiting the master of the house? What is she doing here?
Second lady, this has nothing to do with you.
You'd better leave now. What do you mean, this has nothing to do with you? I'm a daughter descended from the direct line of the Morong family heir. So why should my guests have no position in the Morong family? Morong Yen clenched her fists.
Were it not for the fact that she could not defeat this old fart, she would have thrown a punch at him now.
Humph.
Elder Heir scoffed coldly, "Seeing as the second lady has spoken, then let me ask you this, second lady, the master had once showered you with love and pampered you endlessly.
Yet in his time of need, when he is now gravely ill, what have you done for him? We sent you to get the infinite sacred fruit, but you, who had only ever been interested in saving your own neck, had returned home early. If word of this were to get out, everyone will think that the Morong family home is a shelter for refugees. How can you throw the master's dignity out the window this way?"
Morong Yan's expression changed. "Senior brother and I returned early because Morong Roer had manipulated me, causing me to provoke a herd of martial king spiritual beasts into attacking me. If it were not for Guru Oyen's help in saving senior brother and me, we would not have returned at all."
Honestly, Morong Yen didn't really like Guru Oyen all that much. However, regardless of her feelings, Guru Oyen had saved her life. So, no matter how much she disliked her, she could not stand idly by and watch her own guests being kicked out of the house. Were it not for a loyal servant girl who had witnessed the altercation, she would not have known about Elder Heir's extreme way of dealing with this situation. "Second lady, you're simply such a disappointment." Elder Heir sighed and his eyes filled with displeasure. "You should know, deep down inside, how the eldest lady has been treating you. She has never fought with you and has never taken anything away from you. She had even saved the Morong family business. Yet, due to her birthright as the child of a concubine, she never had any intention of squabbling with you over the Morong family inheritance. And you? You would accuse the eldest lady of manipulating you? The eldest lady not only possesses an intelligence beyond anyone else but is kind as well. She wouldn't even hurt an ant. You would dare to plant false evidence against someone as kind as her? I really cannot comprehend it. What sin has the Morong family committed to have given birth to such a disaster like you?" Elder Heir's face was now lamenting with grief. He was thoroughly disappointed with this idiot. First, I had thought that she was merely a girl with huge snowy mountains but no brains. Yet now, I've just found out that she's a malicious woman as well. She would dare to plant false evidence against her own sister by claiming that the eldest lady was plotting against her. How could this be? Even if she were to point her sword at the eldest lady would never bring herself to harm a single hair on that brainless head of hers. Morong Yen already knew that Elder Heir would not believe her at all. Yet when she heard him defending her big sister with such passion, she still felt her heart turn into ice. So, as it turns out, that woman has been lying to everyone to such a degree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Morong Roer, 4. Chapter 531, Morong Roer, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Of course, if she had not bumped into Guru Oyen, it's likely that she'll never believe that Morong Roer was trying to kill her. Yenner, you'd actually. You'd actually think that of me? Am I truly that kind of a person to you?
Just as Morong Yen fell into a deep thought, she heard a sorrowful and heartbroken voice from behind her. There was no need for her to search for the source of that soft and frail voice. She knew whose voice it was. Morong Roer bit her lip as her eyes welled up with tears. She looked absolutely heartbroken. Her entire face was the very picture of someone who had been crushed by the betrayal of a person closest to her. Her already fragile frame now trembled in the gentle wind. As if she did not dare believe her ears, she asked, "Yenner, all these years, how have I been treating you? Why would you say such a thing about me and accuse me of plotting to kill you? Don't forget, it was I who had once taken a sword for you. If I had wanted to harm you, why would I stand in the way of that sword 10 years ago?" Hearing this, Morong Yen laughed coldly. That's right, Morong Roer had saved her life once upon a time. It was because of this that she had ended up doing so many things for Morong Roer. But now that she thought of it, Morong Roer's previous actions had been only for the sake of manipulating her. Otherwise, how could she, who was once nothing more than a good-for-nothing, achieve such a great foothold in the Morong family? Now, she has successfully influenced everyone in the Morong family. So, a mere stepping stone, like Morong Yen herself, could be easily kicked aside. The funniest thing was all these years, she had always been so close to me. Eldest lady. Seeing Morong Roer's tear-stained face, Elder Heir chimed in disapprovingly, "You don't need to say anything more. I believe in who you really are. As the second lady is spouting such claims, she must be sent to the torture chamber. Let the guard investigate the truth of the matter. If this was truly slander, then she must be punished severely." "Don't," Morong Roer's face drained of color as she quickly interjected, "Yenner has clearly been bewitched by someone else. She has done nothing wrong. Throwing her into the torture chamber is simply too cruel. How can I bear it?" "Humph." Elder Heir let out a sigh and replied helplessly, "Second lady, the eldest lady is always thinking of your own good, yet you would choose to listen to the slander of others instead of trusting your own sister. I'm certain that these two have placed you under a spell. I'm going to have them thrown out this instant." As he spoke, Elder Heir shot Gu Ruoyun an icy glare. Deep down, he was certain that these two troublemakers were the ones who were responsible for throwing a wrench into the relationship between the two ladies. The most laughable part was that they never knew how kind Roer truly was, he thought. Plotting to use such methods to frame her. That's simply impossible. Gu Ruoyun had stayed silent from the very beginning. Her eyes remained clear and cool as they always were. It was as if she did not hear the ongoing debate. Yi Nua blinked and hid behind Gu Ruoyun. To him, this was currently the safest place around. "I'd love to see who dares." Morong Yen bellowed, then pulled out a simple and unadorned jade medallion from her sleeve. She swept her keen gaze across every face before her. "The seal of the master is before you. I'd love to see who would dare to have them thrown out. Master Morong's seal, ... Elder Heir's expression changed instantly. The master has actually given his seal to Morong Yen. Yet the elder's office hasn't even received news of this. What does this idiot have that she could gain the right to govern the entire Morong household? Of course, Elder Heir had not suspected Morong Yen of stealing the seal. After all, the seal would only recognize the master of the family as its master. Only when it has been passed down to the next master of the house will the contract be dissolved. But no one could have expected that the master has already decided on choosing this idiot as his heir a long time ago. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, Promise Your Life to Me, How About It? 1. Chapter 532, Promise Your Life to Me, How About It? 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Master's Seal? This. How can this be? Morong Roer covered her mouth and stumbled a few steps back as her frail body trembled slightly. The one who will inherit the Morong family is Morong Yen? Which also means that my years of hard work have all gone to waste? No. I cannot accept this. That woman, Morong Yen, has no right to sit in that position. A sinister light flashed briefly across Morong Roer's eyes before she quickly reverted to her usual facade. However, she could not help but clench her hands into fists. Her beautiful eyes were fixed upon Morong Yen, who was holding the seal in her hand. What? Morong Yen laughed icily. Elder Heir, you've seen the master's seal. Why are you not backing down? Elder Heir took a deep breath and sighed. A peculiar glint flashed across his eyes. Second lady, do you really want to do this? And what if I do? Morong Yan's voice grew colder as she spoke with an arrogant look on her pretty face. Besides, I'm an arrogant, despotic and headstrong woman in your eyes.
If that's the case, I simply don't mind acting with a bit more arrogance.
Now, as the next master of the Morong family, I order you to stand down.
No one is allowed to touch my guests.
Those who go against me shall be severely dealt with. Elder Heir narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't sure why, but it felt as if the second lady had turned into a completely different person. She was still as arrogant and aggressive as before, but her current temperament was exactly the same as Master Morong.
When had she grown into such a strong presence? The second lady has spoken, so how can I not comply?
Elder Heir regained his senses and spoke curtly, "Let's go." Once he had finished his piece, he scoffed, turned around and disappeared from view.
Yenner. Morong Roar bit her lip and walked to Morong Yan's side.
Her gentle gaze fell upon her. "I know that there has been some sort of misunderstanding between us, but I don't blame you.
Regardless of anything that happens, you are my most beloved little sister and the most important person to me."
Had she not discovered this woman's true colors, Morong Yan would probably have remained completely oblivious to her act. Now, she only responded with a cold scoff, curling the corners of her lips into a mocking smile.
"Morong Roar, you shouldn't have done it if you didn't want anyone to find out in the end. No one knows better than you of the things that you've done to me. Even so, did you ever consider how much I've labored for you?
For the sake of your position, I had willingly allowed myself to be labeled as an idiot.
I've also helped you to get to where you are today.
If I haven't helped you, do you really think that you'd be able to step up and help the Morong family out of our crisis?"
Morong Yan stared disappointedly at the beautiful face before her. "Yenner, what are you saying?" Suddenly, Morong Roar noticed a handsome figure approaching them.
A peculiar glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. She hurriedly covered it up with her initial demeanor and plastered a look of complete shock on her face. "I am where I am today because of my own efforts. I was the one who had led the Morong family business into our current successful state.
If I had not given my suggestions, would the Morong family have grown into what it is today?"
"Why would you say such things and try to claim all of my hard work for your own?" Her eyes were filled with disbelief. That sorrowful and despondent look on her face was a perfect picture of someone who has been hurt by the person they had trusted the most.
"Yenner, if you want my current position, I can give it to you with no strings attached. Please don't hurt me like this. As long as it's something you want, even if it's my own life, I would give it to you.
You are, after all, the person who is closest to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 533, Promise Your Life to Me, How About It? 2. Chapter 533, Promise Your Life to Me, How About It? 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Morong Yan wrinkled her brow in disgust and turned away.
She no longer wanted to look at Morong Roar's artificial act. "Yenner."
A soft voice called out to her from not too far away, catching Morong Yan's attention.
Morong Yan was wondering why Morong Roar had suddenly denied the truth.
"Ah, so it's because of senior brother.
Lady Gu, little brother Yi Nua."
Lu Shaoqian smiled at Gu Ruoyan and Yi Nua as he greeted them. "My apologies, I've arrived a little late."
"Were you hurt?" "We're fine." Gu Ruoyan shook her head as she calmly replied. "Hurt?
I was definitely hurt and it's pretty bad too." Yi Nua jumped and exclaimed with an angry look on his face, "I am suffering from an internal injury. I'm so disgusted that I've vomited all the food I've digested over the past month." Though Yi Nua had been pampered since birth and has never encountered the scum of society, he was very accurate when it comes to reading a person's true intentions. "Women like Morong Roar are far too hypocritical," he fumed.
"I really don't know if those old farts from the Morong family have been blinded. Why can't they see that?"
"Oh?" Lu Shaoqian cocked an eyebrow and smiled at Yi Nua. "I wonder what had happened to have caused little brother Yi Nua to sustain such heavy internal injuries." Yi Nua glared at Morong Roar and haughtily replied, "It was this vomit-inducing woman, of course.
She's too fake and too disgusting.
Besides, her acting skills are simply horrendous. If a woman like this were to stand in front of my grandfather, she would have been found out at first glance."
Lu Shaoqian snorted as if he did not notice Morong Roar's ugly expression and burst out laughing. "Little brother Yi Nua, you've certainly got a sharp tongue. I wonder, what family are you from, little brother?"
Yi Nua blinked as if he did not understand Lu Shaoqian's question and looked utterly astonished. "I'm merely a child from an average family."
"I don't know what you mean."
Hearing this, Gu Ruoyan, who was standing right next to him, could not help but feel the corner of her lips curl up. If Yi Nua wasn't from a powerful family, his body would not have emitted such an aura.
However, he certainly understands the principles of traveling outside of one's home. He won't reveal his true identity so casually. He. The corners of Lu Xiaoqian's mouth began to curl up as well. Nevertheless, when he realized that Yi Nuo wasn't going to elaborate any further, he did not continue to press the matter either. Seeing his little brother Yi Nuo does not wish to tell me, I won't force you. However, you are still a guest of the Morong family. Both you and Lady Gu are welcome to visit us any time. Big brother Lu. Just as Lu Xiaoqian was about to continue speaking, Morong Roer bit her lip and exclaimed, Big brother Lu, Roer really doesn't know what she has done wrong. This little brother has humiliated Roer in such a way. Everything I've done, I've only done it for Yenner's sake. Why is it that you cannot see through my intentions? She clenched her fists tighter and tighter. She simply could not accept this, but she would not show a single trace of it on her face. She maintained her pitiful expression and tried to garner sympathy. If a man were to lay his eyes upon such a pitiful-looking girl, he would automatically feel his heart soften. However, this had no effect on Lu Xiaoqian, who was well aware of her true nature. He's a 10-year-old child. The words of a child carry no harm, so why be calculative with him? Lu Xiaoqian's face turned cold as he replied curtly, What I simply can't comprehend is why eldest Lady Morong, who is so kind and gentle in the eyes of the world, would look down upon the words of a child. Or is that to say, that this is eldest Lady Morong's true nature? Morong Roer's face drained of color in one split second. She stared wistfully at the bright, handsome face before her and looked so sorrowful as if she was dying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, Promise Your Life to Me, How About It? 3. Chapter 534, Promise Your Life to Me, How About It? 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Big brother Lu, that's not what I meant, Enough. Lu Xiaoqian's gaze darkened. Morong Roer, don't think I don't know what you've done. Yenner is my junior sister, I won't let anyone harm her. Junior sister? Morong Yen was shaken and she widened her big eyes in disappointment at Lu Xiaoqian. So, I've always been nothing more than his junior sister, deep down in his heart. His kindness towards me has all because of this. At this moment, Morong Yen felt a searing pain in the depths of her heart, like a needle piercing through her very being. It hurt so much that she sighed and her beautiful face was filled with disappointment. However, at this moment, Lu Xiaoqian had his back to her and had not noticed her reaction at all. Senior brother, I'm a little tired. Morong Yen forced a smile on her face and spoke to the man in front of her, I'm going to rest now. I'll let you take care of these two. Then, without waiting for Lu Xiaoqian's response, Morong Yen turned and walked out of the courtyard. Yenner? Lu Xiaoqian turned around to look at Morong Yen as anxiety flashed clearly in his eyes. Yenner, what's the matter? Why are you suddenly tired? As she watched the thoroughly anxious Lu Xiaoqian, a glint flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes and she laughed internally. It would seem that this Lu Xiaoqian might have some feelings for his junior sister. He just hasn't realized it himself. Yi Nuo, let's go. Gu Ruoyun yawned and did not say anything else. She turned towards the guest room and closed the door. Yi Nuo touched his nose, then followed Gu Ruoyun into the room as well. It was nightfall and the light of the moon shone like clear water. Gu Ruoyun was sitting cross-legged on her bed with her eyes closed. The light of the moon poured down from the heavens, casting a cool glow into the room. How boring. Yi Nuo pouted and glanced at Gu Ruoyun. He sighed out of boredom, then rose to his feet and walked out the door. Yi Nuo, who had shut the door behind him, did not notice this, but once he had left, the girl's body, which had been sitting on the bed, suddenly disappeared. In the ancient divine pagoda. Standing in front of a cauldron, Gu Ruoyun looked flabbergasted. Her gaze slowly fell upon the handsome, demonic man before her as she asked, Zixi, what is the meaning of this? Previously, whenever I've entered the ancient divine pagoda, I would only enter as a spirit. Yet this time, even my physical body has followed as well. Due to my increase in power, you can now enter the ancient divine pagoda completely. Zixi took one look at Gu Ruoyun and had obviously guessed what she was thinking. He smiled demonically, little girl, there is a sort of power in the banished lands. This power has been preventing me from leaving the ancient divine pagoda. Fortunately, you can still enter. Additionally, my breakthrough in strength has allowed your physical body to enter the ancient divine pagoda as well. So should you ever be faced with an enemy that you cannot defeat, you can escape through the ancient divine pagoda. Gu Ruoyun nodded gently. Zixi, I want to see Xiao Yi. Zixi was mildly startled before he nodded. I placed him in a room, you can go see him. Nobody saw the quick flash of complex feelings in Zixi's eyes that left as quickly as it came. But he did not stop Gu Ruoyun. He would never stop her in doing whatever she wanted to do. He would only do everything he could to help her. In the room, the man lay quietly on a large, red bed. He looked as if he were asleep and was completely still and silent. It's just like when we first met. At this very moment, Gu Ruoyun was completely mesmerized by his current state. So much so that she was willing to remain intertwined with him for the rest of her life. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, Promise Your Life to Me, How About It? 4. Chapter 535, Promise Your Life to Me, How About It? 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yi, I'm here to see you. Gu Ruoyun gingerly leaned over him and gently stroked the man's ethereal silver hair. Her eyes no longer held a clear cold gaze, the way she looked at others. She now spoke with a soft and gentle look in her eyes. Xiao Yi, you may not know this, but I had been betrayed in my past life. So, initially, I didn't want to trust in anyone. Yet in the end, I still trusted you. Even if I didn't understand your past and I don't know the crimes you've once committed or why Zixi is so afraid of you, I believe in my own intuition. From the moment I've laid eyes on you, I believe that you would never betray me, not in this life. There are some things that should be mutual. You have once given me so much, too much, in fact. So now, it's my turn. Don't worry, we'll be together again soon. And in the future, no one can ever tear us apart. Slowly, the girl leaned over and gently kissed the man on his lips. Like the light touch of a dragonfly on the surface of a calm lake, she swiftly broke away. Xiao Yi, wait for me. I will get the Hell's Lotus as quickly as I can and wake you from your slumber. She then took another look at the man who was lying on the bed. A sense of reluctance flashed across her eyes before she slowly dragged her feet away. Outside the door, Zixi stared at her with a complicated look on his face. After a long pause, he asked, Little girl, due to the situation in the banished lands, I will be unable to leave the ancient divine pagoda. However, should you ever be in danger, you can escape into the ancient divine pagoda. Gu Ruoyun nodded, I understand, Zixi. No matter what, I must thank you. Little girl. Zixi smiled demonically and raised his hand to gently stroke Gu Ruoyun's hair. At this very moment, his sharp, demonic, purple eyes were filled with warmth and indulgence. I've told you, if you really want to thank me, I don't mind accepting your body as payment. I may be a demonic beast, but if we practice to the end, you and I can join together. Gu Ruoyun was startled. She shrugged her shoulders in annoyance. Zixi, do you really think I'd be in the mood to joke with you at a time like this? Joke? Zixi took 2 steps closer towards Gu Ruoyun. His expression no longer held his initial demonic air. His purple eyes stared at the delicate and pretty face before him in complete seriousness. Little girl, do you really think that I'm joking? Gu Ruoyun has never seen Zixi in such a serious state. She clearly jumped from the shock. She raised her head in confusion and stared blankly at Zixi. Amidst her confusion over the situation, a gentle laugh rang aloud. Zixi curled his lips again and laughed demonically. What, little girl? Did I scare you? All right. I won't force you. Phew. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun felt relieved and she smiled. Her gaze never left the demonic man who looked as handsome as a mythological evil spirit. Zixi, you will always be my companion and a person whom I can trust completely. This man was the only person who has seen her in her past life and followed her into her current life. He has always been by her side ever since her days as a weakling, watching her grow stronger and stronger each day. At the end of the day, he's also the only one in this entire world who understands her the most. In this life, she has been quite blessed. Not only did she have Xiao Yi, a companion who has pledged his life to her, she had a comrade who could fight with her towards the apex of the entire world. Because you are my contracted master, Zixi smiled and ruffled Gu Ruoyun's hair, my responsibility is to watch you grow and stay by your side. So, no matter what I do, you don't have to thank me because this is what I should be doing. All right. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently, next time, I won't thank you so much. Because, from now on, I will prove my trust in him through my own actions. At the Morong family home. In the guest room, Gu Ruoyun has just emerged from the ancient divine pagoda when she heard yelling from outside the door. What are you doing here? Yi Nua glared in annoyance at the frail-looking girl before him and scoffed, I have no interest in women like you. There's no need for you to come here and throw yourself at me. At this moment, Morong Roar's face was flushed completely red. Whatever it is, this Yi Nua is only a 10-year-old brat.
Yet he had just said
that I want to throw myself at him?
Hee. Morong Roar contained her feelings and laughed softly. Little brother, I have something to discuss with you.
Perhaps you'd let me in?
Humph. Yi Nua haughtily raised his little head, and responded with a disdainful look on his face, I have nothing to discuss with a lump of feces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 536, The Nauseating Morong Roar, 1. Chapter 536, The Nauseating Morong Roar, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh! Morong Roar's face immediately turned dark. She clenched her fists tightly and deliberately forced herself not to lash out. She reminded herself over and over again in her head that he was just a child. Why should I lower my standards and be so calculative towards a child? Morong Roar's expression slowly returned to normal. Her beautiful and gentle features displayed a soft smile. Little boy, I harbor no ill intentions, only there are certain matters that I wish to discuss with the both of you. Yi Nua rolled his eyes as he thought, can this woman not comprehend what he had just said? I'm still not in the state where I would lower my standards to speak with a pile of sh*t. You better hurry off to wherever you came from. You are making me nauseous. No matter how great Morong Roar's level of tolerance was, this moment nearly drove her mad. She no longer cared about her facade as she glared coldly at the little lord before her. Little boy, did you lose your parents at a young age? Is that why no one has ever taught you any manners? Such a lack of upbringing. Oh, right, I seem to have forgotten. You're nothing but a beggar. How could a beggar possibly have parents? She then gritted her teeth furiously as she glared hatefully at Yi Nua. This little B***** has insulted me by calling me a pile of sh*t. He's such a bully. Does he think that I, Morong Roar, am a person that he can step on so easily? Squeak. Just at that moment, the room's door was slowly pushed open. Gu Ruoyan, who was dressed in green robes, slowly stepped out. She swept her gaze across Yi Nua's form before it landed on Morong Roar's face, which was now full of hatred. Gu Ruoyan frowned. Can I help you? Morong Roar softened her expression and fixed her attention on Gu Ruoyan. Miss, I don't know who the both of you are, but I am well acquainted with all the great families in Black Rock City. Nevertheless, I've never met you before. I'm certain that you are from another country. She paused for a moment before continuing, however, after arriving in Black Rock City, you immediately chose to curry favor with Morong Yen. Unfortunately, you're fawning over the wrong person. Morong Yen may hold the master's seal, but her position in the Morong family isn't exactly very high. How about this, if you can help me out, I'll grant you many great benefits. Those benefits are good enough to reach the skies. Gu Ruoyan lightly raised her eyebrow and replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes, oh? How would you like me to help you then? It's simple. A vicious glint flashed across Morong Roar's eyes. I want you to help me frame Morong Yen so that the Morong family thinks that she's plotting to harm Master Morong and that she had stolen the seal from his hands. If you help me with this, you will never want for benefits in the future. Even if someone wishes to bully you, just mention the Morong family name and no one will dare to lay a hand on you. Furthermore, Morong Roar took a deep breath as if she had made a decision. Then, she raised her head at the girl who had a half-smile on her face. I will gift you with one heavenly spirit fruit. Everyone knows that the heavenly spirit fruit had the ability to grant a low-level martial king a breakthrough to a high-level martial king. She had obtained this fruit with great difficulty in the past. The only thing was, because she was unable to cultivate, this heavenly spirit fruit was of no use to her. But if she could use this heavenly spirit fruit to bribe this woman to help her frame Morong Yen, then it would be worth it. Miss Gu, you should be well aware of the value of this heavenly spirit fruit. With this heavenly spirit fruit, you can immediately break through from the rank of a low-level martial king to the rank of a high-level martial king. Even if you are unable to reach the level of a martial king in this life, you can still take this heavenly spirit fruit to the auction. It will certainly fetch a pretty price. At this moment, Morong Roar did not seem to notice Yi Nua's face, which was full of mockery as she spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, The Nauseating Morong Roar, 2. Chapter 537, The Nauseating Morong Roar, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She talking about the heavenly spirit fruit which can allow a low-level martial king to break through to the rank of a high-level martial king? Is this woman completely blind to the circumstances? We know that a group of spiritual beasts all at the rank of martial king had been immediately slaughtered by Gu Ruoyan.
Her powers have long surpassed the level of a mid-level martial king. She's probably a high-level martial king at the very least. She might even be a martial emperor. Would she have that level of power if she were only a mid-level martial king? What do you say, Miss Gu? Morong Rower smiled confidently. She was certain that no cultivator could possibly resist the temptation of a heavenly spirit fruit. I can give you more time to think about it. Though I believe that you are an intelligent woman, Miss Gu, so you should be aware of what is useful to you. You will never make any stupid decisions. Gu Ruoyun gently stroked her chin. She then turned towards Morong Rower and blinked. You're trying to bribe me with a piece of trash? Did you think that I would come that cheap? The smile on Morong Rower's face disappeared and her features stiffened. She laughed. Miss Gu, are you joking? Even if you are unable to reach the level of a martial king, you would never have to worry about clothes or food based on the value of the heavenly spirit fruit. I'm sorry, Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly, I'm not interested in the heavenly spirit fruit. But if you're willing to barter something else with me, perhaps I will agree. Morong Rower took a big, deep breath in order to restrain herself from her sudden urge to scream at Gu Ruoyun. This woman is seriously overconfident about her abilities. She would even look down on a heavenly spirit fruit. Someone like her will never be able to obtain such a valuable treasure like the heavenly spirit fruit. Miss Gu, what do you want then? I, Morong Rower, will certainly give it to you. I only want two things. Gu Ruoyun raised two fingers and smiled gently. 1. The entire world. 2. A hell's lotus. The entire world? Morong Rower clenched her fist, her entire body was shaking with rage. If I had the ability to conquer the entire world, would I even need this woman to help me take over the Morong family? Oh, but she is good, isn't she? Opening her mouth to ask for the world. Miss Gu, do you know what kind of people I despise most in my entire life? Morong Rower sneered, I absolutely despise insolent and arrogant women like you the most. I had kindly advised you yet you completely looked down on me. The entire world? Forget about me, I'm afraid that no one else in this world would dare to claim that she could conquer the entire world. I really don't know what powers you possess to be able to dominate this patch of sky. As for the Hell's Lotus, that's even more of a joke. That's an absolute myth, no one has ever seen it before. Which hole should I dig that out from for you? Gu Ruoyun fell silent. She had said all those things because she wanted to wrangle some information about the Hell's Lotus from Morong Rower's mouth. But she did not expect for the Hell's Lotus to be only a myth, one that no one had ever seen before. From the looks of things, it will take quite a bit of trouble before she can find a Hell's Lotus. Miss Gu, Morong Rower softened her tone as if she wished to advise her with gentle emotions and logic. That woman, Morong Yen, can't really give you anything. I still hope that you'll think this over carefully and decide based on what would benefit you the most. If you miss out on this opportunity, there won't be another chance. You will only be able to resume in the lowest form of existence in all of the banished lands. Oi! Yi Nuo was thoroughly enraged. He placed his hands on his hips arrogantly and said, Stupid piece of sh*t, can you just leave already? Quit nauseating me with your presence. I don't want to end up puking out all of my dinner. You kid! Morong Rower's expression changed and a malicious glint flashed across her gaze. You have absolutely no upbringing to show, so let me teach you what it means to be polite. Is this how you act in front of your elders? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538, The Nauseating Morong Rower, 3. Chapter 538, The Nauseating Morong Rower, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I've already exposed my true colors to these two, she thought. There's no longer need for any more pretense. Once she finished speaking, she raised her hand and directed it at Yi Nuo. Gu Ruoyun gently raised the corners of her lips. One should not judge Yi Nuo just because of the fact that he was a 10-year-old boy. Based on Morong Rower's capabilities, she was no match for him even if there were 100 of her. However, help! The eldest Lady Morong is hitting someone. Yi Nuo widened his big eyes as if he had received a huge shock. He ran and cried out at the same time. However, no one noticed that in that very instant, a cunning light was flashing across his big eyes. Eldest Lady Morong is bullying a small child. Help! Help! Someone save me! You! Morong Rower's face suddenly drained of color as her eyes filled with anxiety and anger. She had not expected this little boy to scream and shout. What if someone else sees this? I would be finished. What is it? What happened? Just then, a voice sounded from somewhere further in front. They all saw the Morong family chamberlain, Uncle Lu, rushing over with a lantern in hand. Soon, those who have overheard the commotion also hurried over to see the situation. Morong Yan saw Morong Roar's pale face at first glance and soon understood what had happened. She rushed over towards the gathering crowd. "Help! Please help me, the eldest Lady Morong says that she wants to teach me a lesson." A glint flashed across Yi Nua's eyes. He then ran behind Morong Yan and his entire being trembled in fear as if he had received a huge scare. His adorable cherubic features were full of grief.
"Morong Roar, explain this to me, what's going on? He's only a child. Don't you think that you've crossed the line?"
Lu Xiaochen, who had followed Morong Yan, wrinkled his brows as an angry flame which cannot be extinguished blazed furiously from within his chest. "Yi Nua is only a child," he fumed. Regardless of the situation, to put her hand on a 10-year-old child.
This Morong Roar is absolutely vicious. Tears of grief began to well up from within Morong Roar's eyes. "I didn't. You clearly wanted to hit me just a while ago. Yet you're now denying it."
Yi Nua leaped in anger as he replied furiously, "You said something about my lack of upbringing and that I definitely have no parents.
You even said that you wanted to teach me how to respect my elders. But how is it that I wasn't aware of this? When had you become an elder?" "Humph."
Lu Xiaochen scoffed and spoke with a cold look in his eye. "Morong Roar, you've cursed the parents of another, is this what you have to show for your upbringing?"
"I certainly wasn't aware of this, but I know it now.
It seems that eldest Lady Morong is someone with such great upbringing.
Big brother Lu."
Morong Roar bit her lip as she stared pitifully at the handsome yet distant face. "I really didn't, he's putting me in the wrong on purpose."
Lu Xiaochen laughed coldly. "He's only 10. A 10-year-old child wouldn't lie. Morong Roar, one day your true colors will be exposed for all to see." Morong Roar gaped, but in the end, she did not say anything else.
Tears of grief rolled down her face as her eyelashes trembled gently from the tears. She looked absolutely delicate and pitiful, as if she had truly been wronged. Watching her artificial facade, Morong Yan felt nauseated. She knitted her brows in disgust and shot Morong Roar a cold look.
"Then, I wonder, my good big sister. Can you explain to me? Why were you here at such a late hour?"
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 539, The Nauseating Morong Roar, 4. Chapter 539, The Nauseating Morong Roar, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Morong Roar's eyes flashed. Just as she was about to speak, she was cut off by a childish voice. "You have no idea how disgusting this woman is. She told me that she wants me to be her gigolo. When I told her that I wouldn't do it, she accused me of having no upbringing.
Then, she wanted to hit me."
The look of anger and disgust on his face was so genuine, everyone who had heard his story immediately believed him without a doubt.
Besides, this was a 10-year-old boy. How could a 10-year-old boy concoct such a lie? Hence, a lot of people became enraged upon hearing this.
They never imagined that Morong Roar could have done such a thing and to try to coerce a 10-year-old child to become her personal gigolo.
She is the true embodiment of a pervert.
The crowd thought in unison.
"You're talking nonsense, dot."
Morong Roar's gentle and pretty face was now full of rage. "I never said such things, you're framing me. You dared to say it to me, but you don't dare to admit it."
"Brother Lu, please protect me, this woman is scary. Had you all arrived a moment later, she would have certainly dragged me away. I have absolutely no interest in a vomit-inducing woman like her. I don't want to become her gigolo."
"Oh, that's right, she said that if I were to become her gigolo, she would gift me with the heavenly spirit fruit in her possession." Yi Nua looked absolutely terrified as he clutched Lu Xiaochen's sleeve and peeked timidly up at him. Actually, Lu Xiaochen and the rest of the crowd only needed to pause and consider the matter carefully. They would know for sure that what Yi Nua was saying would be completely impossible.
Guru Oyun was present, so Morong Roar couldn't possibly drag Yi Nua away no matter what.
But right now, due to their intense rage, they had lost all sense of logic. And most importantly, Morong Roar had a heavenly spirit fruit in her hands. In the entire Morong family, only a few were aware of this.
But Yi Nua knows about it, they mused. That means that his claims were most likely true. No, that's not true. Big brother Lu, you must believe me. How could I possibly?
Morong Roar shook her head frantically and hurriedly tried to explain herself. However, before she could continue, Lu Xiaochen's cold voice cut her off.
Enough, Morong Roar. You're truly getting more and more nauseating. You'd even put your hands on a 10-year-old child. Thud.
Morong Roer stumbled backward. She stared at Lu Xiaoqian's face, which was now full of loathing and disgust, and felt as if her heart was being torn into pieces.
Morong Yen, Guruoyan, Yinua. She fumed.
It's all their fault. If it hadn't been for their interference, Big Brother Lu would never have treated me like this, but these people all deserve to die. Only their deaths can dissolve the hatred in my heart. Guruoyan, who had been observing Morong Roer very closely, managed to catch the murderous intent in her eyes as clear as day.
She laughed silently.
Honestly, this Morong Roer, I've never really paid attention to her.
But since she's clearly displaying such intentions on my head, I'm certainly not going to be a sitting duck. All of you, what are you doing?
Suddenly, an elderly voice was heard from out of thin air. Once she saw the elder who was walking slowly towards her, Morong Roer's eyes shone and the same tears of grief began to roll down her face again.
Elder Heir.
Her voice was full of grief and suffering. It was hard not to feel emotionally moved.
Elder Heir could not help but feel a pang of heartache.
This Morong Roer was like a granddaughter to him, no matter the situation.
How could I stand by and watch her suffer?
Second lady, while you are indeed the heir to the Morong family, the eldest lady is still your sister, despite everything else.
Yet you would treat her in this manner for the sake of a few outsiders? Are you not afraid of retribution?
As he spoke, Elder Heir swept his gaze towards Guruoyan. A cold light flashed across his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 540, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 1. Chapter 540, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. These people cannot be allowed to remain in the Morong family.
Elder Heir, seeing his grandfather has already given the master seal to me, everyone in the Morong family should listen to my orders. They are my guests, nobody has the right to chase them away, but... At one glance, Morong Yen had seen right through Elder Heir's intentions.
She laughed coldly and issued a warning. Second lady, if that's what you wish, then it's not good for me to object.
Elder Heir shot Morong Yen a cold glare as his elderly face now became cold and icy. However, I hope that you will not regret your decision.
Eldest lady, come with me. I wish to speak to you.
Then, without a further look at the group, he turned to make his way towards the direction of the elder's office. Morong Roer bit her lip and paused in silence before she followed after Elder Heir. The air was solemn in the quiet elder's office, carrying a weight of heavy pressure.
Morong Roer kept quiet and stood with her head bowed. No one could tell what she was thinking. Sigh. Elder Heir asked exasperatedly, Roer, could you please explain to me what just happened?
At this moment, he had not addressed her as eldest lady. Instead, he had chosen a more intimate form of address, causing tears to roll down Morong Roer's face. Second elder, I was suspicious as those two had come from unknown origins. I was afraid that they might harbor ill intentions towards the Morong family. I was also afraid that they will harm Yenner, so I had wanted them to leave the Morong family, of their own accord.
But who would have thought that?
Morong Roer lifted her gaze, now blurry from tears, looking completely aggrieved, but who would have thought that they would completely ignore my advice?
They've even warned me and told me to mind my own business.
Then, they framed me in front of Yenner.
Elder Heir, everything that I've done had all been for the Morong family and Yenner's sake.
Humph.
Elder Heir scoffed.
His elderly face was now ashen and his old, muddy pupils burned with a fiery anger. He slammed his palm on the table.
It seems that those two were indeed harboring ambitions towards the Morong family.
That Yenner is another one for not trusting her own sister and placing her trust in an outsider instead. If she ends up dead because of them, it would all be her own fault.
No.
Morong Roer quickly shook her head. Elder Heir, Yenner is my little sister. No matter how cruel or vicious she is to me, it will never change that fact. I cannot bear to watch her live under the deception of outsiders. That's why, Elder Heir, you must help me. Sigh, Elder Heir sighed again and observed the woman's anxious face with gentleness. Roer, you are far too kind.
The second lady has ill-treated you and yet you are still trying to protect that idiot?
She has led the wolves to her den, so she had basically asked for it.
It's her fault for not listening to you.
Hearing this, Morong Roer shook her head. Elder Heir, this is all because
she is my little sister.
She can act mercilessly, but I can't bring myself to do such a thing.
Besides, I've said this before.
For the sake of my sister, even if I have to die, I would never have any complaints. Even though she is now under the deception of outsiders, one day, she will understand that in this entire world, the only person who would treat her so lovingly, besides grandfather, is me.
As she spoke, Morong Roer's expression was completely steadfast and chaste.
Anyone would feel moved at the sight of such determination. Should anyone happen to witness her speech, they would probably curse and swear at Morong Yen.
She has such a good older sister yet she does not treasure her? Elder heir thought. Is this woman a moron? Having an older sister who only thinks of what is best for her, how could she possibly want to harm her? Only a cruel and unscrupulous person would not believe in such a kind and delicate girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 2. Chapter 541, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rower, don't you worry. I may not like that idiot, the second lady, but she is still a member of the Morong family at the end of the day. I will not allow anyone to string her along. As for those two, if their intentions are indeed horrible, I will make them regret their actions. As glint of murderous intent flashed across Elder Heir's eyes as a cold smile formed on his elderly face. I will never allow anyone to lay a single hand on the Morong family, but for the safety of the Morong family, even if the master and the second lady were to blame me, I will never give up. It's nothing compared to me resigning from my position as an elder and leaving this place. The Black Cloud Auction is the largest auction in Black Rock City. While it has been around for over 10 years, no one knew its true origins. At this moment, in the rear hall of the auction venue, two elders were seated opposite one another as they played chess. One was dressed in red and had white hair. If one could look beyond the white beard on his saggy cheeks and his wrinkles, he had rather handsome features. It wasn't difficult to imagine that he was once a Casanova in his youth. The other elder, dressed in blue robes, looked more refined and cultured. His elderly face was poised with a warm smile and his aura was as calm as still waters, absolutely comforting. Hee Yilan, as the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit to the Black Cloud Auction? The elder in blue smiled and placed his black chess piece in anticipation. His gentle eyes, filled with good humor, were looking at his friend. Yilan rolled his eyes and replied impatiently, what else could it be? It's that damned B** starred from my family. Oh? The elder in blue raised an eyebrow. What has Yi Nua done this time to have angered you so? Humph. Yilan turned into a ball of anger at the very mention of this. That damned B** starred certainly has some gall. He had ran away from the people whom I've hired to protect him. Now I've just received news that he's headed in the direction of Black Rock City. So, I'm here to find the damned B** starred. Every time Yi Nua has come up as a topic of conversation, thought the elder in blue. This old man would look so angry that he looked as if he was ready to choke him to death. However, no one knows better than I how much my old friend truly loves his one and only grandson. He certainly spoils him and cherishes him greatly. He can't even bring himself to scold him. He would only ever complain about him in front of me. Yi Nua, I haven't seen that boy in ages. It would be good if he's now in Black Rock City. If we can find out where he is, perhaps we can invite him to the Black Cloud Auction as a guest. Forget it. Yilan stared scornfully at the elder in blue. Don't think that I don't know what you're up to. You think I don't know you well enough? You're always trying to snatch my grandson away from me. Let me give you a piece of advice, give it up. My precious grandson isn't going anywhere. Cough, cough. The elder in blue robes cleared his throat and looked thoroughly chastised as if his friend had seen right through him. I'm certainly envious of you for having such a talented grandson. If I remember correctly, Yi Nua should be about 10 years old this year. A low-level martial king at 10 years old. TSK, he'd be considered a peerless genius no matter where he goes. Obviously. Upon hearing praises of his own grandson, Yilan immediately puffed his chest and raised his head with pride. Just look at whose grandson he is. Born with naturally great talent, along with the nurturing of my Yi family. It would be a great humiliation to me if he still hasn't reached the rank of martial king. Except that this kid absolutely loves making others worry about him. He had actually slipped away. Yilan felt his teeth itch at the thought of this. No matter what, once I get my hands on him, I'm going to teach him a real good lesson. We'll see if he dares to run away again next time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 3. Chapter 542, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Achoo! In the bustling streets of Black Rock City, Yi Nua let out a sneeze just as he was rushing towards the auction hall.
He rubbed his nose and mumbled to himself, "That's strange, why do I feel as if someone was just cursing at me?"
"What's wrong?" Lu Shaoqian asked as he looked puzzledly at Yi Nuo. Yi Nuo blinked, "It's just an old fart cursing silently at me behind my back." "Big brother Lu, do we need a name card when we enter the auction?"
"Little brother, you're overthinking things," Lu Shaoqian smiled, "there's no need for name cards in the Black Rock City auction. Besides, with the position that the Morong family holds in Black Rock City, we can enter at will."
"Oh, that's good."
Yi Nuo heaved a sigh of relief. "I had a lot of doubts about this. What if I needed to leave a name card when I enter the auction and I mentioned my name? I'd have to use a false name. After all, Grandpa Yin Luo is good friends with my old man. If that old man finds out that I'm in Black Rock City, he'd drag me back home for sure." Yi Nuo's body began to tremble all over as he thought of this. Gu Ruoyan glanced at the young boy next to her and a glint flashed across her eyes. Nevertheless, she stayed silent. Just as she was recollecting her thoughts, she heard a smug voice from not too far away.
"Oh, I was wondering who that was. It's the idiot second lady of the Morong family. Are you here to represent the Morong family in the auction? Unless I'm mistaken, the real representative of the Morong family should only be the eldest lady, Morong Rower. You're not even worth much."
A man who was dressed in green robes waved the fan in his hand. He approached the group with his big, protruding belly.
Gu Ruoyun gently wrinkled her eyebrows. "This feels really like running into a dog along the way.
Why is it that everywhere I go, I'll definitely bump into a group of shameless idiots?"
"Yalin, you better speak clearly." Morong Yan's expression darkened. "Who told you that Morong Rower was the only decision-maker of the Morong family?" "Ha, isn't it obvious?"
Yalin laughed smugly and curled his lips up with disdain. "Your talents aren't too bad, Morong Yan. Unfortunately, you're an idiot who doesn't know anything better than to use brute force and to stir up trouble. Morong Rower is completely unlike you, only an intelligent and sharp-witted woman like her deserved to sit in that position.
More importantly, she's kinder and gentler than you are. She would never provoke any issues for the Morong family. As for power, your Morong family already has the Elder's office.
They can completely assist her in becoming the heir.
Morong Yan, there's no use in feeling unsatisfied with your situation. No one had asked you to turn out so unsuitable for your family. However..."
Yalin paused as he swept his eyes across Morong Yan's pretty face. He then continued with a creepy smile on his face, "If you're willing to serve me for one night, perhaps I can assist you in obtaining that position." Yalin sneered as he thought, "I'm not interested in a malicious woman like her, but it's not a bad idea to have some fun. Besides, I would never marry her."
Lu Shaoqian's face turned black.
He took 2 steps forward and was just about to make his move when a clear and cold voice cut in.
"A good dog does not stand in the way. Get out of the way." Boom!
A powerful force immediately erupted towards the man in green, hitting him squarely in the chest. Without any further warning, his body was thrown a great distance away before falling to the ground with a loud crash.
Morong Yan stared blankly before turning towards Gu Ruoyun, feeling completely puzzled.
Previously, she had slaughtered that herd of spiritual beasts out of self-defense, not because she wanted to save us. Also, back in the Morong family home, she had stood up against Morong Rower because Morong Rower had implicated her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 543, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 4. Chapter 543, Running into a Dog Along the Way, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Yet, based on their interactions over the past few days, Morong Yan could already sense that Gu Ruoyan was the type of girl who would let things drift if they do not affect her personally. As long as the issue does not drag her down, she would not be a busybody. But now, she has raised her hand against Yalin, who had not really done anything to her. Morong Yan felt a complicated emotion in her heart. At this moment, it was absolutely clear to her that Gu Ruoyan had done this for her.
"Bodyguard Gu, you're too cool." Yi Nuo's eyes were sparkling with excitement.
He had a strong urge to give Gu Ruoyan a kiss.
"From now on, Bodyguard Gu is my idol. Let's go."
She continued walking as if she did not notice the shock-filled eyes of the bystanders around her.
Gu Ruoyun then continued to make her way towards the auction hall.
Just as she began to walk away, she heard an angry yell from behind them.
"You damned girl, you actually attacked me." Yalin wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and glared angrily at Gu Ruoyun's figure.
"Don't think that you can do as you please just because you're riding on the skirt tails of the Morong family.
Let me tell you this, Yilin, has never been afraid of any F*** king person. You will now kneel before me and crawl your way towards me. I will let you off on account of the fact that you are a beautiful woman. Otherwise, I'd F***king kill you even with Morong Yen and Lu Xiaochen present. Yi Nuan nearly went mad with rage. After all, Gu Ruoyun was his idol. That means, to a fanboy like him, she was greater than the heavens. Yet this guy had actually dared to insult his idol. He must be tired of living. Stepping over? I'll make it so that you won't even have a crotch to do it. Bang! Yi Nuai aimed his foot directly at the lower half of Ya Lin's body. Following that, a loud squeal which sounded a lot like a pig being slaughtered blared through everyone's ears. The onlookers were thoroughly astonished. No one had expected that the 10-year-old doll like Yi Nua would be so fierce. From the looks of it, Ya Lin can forget about his hopes for a prosperous life in the future. You damned be *****. Ya Lin glared at Yi Nua with an ugly look on his face as he gritted his teeth. You dared to kick me? Fine. If I don't dismember your body and feed it to the dogs today, then my name isn't Ya Lin. Yi Nua placed his hands on his hips and raised his chin arrogantly. Come at me then if you think you can do it. Do you think that I would be so easily frightened? You damned be *****. You can F***king go to hell. Ya Lin bellowed angrily and charged towards Yi Nua. Actually, it was also Ya Lin's fault for not working hard in his cultivation. He had been engrossed in the pleasures of the flesh and had thus remained at the rank of a high-level martial general even at this age. Hence, before he could even reach Yi Nua, he was sent flying into the air before landing on a nearby stall with a loud crash. Meanwhile, at the rear hall of the auction, Yi Lan overheard the commotion from outside and frowned. What's happening? Why is it so noisy? Hearing this, the elder in blue placed his last chess piece and smiled. I've won. Yi Lan, seeing as our chess match has now ended, let us go and investigate. We'll find out who would be so daring as to cause trouble before the Black Cloud auction can start. Yi Lan paused before he nodded. That's a good suggestion, I have nothing better to do anyway. Let's go have a look. The two men then rose from their seats and headed outside the auction hall. A crowd was slowly gathering in the bustling streets in front of the auction hall, growing larger as more and more people stopped to gawk. They were pointing and goggled curiously at Yi Nua as they gossiped amongst themselves. Yenner, what are all of you doing? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded through the crowd. Just as Morong Yen began to frown, she noticed Morong Roar and an average-looking young man approaching the group. Morong Roar took one look and saw the reckless Ye Lin who was lying in the middle of the broken stall. She widened her innocent-looking eyes with shock. Sir Ya, what happened to you? Who would be so vicious to have hurt you so horribly? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, Yi Nua's Identity, 1. Chapter 544, Yi Nua's Identity, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hearing this, two girls who had been cradled in Ye Lin's arms before the fight returned to their senses. One girl, who was dressed in red, quickly said, Eldest Lady Morong, it was this brat who had hurt Sir Ye Lin. He came with Morong Yen. Please, Eldest Lady, grant Sir Ye Lin justice. Yenner? Morong Roar was shocked. Her astonished gaze fell upon Morong Yen. Why would your friend try to harm him? He has also beat this person up so viciously. What if we were to draw the ire of the Ye family? How about this, ask your friend to apologize to Sir Ye, alright? She knew the level of Ye Lin's strength, yet this 10-year-old whippersnapper had actually managed to hurt him. Could it be that he has some sort of treasure in his hands? A slimy glint flashed across her eyes at the thought of this. At this moment, Ye Lin's agonized face changed completely. His body trembled incessantly, but despite his great agony, he did not collapse. You damned kid, you've crippled my little sailor. I won't let you off so easily. Even if Eldest Lady Morong tries to placate the situation for you, it won't be of any use. The only way out is for you to become my slave and submit yourself to my torture for the rest of your life. And you. He swept his gaze creepily towards Gu Ruoyun and gritted his teeth. I want you to be my sex slave. I might be crippled, but I still have 100,000 ways to torture you. This is the price for laying your hand on me. In all of Black Rock City, the only thing that Ye Lin feared was the Black Rock auction. He placed no great importance on anything else, including the Morong family. Yi Nua, let's go. Gu Ruoyun calmly swept her gaze across the maddened Ye Lin, then turned around and headed towards the auction. She had just started to walk away when a soft, alluring voice spoke up. Miss Gu, it doesn't matter how you've poisoned Yenner into throwing me aside, I can take that. But you've clearly crossed the line in dealing with this matter. By attacking Sir Ye in the Black Rock City, have you completely ignored this city's plight? I, Morong Roar, am normally very frail, and that's a fact.
But that does not mean that I'm afraid of a vicious woman like you. Morong Roar switched from that frail, weak visage and raised her snow-white chin as she spoke with a sharp sense of righteousness.
I had given way to you all because of Yenner, but you're simply not satisfied with the small gains, aren't you? Everyone would have the right to punish someone like you, and only Yenner would ever believe in your words. Because of you, she had not hesitated in accusing me. That speech not only implicated Gu Ruoyan for being a poisonous, vicious woman, it had dragged Morong Yen down as well. See how much she cherishes Morong Yen? For her, she would give way to her friend no matter how much she disliked that person. How had Morong Yen repaid her instead? She did not hesitate to accuse her all for the sake of an outsider. What a cruel and unscrupulous blind wolf. So, from the moment she finished her speech, Morong Yen was immediately shot with countless looks of mockery and disdain. I never thought that second Lady Morong would turn out to be this sort of person. That's right, we had known that she was merely an idiot from the beginning, but I didn't think that she would be this stupid. She would actually believe the words of an outsider and lose trust in her elder sister who has cherished her for so many years. Sigh, if I had an elder sister who always placed her younger sister first like Morong Roar, I think I would be smiling every time I awaken from my sleep. But it seems that some people don't even know how fortunate they truly are. No one saw it, but as the crowd dived into a fervent discussion, a smile flashed across Morong Roar's lips. Morong Yen, I've warned you. Fighting against me will not end well for you. She thought maliciously. So what if you have talent? So what if you have a good head for business? You've made a mistake by putting your trust in other people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, Yi Nua's Identity, 2. Chapter 545, Yi Nua's Identity, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Morong Yen trembled with anger as she glared fiercely at Morong Roar. I never imagined that this woman would be so shameless. No one in this life could possibly top her shamelessness. He. Someone sniggered softly. Soon after that, they saw a young man who was dressed in embroidered robes stepping forward with a fan in hand. His mouth was curled into a disdainful smile. He fixed his cold, arrogant gaze upon the flustered Morong Yen. Roar, is this your legendary little sister? Why would you still hold on to your sisterhood for someone like this? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with sarcasm as he looked down at the people before him as if they were not fit to stand in front of him at all. Who is he? Morong Yen furrowed her brows as she stared at the youth who was dressed in embroidered robes. I don't think I've seen him in Black Rock City before. Lu Xiaochen's face slowly sank and he momentarily fell silent. He then slowly explained, he is the governor of White Glory City's son. He's probably here to participate in the Black Cloud auction. However, I never expected that he would end up fooling around with Morong Roar. It would seem that Morong Roar does, indeed, have some tricks up her sleeve. Morong Yen sneered in thought. Morong Roar has always used her act as a pitiful, helpless damsel to garner sympathy. That's been her trick all along. Furthermore, Morong Yen could now see that she would go so far to announce to others about how she had been slandering her older sister. Sir, Morong Roar slowly stepped forward and replied gently, I do not blame Yenner. It's my fault for not educating my own sister well enough. I'm to blame for her mistakes. Seeing as Sir Yelin has stated his conditions to make up for the situation, give your two friends over to him. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will help you clear this up. Sir Yelin will not harm them. Such words, dripping with strong affection, made everyone feel the concern of an older sister for her younger sister. This caused them all to feel increasingly unsatisfied with Morong Yen. Why can't she see how much her older sister truly loves her? Faced with the cold stares from the crowd, Morong Yen laughed icily. Morong Roar, do you really think that Yao Lin would let them off so easily once they've fallen into his grasp? And you, are you really doing all of this for my sake? Forget it. You can parade your artificial charade in front of others all you want, but I've seen right through your act long ago. Morong Roar panicked. Yenner, you understand the depth of power that the Ye family possesses. You might even say that they're a level above the Morong family. I'm thinking of the good of the Morong family. Furthermore, your friends have injured Yelin. Can they really still be expected to leave Black Rock City? The Ye family is backed by the Wolf's Fang robbers. The Wolf's Fang robbers. A peculiar glint flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes once she heard that name. If I remember correctly, that vulgar-looking thug that I had met when I first set foot in the banished lands had mentioned something about his sister being the concubine of the right-hand man of the Wolf's Fang robbers. Now, it seems that even the Morong family is afraid of the Wolf's Fang robbers.
I wonder what kind of power do they hold. Naturally, after Morong Roer had spoken, Morong Yen fell silent.
But after her momentary pause, she slowly spoke up again. Morong Roer, are you done yet? If you're finally done, get out of my sight. Quit standing here and blocking my view.
Furthermore, it is not the place of a daughter of a small concubine to criticize or give orders summarily in the Morong family.
Morong Roer clenched her fists tightly as a white-hot anger burned within her chest.
It was because she was the daughter of a concubine, coupled with the fact that she had no talent, that she has had to endure mockery and ridicule ever since she was a child. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 546, Yi Nua's Identity, 3. Chapter 546, Yi Nua's Identity, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Hence, in order to avoid being labeled as the daughter of a mere concubine, I never hesitated to poison my own mother.
Only when that SL*T is dead could I begin to shake off my identity as the daughter of a concubine.
Just as she expected, once her mother was dead, she became desolate and alone and would always be the subject of abuse. Morong Yan's mother could no longer bear the sight of it, so she had taken her in and fostered her herself. However, at that time, Morong Yan would always treat her coldly. In order to gain the idiot's trust, she had utilized all of her savings to hire men to assassinate Morong Yan. At the most crucial moment, she had rushed out and taken a knife for Morong Yan. From that moment on, that idiot had changed her attitude towards her completely. Whenever she saw the elders of the family looking down on her, she would hide in the shadows and give her suggestions. She would then give Morong Roer all of the credit. Sadly, Morong Yen did not know that it was I who had secretly killed her parents.
Even that old fart's injuries had something to do with me. It's their fault for preferring Morong Yen.
If I don't get rid of them, I'll never stand a chance of becoming the master of the Morong family. Even if Morong Yen had died, they would never have given the inheritance to me. However, no one in this lifetime will ever know that I was responsible for the death of Morong Yan's parents. Because I was only 10 when they had died. How could a 10-year-old child harbor such intentions? However, they never knew that her young mind had become warped and twisted after so many years of unfair treatment. So what if I had to resort to murder? I would do anything to achieve my goals. But the most laughable thing was that Morong Yen had always treated her enemy, her father's murderer, as her closest relative. For my sake, she did not hesitate to pick fights with countless people, and became my muscle, helping me punch through to obtain my current station.
And she was labeled as an idiot for so many years.
Bai Xian laughed icily and was just about to further criticize Morong Yen when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed two people coming out from the auction hall.
Of the two elders, one had snowy white hair and was dressed in red.
He carried an air of an exuberant hero. The wind seemed to follow his every step and his robes would flutter dramatically.
Just looking at him would make anyone feel intimidated.
The other man was dressed in blue and had a graceful yet scholarly look about him.
His elderly face carried a warm and gentle smile.
It was a smile which bathed one in warm sunlight and makes one feel an extremely comfortable feeling throughout their entire being.
Bai Xian felt dazed.
He did not know the identity of the elder in red, but he knew exactly who the other one was. It's the president of the Black Cloud Auction, Yun Luo.
He's also the person whom I've come here to meet. Bai Xian decided to let Gu Ruoyun and the rest of her gang off the hook for the moment.
He quickly straightened out his robes and made his way towards the two. Meanwhile, at the very same time, Yi Nua had also noticed the two elders who had emerged from the auction hall. Like a frightened little rabbit, he immediately darted behind Gu Ruoyun.
You can't see me, you can't see me. Yi Nua silently mumbled that to himself over and over again.
He sorely wished that he could turn invisible so that no one could see him at all.
Unfortunately, things did not turn out the way he wanted it to be.
Just as Yi Nua was willing his body to shrink from existence, the eyes of the elder in red turned towards his direction and his expression quickly turned into shock. Then, his entire being seemed to morph into a violent lion. You, that little b****, start over there.
No need to hide, this old man has spotted you. Get your *SS over here this instant. He bellowed angrily. Bai Xian paused in his steps and stared in astonishment at the elder in red. Because he happened to stand right behind Yi Nua, he thought that Yi Lan had been referring to him. Hence, he was completely petrified with fear.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 547, Yi Nua's Identity, 4. Chapter 547, Yi Nua's Identity, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This person. He's allowed to stand with Lord Yunluo, thought by Xin. I reckon his identity is more complex than it seems.
But I don't seem to recall provoking such a strong cultivator like him. You damned be ****, you're still trying to ****king hide yourself. Seeing how his own grandson was still ignoring him, Yilan grew so angry that he could leap 3 meters above the ground. He roared with a fiery rage that reached the heavens. I'll give you 3 seconds. Roll your *SS right over here now. Or else, this old man will whip your *SS until it bears flowers. Roll over there? Only a fool would do that. It's far safer to hide behind bodyguard Gu. Yi Nua curled his lips. This old fart clearly wants to kill me. I'm not about to walk into that trap. Only a fool would do a thing like that. But whatever happened next would turn out to become a particularly shocking scene for him. Xin, who had his head on a high horse just a while ago, suddenly lay down on the floor and rolled right over towards Yilan.
With no explanation whatsoever.
This time, forget about the ones who knew who he was, even the rest of the audience members were completely flabbergasted.
Who are you?
Yilan wrinkled his brows and asked with obvious impatience as he swept his cold gaze towards Xin, who had rolled right in front of him.
I'm in the middle of chastising my grandson. What tree and which root had produced this clueless kid to approach me and cause trouble? Xin looked blankly into space, then stared in astonishment at Yilan. Didn't you ask me to roll over here? You said that I'd asked you to roll over here? Yilan laughed in spite of his anger. Who are you? Do you really think that you'd have the right to roll your way over to me? I was talking to that slippery little fox hiding over there. Damned be ****, if you don't ***king show yourself to this old man, I'm going to go over there and whoop your *SS. Shudder. Xin's body was now drenched in a layer of cold sweat. At this moment, he dearly wished that he could lock himself into a cave out from complete embarrassment from the astonished eyes of the crowd. Even that would be a better option than standing here and enduring such humiliation. Quit being so fierce. Yi Nua curled his little lips before he carefully stepped out from behind Gu Ruoyan. He mumbled, You're so fierce, it's no wonder father is afraid of you. Hearing this, Yilan laughed in spite of his rage. Damned be ***, my many scoldings towards your father is all because of you, you damned be ***. Oh, you're really good, aren't you? Making such bogus accusations. I've always shielded you, but this time, you've crossed the line by actually running away from the bodyguards that I've sent to protect you. Don't you ***king know how dangerous this mainland is? If you're that sick of living, then let me know. I will personally send you up to the Western Paradise immediately. That's certainly better than being angered to death by you, you damned be ***. The more Yilan thought about it, the angrier he felt. I've certainly overindulged this brat, that's why he's turned out to be such a maverick. While this damned brat is certainly talented, he's only 10. If anyone wanted to kill him, it would be just as easy as crushing an ant. What are you still standing there for? Get your *SS over here this instant. Yilan bellowed with fury at the sight of Yi Nua, who was holding onto Gu Ruoyan's robes. I won't. Yi Nua glared at Yilan and tugged on Gu Ruoyan's robes. Bodyguard Gu, quick, save me. This old fart has gone rabid. What if he bites me? I don't want to turn insane too. Please save me. Rabid. Yilan's entire body trembled in anger. You damned be ***, you're accusing me, your own grandfather, of going insane. You get your *SS over here, I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Grandfather? Xin stared blankly into space. While he was able to deduce that the relationship between the old man and the little boy was probably more complex based on how Yilan had spoken to the boy, he never thought that he would turn out to be his grandfather. If that's the case, Moron Yan's friends are somehow acquainted with the Black Cloud auction. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I had not spewed too much venom in my words. Otherwise, the people of White Glory City would probably be destroyed. Xin immediately forgot about his current plight at the thought of this and subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, Yi Nua's Identity, 5. Chapter 548, Yi Nua's Identity, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A large crowd had amassed around the public square in front of the auction hall. Gu Ruoyan looked at the old man's furious face and a glint flashed across her eyes. She simply could not see through the old man's level of power. One could say that due to the ancient divine pagoda, some powerful cultivators would not necessarily be able to mask their aura even with the help of treasures. But, in the case of this elder in red, I can't sense his rank at all. There can only be one explanation for this. That means that this old man is either at the rank of a martial honor or above. In all of the banished lands, only one person could possibly be at the rank of a martial honor or above. The Yi family. Gu Ruoyan took a deep breath and recalled her conversation with Lu Shaoqian where he had mentioned the Yi family. She had guessed that a genius like Yi Nuo would certainly be somehow related to the Yi family. However, she never gave much thought into this matter. She certainly had not expected that the young boy whom she had run into by accident would have turned out to be from that particular family. Yun Luo glanced at his old friend and sniggered, cutting through the current deadlock, "You should stop scaring Yi Nuo. See how petrified he is now? How could this false bravado be of any use at all? Look how anxious you've become after being unable to locate his whereabouts for so many days. You nearly overturned the banished lands." Yi Lan rolled his eyes. "Is it that easy to call my bluff? If I don't scare this stupid brat, he'd think that I was pampering him and that I don't hold him accountable for his actions." "Oh, that's right." Yi Lan's gaze shifted towards Gu Ruoyan and made a serious observation. "This young lady is my savior." Yi Nuo raised his chin and replied with pride. He would never introduce Gu Ruoyan as his bodyguard Gu in front of Yi Lan. After all, wouldn't an introduction like that be far too humiliating for my idol? Nope, there's no way. Gu Ruoyan cannot be degraded in front of this old fart. From what I can tell, my idol is way cooler than this old fart. By the time she reaches his age, she'd be able to fling this old fart to over 108,000 meters away. Of course, Yi Nuo paused and continued loudly, "She's also my idol." Oh? Had Yi Nuo stopped at his first sentence, Yi Lan might have been very grateful to Gu Ruoyan. But after hearing the second sentence, he felt greatly annoyed. The only person who was allowed to be my grandson's idol is me. When did it turn into someone else? So, just as Yi Nuo's last syllable fell, Yi Lan raised his eyebrows and a formless coercion erupted from his body towards Gu Ruoyan. Gu Ruoyan sensed the coercion from Yi Lan and immediately displayed a calm smile on her face. She stood tall against the gentle breeze as if nothing had happened, staring back at him smilingly. Yi Lan was completely stunned at this sudden turn of events and quickly retracted his coercion. He stroked his snow-white beard and laughed. "Indeed, not a bad little sapling. My grandson has good taste. What's your name, girl?" "Gu Ruoyun." "Gu Ruoyun? Ha, not bad, not bad. This girl is certainly up to my standards. Unless I'm mistaken, you're here to participate in the auction. If you don't mind, would you like to come with me?" "Come with him?" Yi Nuo immediately widened his eyes and hurriedly tried to reject the offer. After all, it had not been easy for him to shake those people off and he certainly did not want to follow this old fart. However, before he could retort, Gu Ruoyun's calm reply came first, "If you don't mind, sir. I would be willing to accompany you, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 549, Yi Nuo's Identity, 6. Chapter 549, Yi Nuo's Identity, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha. Yi Lan laughed loudly and nodded his head in satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've met a young person like this. Besides, she's a martial emperor and she's not even 20 years old. Such talent. There's probably only about 1 or 2 cultivators in the banished lands with a talent like hers, second only to my grandson. However, if Yi Lan were to find out that Gu Ruoyan had only begun her cultivation at the age of 14, he would probably weigh his words more carefully once again. After all, his grandson had begun cultivating at the age of 5 and has only reached the rank of a martial king at the age of 10. That amount of talent is already shocking enough, but Gu Ruoyan, who had also begun cultivating 5 years ago, has already reached the rank of a martial emperor. His grandson also had the help of countless geniuses and different treasures to enhance his innate capabilities in order to reach his current level. This can't even be compared to what Gu Ruoyan have had to go through. Hee, Yun Luo chuckled, the auction will be starting soon. Everyone, let's go inside. All right. Gu Ruoyan nodded and replied. Moron Yan and Lu Shaoqian looked at each other. Even though they were both bursting with curiosity over the identities of the 2 old men, they did not pry. Instead, they simply followed them into the hall. Sir, bye. A malicious light flashed across Morong Roar's eyes. Then, she stared pitifully at Bai Xian, who was now deep in contemplation, and spoke in a frail voice, Yenner, she. Roar. Bai Xian finally returned to his senses and took a deep breath. He then turned towards Morong Roar with a serious look on his face. Do you know the name of that little boy?
If the elder in red and Lord Yunluo are such peerless cultivators, his grandson can't possibly have some obscure name.
I think his name is Yi Nua. Morong Rower knitted her brows in grief. Sir Bai, why did you ask about that? At this moment, Morong Rower missed the change in by Xian's expression once she had mentioned Yi Nua's name. Yi Nua.
If I remember correctly, the little master of the number one aristocratic family in the banished lands, the Yi family, is Yi Nua.
That's right. Who else could joke around with Lord Yunluo besides that person from the Yi family?
The biggest joke was that I had nearly offended the little master of the Yi family all for the sake of a girl.
Bai Xian's back was immediately drenched in a layer of cold sweat at the thought of this.
Fear began to take over his heart and he sorely wished to kill Morong Rower with one slap, but...
Sir Bai, what's happened to you? Ah, that's right, those two elders are. Humph. Bai Xian scoffed coldly, cutting Morong Rower off.
He was about to reveal the identities of the two old men but thought better of it and decided against it. Morong Rower, our relationship ends here.
Don't come looking for me again.
Then, he abandoned the pale-looking Morong Rower and quickly headed into the auction hall. Seeing that Lord Yunluo had not revealed his identity, he mused.
That means that he did not wish for anyone in Blackrock City to find out.
So if I had hastily exposed him, I might end up offending the two great lords. It was simply not worth the trouble that comes with dragging down the whole of White Glory City for the sake of a woman. Morong Rower, who obviously did not know what happened, stared at Bai Xian's shadow with tears in her eyes. Even though Morong Rower was in love with Lu Shaochen, Bai Xian's status as the son of the governor of White Glory City was not something which could be matched by many.
If she had managed to snag this huge boat, the Morong family would reap many great benefits.
But who would have guessed that even after she had used all of her skills, Bai Xian would throw her aside and abandon her?
Morong Yen, it's definitely all her fault. Morong Rower clenched her delicate hands into fists.
A venomous light flashed across the corner of her eyes as the white-hot fury from within her heart nearly set her entire being on fire.
That SL*T.
As if seducing Big Brother Lu wasn't enough, she's even latched her claws onto Sir Bai.
I will never let her get away with this.
At this very moment, Morong Rower's brain was completely muddled with rage and ignored the fact that Bai Xian's attitude had only changed after hearing Yi Nua's name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 550, The Black Cloud Auction, 1. Chapter 550, The Black Cloud Auction, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Morong Yen, who was seated in a compartment box at the auction hall, swept her curious gaze across Yi Nua before stopping on Yi Lan's smiling face. She could not tell what the old man was thinking.
Come here, kid. Stay by my side.
Yi Lan glared at Yi Nua and ordered him about irritably.
Is my appearance so terrifying? Why is my own grandchild hiding so far away from me? I don't want to.
Yi Nua held tightly onto Gu Ruoyan as he glared right back at Yi Lan. He quietly muttered, only a fool would fall into a trap like that. That one sentence made Yi Lan so angry that he became speechless with rage. He glared fiercely at Yi Nua. This damned brat does whatever he pleases just because I pamper him.
This is so infuriating. Miss Gu, little brother Yi Nua, I wonder who this could be.
Lu Shaochen frowned as he asked with a bit of hesitation in his voice. He didn't know why, but he sensed that this old man had a low-key persona.
You haven't guessed?
Gu Ruoyan smiled calmly and replied slowly, in all of the banished lands, how many powerful cultivators would have the surname Yi?
Lu Shaochen paused in silence.
Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and raised his head in astonishment. His eyes stared at the man's elderly face with shock. You're
the... of the Yi family.
Hee, the old man chuckled and turned his smiling face towards Gu Ruoyan. You're certainly observant, little girl.
You've actually managed to guess my true identity. Not bad at all, Adot.
Gu Ruoyan broke into a smile that was neither haughty nor humble. I've heard about the number one cultivator in the banished lands, so when you had appeared, I could pretty much guess who you were.
After all, in all of the banished lands, who else would be at the rank of a Marshal Supreme? A Marshal Supreme. That's above the rank of a Martial Honor.
It was also the rank that Gu Ruoyan could not achieve in her previous life. However, she believed that in this life, it would not be too long before she would reach the rank of a Marshal Supreme.
Yi Nua laughed again, his eyes were brimming with a satisfied smile. Little girl, not only were you able to deduce my identity, you were also able to find out my level in power. I am certainly getting more and more interested in you. Boom!
Those words hit them like a sudden clap of thunder in their ears.
Lu Xiaochen and Morong Yan both turned as stiff as two pieces of wood as they were completely flabbergasted and rooted to the spot. Their eyes seemed to enter into a daydream, and soon, surprise and excitement slowly took over their sluggish expressions. They never imagined that the greatest cultivator of the banished lands, the master of the Yi family, would be standing right before their very eyes. You're really the master of the Yi family, Lord Yilan? Lu Xiaochen had become so nervous that he began to sputter incoherently. How could he maintain his usually frank and self-assured manner of speech in the face of such a great cultivator? He was already unsure of where to place his hands and legs. When faced with Lu Xiaochen, Yilan no longer behaved with the politeness and courtesy he had shown Gu Ruoyan. He merely smiled calmly. I am indeed the master of the Yi family, Yilan. Thank you, both of you, for taking care of my grandson over the past few days. I have decided to take him back to the Yi family. What? Yi Nua jumped up and his stubborn little face was flushed. I'm not going back. I'm not going back even if it means that I have to die. You shut your mouth. Yilan glared at Yi Nua. Let me tell you this, you're going home. Even if you don't want to, you still have to go home. You're not coming out until you break through to the rank of a martial emperor. Yi Nua's adorable cherubic features were now filled with grief. How could I be so unfortunate to have met such an unreasonable old man? Yi Nua, you should go home. Gu Ruoyan looked at Yi Nua's miserable little face and said, your grandfather is right. You're too weak at the moment. Your innate skills may be outstanding, but there are many powerful cultivators in the banished lands who can kill you easily. Wait until you've broken through to the rank of a martial emperor. By then, even if you're unable to defeat them, running away shouldn't be such a big issue for you. This was because only cultivators at the rank of a martial emperor would have the ability to fly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, The Black Cloud Auction, 2. Chapter 551, The Black Cloud Auction, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Nua curled his lips and was just about to make a retort when he was interrupted by the old man. Damned be asterisk starred, you better learn from the Gu girl. Once you reach the rank of a martial emperor like her, I will not restrict your freedom. Otherwise, you're not allowed to leave the protection of the Yi family home. Yi Nua immediately raised his lowered head when heard this. His wide, glassy eyes stared in astonishment at his grandfather. Grandfather, what did you just say? Bodyguard Gu is at the rank of a martial emperor? A martial emperor. Even though being at this rank doesn't really count as a peak cultivator in the banished lands, she already had a right to assume personal responsibility. Especially since Gu Ruoyan was only 19 years old. A 19-year-old martial emperor. What kind of a concept is this? Morong Yan and Lu Xiaochen were equally stunned. From the beginning, they had both considered Gu Ruoyan to be a high-level martial king, and that already shocked them completely. Yet they never imagined that this girl would turn out to be such a young martial emperor. Lu Xiaochen laughed bitterly. Before I met these two, I've always considered myself to have outstanding talent and that no one in Black Rock City would be a match for me. Now I understand what it means to be a frog at the bottom of the well. My master was right, the number of geniuses in the world is too many to count. It's only that we haven't met them yet. How funny, I never gave much thought to it, thinking that my own talents were strong enough. Now I finally understand that things may appear to be perfect, but their better ones will always come along. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on auction is the heavyweight item of our auction this round, a fragmented pill formula which had been handed down from ancient times. Even though a part of this pill formula is missing, I'm sure all of you know that in this current age, pill formulas have been completely eradicated. Hence, I'm sure that everyone knows the value of this fragmented pill formula. It was nearing the end of the auction when the booming voice of the auctioneer rang aloud from outside the box. The auction price begins at 1,000,000 gold pieces. Every bid cannot be less than 100,000 gold pieces. Now, let the auction begin. Boom. Once he had finished speaking, the crowd immediately went into a sensation. A fragmented pill formula? A glint flashed across Gu Ruoyan's eyes as she laughed wordlessly. Oh? Yilan looked at Gu Ruoyan with surprise. Miss Gu, are you interested in this pill formula? That's right, Gu Ruoyan nodded. I am indeed interested. Even though she had not managed to discover any news of the Hell's Lotus in the auction, she did manage to uncover substantial benefits. This pill formula, I must have it no matter what. Yilan laughed quietly. I didn't think that you would be interested in these things as well, Miss Gu. But based on my observation, even if you did manage to obtain this pill formula, it would be useless. Pill refinement is a lost art and no one can refine pills in this day and age. Since that's the case, what's the point in obtaining this pill formula?
Hearing this, Gu Ruoyan merely smiled and replied calmly, I am simply interested in collecting the kinds of things.
As long as one fancies an item, it doesn't matter if it's useful or not. Don't you agree, Senior Yilan? Ha ha.
Yilan stroked his white beard as he laughed candidly, that's right, that's right.
As long as it is what your heart desires, so what if it's useless?
Little girl, you're getting more and more up to my standards. Of course, Yilan, who didn't know Gu Ruoyan very well, couldn't possibly know that if she ever takes an interest in anything, it was because it will bring her great benefits. Such as this pill formula, for example. To anyone else, perhaps this pill formula would be nothing but a piece of waste paper. However, in the hands of Gu Ruoyan, who is getting more and more matured in her pill refinement skills, this will be a priceless treasure.
Pill formulas, finally. I've been waiting for this. In a separate box, Bai Xin took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Father had sent me here today for the sake of obtaining this pill formula. No matter what, I must have it.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 552, The Black Cloud Auction, 3. Chapter 552, The Black Cloud Auction, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
A pill formula, no matter how useless, is enough to raise a perilous situation in the banished lands.
Countless strong cultivators have flocked to this auction all for the sake of this mystical pill formula.
I bid 50 million gold pieces.
Wow!
The crowd immediately dived into a huge commotion. The starting bid for this pill formula was already at 1 million, but who would have guessed that the first bidder would start at 50 million gold pieces? Clearly, these people had come prepared.
80 million. 100 million.
The last voice was loud and deep. It drew the attention of the crowd to a private box compartment high above the auction hall.
It's a member of the Wolf's Fang robbers.
Morong Yan's gaze darkened. Unless I'm mistaken, that voice had come from the right-hand man of the Wolf's Fang mercenary unit, Qilin.
The Wolf's Fang mercenary unit?
Gu Ruoyan gently stroked her chin as a glint flashed across her eyes.
Gu girl, aren't you going to bid?
Yilan certainly does not care whether it's the Wolf's Fang mercenaries or the Dog's Teeth mercenary unit. He merely stared curiously at Gu Ruoyan as he asked. Gu Ruoyan smiled calmly. The outstanding usually bears the brunt of the attack.
If I were to bid for the pill formula now, what would the consequences be? Consequences.
She would definitely face many assassination attempts from various strong cultivators, all vying to steal the pill formula from her.
Lu Xiaochen and Morong Yan sighed incessantly when they heard this. They never considered the consequences that way.
So, Gu Ruoyan paused before continuing, if I want that pill formula, this isn't the only way to get it.
101 million.
Before that voice could finish its sentence, it was cut off by Qilin.
200 million. 200 million gold pieces.
Not even the mighty Morong family could possibly produce 200 million gold pieces.
Yet the Wolf's Fang robbers had offered the bid without even blinking.
Hence, once Qilin had made his offer, the crowd went into another sensation.
The Wolf's Fang robbers are certainly high rollers. 200 million gold pieces. TSK.
I won't be able to save up that much even if I stopped eating or drinking for a few lifetimes.
Does it even need to be explained?
The Wolf's Fang robbers may prioritize pilfering others, but they've certainly managed to rack up quite a sum of money over the years. If the Wolf's Fang robbers should ever send out their troops in one go, it wouldn't be very difficult for them to destroy the whole of Black Rock City. The idle chatter from the crowd reached Gu Ruoyan's ears and she gently raised her eyebrow. The Wolf's Fang robbers, are they really that great?
They are. Morong Yan nodded. The leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers is a martial honor. That is why many of us fear him. A martial honor? Gu Ruoyan's gaze sank.
Based on my current level of strength, it may be a little bit difficult for me to go up against a martial honor.
200 million going once, 200 million going twice, 200 million going thrice. The auctioneer announced.
Before making the final decision in a clear and distinct voice, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you have all been aware that this pill formula is the centerpiece of the Black Cloud auction. However, yesterday, a mystery man had arrived with a weapon and gifted it to us as part of the auction. Hearing this, the crowd burst into a fervent discussion.
Forget it, it's only a weapon.
No matter how valuable it is, it can never be compared with that pill formula.
And that pill formula is missing a piece. We came here for the pill formula. We're not interested in some weapon. It's best that we leave now.
Despite being faced with so much skepticism, the auctioneer did not fly into a rage.
He remained smiling as he explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is no average weapon. It's a low-class spiritual weapon. A low-class spiritual weapon."
This time, forget about everyone else, even the calm and composed Yilan rose to his feet. His elderly face was shining with excitement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 553, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 1. Chapter 553, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Let the bidding begin.
The auctioneer smiled confidently and spoke in a straightforward manner.
This time, we will not begin the auction at a starting price.
You can bid as you please and there are no limits.
Wow!
After the auctioneer spoke, the crowd erupted into a sensation. An excited voice suddenly sounded from one of the boxes. "I bid 100 million gold pieces." 100 million gold pieces to a medium-sized organization was a pretty hefty sum. Yet now, the initial bidding price for this spiritual weapon had actually reached that price. After all, a pill was just as valuable as a spiritual weapon. However, the problem was, even if one had managed to get the pill formula, one might not be able to successfully refine the pill. A spiritual weapon was different. If one were able to obtain a spiritual weapon, they would be increasing their power by more than a bit.
100 million gold pieces? TSK. You'd want to obtain this spiritual weapon with only 100 million gold pieces? Dream on. Spiritual weapons are considered as priceless treasures.
Even if the price is right, no one would sell it off.
I bid 200 million gold pieces. Wait a minute, give me a bit of time, I'm going to sell off my family property.
A bidder who had been unable to quote a price gritted his teeth and chimed in. Clearly, the auctioneer knew that something like this would happen. He merely smiled. "Prior to this auction, we have already discussed this matter with our mystery guest. If you are unable to present your capital in such a short time, you may use your family property as part of the negotiation. We have an expert appraiser in the hall with us today who will appraise the properties sent up for auction." As he spoke, the auctioneer began to feel a sense of admiration towards the mysterious benefactor. When she had arrived to make her contribution, she insisted that her identity should not be revealed no matter the circumstances. She also asked that the powerful organizations should not be given the chance to prepare their gold. This way, she will be able to obtain the properties of powerful organizations. Even if she had not strategized the auction in this manner, many powerful organizations would still have sold their properties for the sake of this spiritual weapon. Instead of letting others off so easily, it was best to make things easier for herself.
500 million.
Yilan stepped out in the heat of the moment, then regained his composure and calmly made his bid.
Boom!
The crowd once again flew into a sensation. They certainly never expected to witness an auction with a 500 million bid.
However, the auction was still not over. Many powerful organizations were still fighting over the spiritual weapon. Send out a message immediately, and ask my father this: how many properties can we sell? I must have this spiritual weapon. A glint of excitement flashed across Bai Xian's eyes. He took a deep breath and spoke with a serious look on his face. One spiritual weapon is enough to drive many people into madness. Yes, young master.
The person behind him joined his fists and bowed respectfully before disappearing from the private box. Soon, he returned and whispered a few words into Bai Xian's ear. Hearing his words, Bai Xian's eyes sparkled as he announced with confidence, 800 million gold pieces.
Boom.
This was another surprising turn of events, causing everyone in the room to tremble with fear.
800 million. Heavens, I would never be able to grasp that amount of money in this life, even if I don't eat or drink in at all. Not in this lifetime.
The crowd thought in unison.
The governor of White Glory City certainly has a lot of money. 100 million gold pieces. Yilan was clearly annoyed and he glared coldly at Bai Xian's box. The son of White Glory City is certainly very rich. Bang!
As if he had been suddenly dunked into a tank of cold water, Bai Xian's face immediately turned pale and his eyes filled with concern.
Now that the master of the Yi family has his eye on this spiritual weapon, should I bow and give way? Wondered Bai Xian.
But honestly, I will not be satisfied if I had left this auction empty-handed.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 554, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 2. Chapter 554, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and his eyes shone as he continued his bid, 11 million. If I can get that spiritual weapon and present it to Master Yi as a show of respect, I will definitely leave the Yi family with a good impression, he thought. This can also be considered as the greatest benefit from this auction.
Forming an alliance with the #1 cultivator in the banished lands is far more valuable than a spiritual weapon. 200 million.
Yilan made his bid without moving a single muscle on his face, as if 200 million gold pieces wasn't a lot of money to him.
Bai Xian's forehead began to break into cold sweat.
He wiped his forehead and spoke guiltily, 21.
300 million. Boom. Just as that elderly voice spoke, Bai Xian's legs turned into jelly.
He crumpled to the floor and his expression was awash with defeat.
This is it. I'm finished now.
The price of 300 million gold pieces. I can't pay for that even if we were to sell the governor's mansion. Also, if I had not made the bid from the beginning, Master Yi might have been able to obtain this spiritual weapon with only 100 million. Yet now he had been pushed to raise the price to 300 million.
300 million going once, 300 million going twice, 300 million going thrice.
Sold. Alright, seeing as there are no other bidders, the price shall be set at 300 million. To the honored guest in the heavenly symbol box, I will have the spiritual weapon sent to you after this.
Following the auctioneer's announcement, all eyes turned towards Gu Ruoyun's box. They simply could not understand it. Who would have such a large sum of money? He had even squashed Sir Bai Xian of White Glory City.
At this moment, Lu Xiaochen and Moron Yan were only just beginning to recover from their shock. Their faces were filled with admiration. I wonder who had auctioned off this spiritual weapon to actually earn 300 million gold pieces. I don't think the Morong family could ever earn so much, not even in the next few generations.
Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun did not respond.
She merely narrowed her eyes as a glint flashed across her pupils. She had dropped all the money she had during the 10 deadly trials. Now that she did not have a single penny left on her, she had been forced to sell off her spiritual weapon.
Only through this way would she have enough money to establish an organization. Lu Xiaochen, Morong Yan, wait for me back home.
Then, she walked out before any of them had the chance to react. In the back hall of the auction hall, Lu Ting was sipping on his tea in a satisfied manner. His lips were curled in a smile filled with anticipation. In the 3 years since he had been appointed as a steward, this was the first time he had organized such a large auction. Not only did he manage to auction off a long-extinct pill formula, he was also able to sell a spiritual weapon. Just the price of these two pieces alone would be enough to break the sales records of previous auctions.
Especially since Lord Yun Luo has been personally observing the auction. Once Lord Yun Luo is happy enough, I might be able to enter the Yun family officially. Just as he was mulling over his thoughts, a flash of green robes entered the room, causing his eyes to brighten. He quickly rose to his feet and pulled out a wooden stool, placing it beside Gu Ruoyun and exclaimed fondly, "Sit, please sit, miss. I mean my lord. I've already prepared your gold and the Black Cloud auction will bear all of your expenditures as well." Actually, Lu Ting did not even know how to address her. Should I call her miss? Or elder? Based on her voice, it would seem that she is a young girl. Lu Ting could not understand why it was so difficult for him to make out the woman's features. Her face seemed to be covered in a white mist. So no matter how hard he tried, her features remained in a blur. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 3. Chapter 555, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The money? Gu Ruoyun asked as she calmly raised an eyebrow. This. Lu Ting hesitated, 300 million gold pieces is no small amount. That buyer may need some time to raise the funds. Please, my lord, we'll have to ask you to wait a while longer. Ask me to wait? Gu Ruoyun cocked an eyebrow as she thought, how can I wait? Yi Lan was the one who had made the winning bid for the spiritual weapon. I'm utilizing the ancient divine pagoda's power to conceal my identity, but a martial supreme like Yi Lan will be able to see right through it easily. As mentioned, every guest attending the auction will need to hand over a certain amount of money. The accumulated gold from the determined price should be about half the price of the item. If you were to include the earnings from your previous auction, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pay me 300 million gold pieces. Lu Ting fell silent. After a long pause, he strengthened his determination and raised his head, so be it. I, Lu Ting, will make this decision today and provide you with an advanced remuneration, but The person before me is an honored guest who has been able to produce a spiritual weapon for the auction. I must curry her favor by any means. Even if Lord Yunluo was to find out about this, he probably wouldn't blame me. Lu Ting began to settle the accounts with Gu Ruoyun. Once she received the money, Gu Ruoyun then left the rear hall without a second look back. Meanwhile, outside the rear hall, Yilan was cracking witty jokes with Yunluo when he saw a figure leaving the hall. He didn't know why, but he felt that the figure looked oddly familiar. He didn't think too much of it and entered the rear hall. Lu Ting, has the guest who had bought the spiritual weapon arrived? Yunluo asked gently with a smile on his face. Ah. Lu Ting paused, she just left. What? Yilan was shocked and quickly ran out to chase after the mystery guest. However, some time had passed and he could not catch up to that green-clothed figure. He was filled with disappointment as he said, "It's all my fault, I was too late." Yunluo smiled gently and tried to console Yilan. "Yilan, there's no need to worry, you haven't paid the money yet. That mysterious person will show up sooner or later." "You're right." Yilan nodded and walked back into the rear hall. He spoke without looking anywhere else, "Let me know me once the mystery guest reappears again, kid." Lu Ting's face immediately flushed red. Unless I'm hearing it wrong, Lord Yunluo had addressed that old man as Yiluo. That means that he's the #1 cultivator in the banished lands and the master of the Yi family. His heart was immediately gripped with anxiety at the thought of this and he stuttered, "Lord Yunluo. I've already cleared the accounts with that guest. She's already gone." "What?" Yilan grew angry and wished that he could slap this stupid boy to death. "What did you just say? Say it again one more time." Lu Ting was so terrified that he was unable to speak. He sputtered and trembled continuously. Yunluo rolled his eyes, "Lu Ting was only acting towards the best interests of my auction. He hasn't done anything wrong. Our auction can clear payments for clients who have urgent matters in advance. Old fart, since you're so interested in that mystery client, just ask him what she looks like. Judging by the might of your Yi family, how could you possibly not discover her identity?" "You're absolutely right." Yilan nodded in agreement and realized that he had acted far too brashly. After a bit of thought, he flashed a smile and spoke to Lu Ting in a friendly manner, "Hee, kid, can you describe how that mysterious guest looks like? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 556, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 4. Chapter 556, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It probably would have been better if Yilan had not smiled at all because his smile nearly made Lu Ting burst into tears. I don't know." "You don't know?" Yilan's smile disappeared immediately as he glared at him. "You're in charge of receiving visitors, how could you not know?" "I really don't know." Lu Ting was now sobbing and spoke in a pitiful manner. Her features were obscured by a white mist, I couldn't see what she looked like at all. "All I know is that she's a girl and a very young one at that. I don't know anything else." "A white mist?" Yilan's expression sank. "To blur one's features? Even I am unable to do this. Could it be that this mysterious guest is more powerful than me? I had a feeling that the figure that I saw earlier looked a lot like Gu Ruoyun. However, in this case, it couldn't possibly be her. She's only a martial emperor and can't possibly have this skill. Nevertheless, where would you find another genius like this young woman? If that young whippersnapper appears in the auction hall again, inform me immediately." Yilan instructed as he looked around. "I must find out who she is no matter what. I have to know if she's a friend or a foe." "Yunluo, I'm not sure why but I have a feeling that change will soon arrive in the banished lands." Yilan laughed bitterly as he sighed and shook his head. "Regardless of the change, I will still carry on with my business. Everything else has nothing to do with me." Yunluo replied as he smiled gently. But in all honesty, he was very interested in the girl who had auctioned off the spiritual weapon. "Ah, right. Lu Ting, I will leave the operations of all the Black Cloud auctions in the Plain Hills to your management from now on. Consider it your reward in managing this situation." Lu Ting was stunned. He was already beginning to think that he had lost his chance in receiving a promotion to nobility. He also did not think that Lord Yunluo would have handed over all operations for the auction in the Plain Hills for him to manage. After all, Blackrock City and White Glory City are only two small corners in the Plain Hills, so you can imagine how large of an area the Plain Hills covers. Lu Ting's entire being grew excited at that thought of that. He silently thanked the mystery woman in his heart.
If it wasn't for her, I would never have had the opportunity to manage the entire Plain Hills no matter how hard I've worked for an entire lifetime.
Along an exceptionally bustling street,
Gu Ruoyun had just walked out of the auction hall when she heard a great commotion. She looked around only to find Yi Nua with his hands on his hips in an angry manner. His adorable cherubic features were filled with rage as he spat furiously. "Are you all trying to be dogs by blocking the way? Get out of my way. Are you the little B*****starred who had crippled my son?" A middle-aged man exclaimed with an ashen face. He stared arrogantly down at the little boy and his eyes were clearly filled with murderous intent. "For putting your hands on my son, you will pay the price with your life." Yi Nua's mouth twitched and he replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, only an old B*****starred can bring up a little B*****starred who will insult a lady. I was merely teaching a lesson in heaven's place. This was to ensure that he'll never bully another woman again for as long as he lives."
Impudence! The middle-aged man's face changed greatly and he glared fiercely at the boy. "You little son of B*****, have you no upbringing? Is this how your parents have raised you? If that's the case, then I do not mind giving you a lesson in respecting the old and cherishing the young."
Tisk, tisk. Yi Nua swept his gaze over the middle-aged man from top to toe before curling his lips. "Respecting the old and cherishing the young, that's a very good phrase. You look as if you've only just entered the middle-age range, so you're not really that old. In contrast, I've only just reached 10 years of age, so I can be considered young. Let me ask you this, do you really know what it means to respect the old and cherish the young? If you really don't understand it, I don't mind teaching you." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face darkened. His entire brain trembled as he wished to the high heavens that he could kill this little son of a B*****tch with one slap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 557, Morong Roer's Menace, 1. Chapter 557, Morong Roer's Menace, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You brat! The middle-aged man took a deep breath to stop himself from overreacting in anger. He glared at Yi Nua coldly and spoke icily. "What a nice set of fangs you have. Unfortunately, to me, as a member of the Ye family, it's useless for you to say anything else. Men, grab that little B*****starred and drag him back to the Ye family home. How dare you!" Morong Yan's expression changed and she quickly pushed Yi Nua behind her while frowning at the middle-aged man. "Master Ye, Yi Nua is a guest of the Morong family. If you're planning to take him away, you should have at least asked the Morong family's permission first, right?" Ya Ling scoffed. He glanced at Morong Yan's pretty face and said, "The Morong family? What are they? Are they even fit to be placed into my consideration? Furthermore, you, Morong Yan, will never have the right to make decisions for the Morong family. This damned B*****starred had dared to harm my son. I'm taking him away today." Bang! But just as he spoke, a calm voice accompanied by a strong force came whirling in from in front of him, throwing him out of the way. "Quit blocking my way." The girl was dressed in green and was walking slowly towards them. Her gaze was calm and steady as her clear and cold voice had rung aloud in the street, which was illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun. "Bodyguard Gu, you're so cool." Yi Nua's eyes sparkled as he goggled in admiration at Gu Ruoyun. At this very moment, he really wished that he could rush up to Gu Ruoyun so that he could hug her and give her a big, fat kiss. "Stupid girl, you've got a death wish." Ya Ling scrambled to his feet as he wiped away the blood on the corner of his lips. His eyes turned stern as he asked, "Do you have any idea who is backing the Ye family? Yet you have the audacity. I'll give you one chance. Mind your own business or otherwise, you probably would never realize your own demise." Gu Ruoyun looked calmly back at Ye Ling. That one look had caused his heart to tremble. He could not control the growing feeling of anxiety from within him. That's impossible. When had such a genius appeared in Black Rock City? Forget about that little brat who had beat up my son, even this girl emits such an invisible power. A martial emperor? Those two words suddenly appeared in his mind's eye. Ya Ling feels as if he had gone mad. How could there be such a young martial emperor? She must be holding some sort of treasure. That's the only reason how she could have gotten such a strong foothold. Get out of the way, dot. The girl spat and her thin lips opening ever so slightly. Ya Ling took another deep breath and his eyes sank as he spoke curtly. Do you really want to shove your butt in, little girl? I've told you, get out of the way. Bang! A stream of energy landed on Ya Ling's chest and he was immediately sent flying a good few meters away. His body slammed fiercely into a nearby stall and split it into two halves. Tui! He spat out a mouthful of blood which stained his robes a bright, crimson red.
Yi Nua's eyes were filled with shock. Gu Ruoyan may have caught Ye Ling by surprise the first time, but she had been able to throw him into the air twice.
What is this woman's origin? Ye Ling's eyes darkened once again. He crawled to his feet and waved his hand. Let's go. He took one final look at Gu Ruoyan before turning around and leaving. That one look was so filled with dark malice that it made everyone's hair stand on end. This Ye Ling may not be particularly skilled and his powers are indeed weak. He's only a mid-level martial king. However, there are still 2 more elders in the Ye family who are at the rank of a martial emperor and above. Morong Yen glanced at Gu Ruoyan and said, furthermore, the Ye family is backed by the Wolf's Fang robbers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Morong Roer's Menace, 2. Chapter 558, Morong Roer's Menace, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. They were in my way. Gu Ruoyan calmly raised her gaze as she spoke with a clear and cold voice. She looked as if nothing particularly surprising had happened and remained in her usual calm demeanor. She then quickened her pace and walked away without sparing anyone else a second glance. A complicated look appeared in Morong Yan's eyes as she stared at the delicate yet tall figure who was like a slender bamboo tree. Senior brother, who do you think she really is? I don't know either. Lu Shaochen shook his head. She had previously made a move against Ye Lin, and now she has attacked Ye Ling. Was it really because they were both in her way? I don't know why, but despite the short time that I've gotten to know her, I can tell that Miss Gu isn't really a cold and merciless person. Quite the opposite. In fact, she's actually very affectionate, except that she doesn't always show it so easily. Perhaps she had remembered the scene when they had all first met one another, for Morong Yen lowered her head in embarrassment. Senior brother, perhaps I've really been in the wrong. I shouldn't have treated her with such animosity in the beginning. Yenner, it's about time you had an attitude adjustment. Luo Shaochen said with a smile. This girl is certainly hard-mouthed and not very good at composing herself. However, because of this, it was quite common for her to provoke problems with her foul temper. Morong Yen. In a corner not too far away, Morong Roer fixed her gaze upon Morong Yen and clenched her fist as she mumbled to herself angrily, do you really think that you can inherit the seat of the Morong family's master and big brother Lu in this manner? Let me tell you this, dream on. I still have one last trump card in my hand. This trump card will definitely force you into giving up completely. Whether it's Lu Shaochen or the Morong family, they should all belong to me. No one can take them away from me. At the Morong family home. In the courtyard, Gu Ruoyan watched Lu Shaochen and Morong Yen as they passed her by. She calmly raised her eyebrows. I need to speak to you too. It wasn't convenient for me to mention this in public, but now that we're alone, I can freely discuss these matters with you both. Morong Yen and Lu Shaochen had not noticed it, but due to Gu Ruoyan's higher level of power, she had long sensed Morong Roer, who had been lurking in the shadows. That's why she had decided to return home and wait for their return. Lu Shaochen smiled. Lady Gu, there's no harm in saying what you think. I'll help you as much as I can. I've asked to speak to you not because I need your help. Gu Ruoyan replied with a glint in her eye, it's because I want to help you. Lu Shaochen was stunned and he turned to look at Morong Yen before looking back at Gu Ruoyan. Lady Gu, what you're saying is? Actually, it's nothing much. I would like to see old Master Morong. Perhaps I can heal him. What? Morong Yan's expression stiffened as she widened her eyes and stared at Gu Ruoyan's pretty face in shock. She looked as if she had just heard something impossible. Then, her stiff expression slowly filled with excitement as she dashed forward and grabbed Gu Ruoyan by the hand. In this very moment, her voice trembled. You? Is this true? Grandfather. He can be cured? The reason why the Ye family looks down on the Morong family was because the backbone of the Morong family had fallen ill. If her grandfather had been cured, Ye Ling would never have acted with such impudence. More importantly, her parents have long passed away, so her grandfather was now her only relative. If there was a chance for him to be saved, she would give everything that she has with no complaints. That's right, I can save him. But on one condition. A light flashed across Gu Ruoyan's face as she smiled calmly. I want the Morong family to vow their loyalty and devotion to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Morong Roer's Menace, 3. Chapter 559, Morong Roer's Menace, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Regardless of the situation, she has only just arrived in the Banished Lands. If she wishes to search for the Hell's Lotus in the vast landscape of the Banished Lands, it would be impossible for her to do it alone. Hence, she needed to build an organization.
Morong Yen was stunned and the excitement on her face slowly disappeared. She hesitated and seemed to be unable to make a decision. Lady Gu, I may be the next in line to inherit the Morong family, but grandfather has yet to pass on.
I cannot make this decision. If this were any other request, Morong Yen would have agreed to it in a heartbeat.
However, the implications involving this request were far too great. In fact, it involves the entire Morong household. She could not make this decision on her own.
You've misunderstood me.
Gu Ruoyun saw right through Morong Yen and smiled calmly. I do not wish to take over the Morong family. The seat of power will remain with Master Morong.
I only ask for the Morong family to follow me. Everything else will remain the same. Morong Yen fell silent.
She had initially hesitated because she was worried that Gu Ruoyun would absorb the Morong family into her own organization.
If that were to happen, the Morong family would cease to exist.
Seeing as the Morong family will still be around, I will agree to this in grandfather's place to save his life.
All right, I agree.
Morong Yen raised her head at the thought of this and spoke with absolute determination, but I also have a request, the Morong family name must remain unchanged. This girl is far too talented, following her will only bring benefits to the Morong family.
Nothing bad could happen. Take me to your grandfather.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. If I see him in time, there's a higher chance for him to be cured.
If we prolong his affliction, not even the gods can save him then. Morong Yan's chest tightened and she nodded. All right, Lady Gu. Come with me.
She then turned and led Gu Ruoyun towards Master Morong's bedchamber. In a large, bright bedroom, a pale old man lay silently on his bed. This old man had wasted away until he was so skinny that he was the literal personification of skin and bones. If it were not for the shallow breaths from his nostrils, no one would believe that he was still alive.
Lady Gu, can my grandfather still be saved? Morong Yan asked anxiously as she stared at Gu Ruoyun with a worried look on her face.
Slowly, Gu Ruoyun relaxed her knitted eyebrows and calmly replied, he has been poisoned.
Poisoned?
Morong Yen and Lu Xiaochen looked at each other and saw shock in each other's gaze.
Grandfather has always remained inside the Morong family and he hardly ever goes out. How could he have been poisoned? Lady Gu, are you certain that he's been poisoned?
Morong Yen simply could not believe this conclusion. That's right, he has been poisoned by a medicine that nibbles away at his bones. This poison causes an individual to slowly waste away, leading to an inevitable death. In nearly half a month, the effect will be irreversible.
Gu Ruoyun replied calmly.
Morong Yen still held some belief over Gu Ruoyun's words. She could not possibly make a mistake about this.
Who would be so cruel to harm my grandfather? Lady Gu, can my grandfather be saved?
Morong Yen raised her gaze as she spoke, staring up at the girl in green with anticipation. Gu Ruoyun paused for a moment before slowly nodding. I can save him, but I will need to spend a bit of time. I will draw the poison from his body with a silver needle in a moment. We would probably need about 5 days for him to recover completely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 560, Morong Roer's Menace, 4. Chapter 560, Morong Roer's Menace, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 5 days?
Morong Yen simply had not expected this result, as this illness was something which many skilled doctors in Black Rock City had been unable to cure. Nevertheless, Gu Ruoyun has just said that she only needed 5 days.
How could she not feel excited?
Lady Gu, as long as you can save my grandfather, I will guarantee that the Morong family will listen to your every order. Alright, then prepare the silver needles for me and come back in 5 days. Also, do not let anyone disturb me during this period of time. Otherwise, we might fall short of success at the last stage.
Gu Ruoyun's gaze darkened as she spoke with resolution.
Morong Yen nodded with excitement. Lady Gu, senior brother, and I will keep watch outside.
We will not let anyone disturb you. There's no need.
Gu Ruoyun shook her head. If my guess is right, Morong Roer will make her move within these few days. You must give her a chance to seek you out alone.
Let Lu Xiaochen keep watch, that will be enough. You can go.
Hearing this, Morong Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment, but she did not argue.
I understand. I'll make my move then. Senior brother, it's up to you now.
When the time comes, I'll send aid. Morong Yen slowly closed her eyes before opening them again, displaying a new resolve from within.
No matter what, I must trust in Lady Gu. If she says that she can save grandfather, then she will definitely be able to do it.
She took a deep breath at the thought of this before taking one last look at the girl's calm and collected face.
She then turned around and left. 5 days.
It was particularly hard for Morong Yen to endure this. So, at first light on the 5th day, Morong Yen hurriedly prepared to rush off to her grandfather's bedchamber. However, before she could step out of her room, a lily-white hand pushed the door open and a disgusting and irritating figure slowly stepped into the room, appearing before Morong Yen.
What are you doing here?
Morong Yen frowned as she spoke irritably.
My good little sister, I'm here to see you, of course. Morong Rower smiled gently and shut the door.
She stepped closer towards Morong Yen and curled her lips into a smile. Little sister, I don't think that grandfather has given you the family seal which you hold in your hand at all.
You must have stolen it. I want you to go out and confess this to everyone. I also want you to admit that it was you who had harmed grandfather in order to obtain the seat of being the next Master Morong.
Morong Yen sneered. It was grandfather who had given me this seal.
What proof do you have to say that I had snatched it away?
Proof? Morong Rower curled her lips and narrowed her pretty eyes.
A malicious light flashed from within her gaze as she laughed. Are you not the proof? As long as you confess, everyone will believe it. Little sister, why don't you give me a hand? On what basis? Morong Yen scoffed coldly and spoke emotionlessly. On the basis of. Morong Rower paused, your desire to save grandfather. Boom! A blazing flame erupted from within Morong Yen as she glared coldly at Morong Rower. What do you mean by this? The meaning is very simple. Once you've confessed to everything, I will ensure that grandfather's injuries will be completely healed. If you refuse, then I'm sorry, my good sister. For after having lost your father, you'll also lose your grandfather who loved you most of all. Morong Rower's lips curled menacingly as she spoke steadily. Morong Rower.
Morong Yen gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. So you finally decided to drop your little charade.
Also, tell me this, are you in any way connected with grandfather's poisoning?
I simply cannot recall anyone else who would have been allowed to approach grandfather without anyone not knowing about it besides this woman.
She would have been able to poison him out of the blue.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 561, A Threat, 1. Chapter 561, A Threat, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
My good sister, Morong Rower moved closer to Morong Yan's ear before curling her lips into a smile and whispering, isn't it a bit too late for you to realize my true colors? Ever since we were children, you've always received grandfather's favor all because you were the daughter of the first wife and I was only the daughter of a little concubine.
As such, he never even gave me a second look. Especially since.
She paused and laughed icily. You have always been a talented genius from a young age.
Your bright light has always eclipsed my gentleness.
In order to avoid being bullied by others, I tried to get close to you.
Unfortunately, you were an idiot.
You clearly had a knack for business, yet you had given me all of the credit and concealed all of your light.
But did you know this? I've never liked you ever since we were children.
On what basis should I give way to you just because you're the daughter of the first wife and I'm the daughter of a mere concubine?
I hate her. How could I not hate her?
We're both the daughters of the same father, but because her mother was the first wife and I was AB** starred, we were worlds apart. I may not be able to choose my own mother, but I had the ability to plan out a bright future for myself. Morong Rower laughed as if she enjoyed seeing the rage from within Morong Yan's eyes. Her smile was filled with hatred and murderous intent. Morong Yan, why had all those spiritual beasts not managed to kill you?
What right do you have to remain alive on this earth? If only you were dead, then we wouldn't have so many issues. The Morong family would not be plagued by so many disputes.
Morong Rower, don't forget, senior brother had accompanied me on the journey as well.
You had plotted to have those spiritual beasts attack us, but did you even think of senior brother's safety? Don't you have feelings for him?
Morong Yen clenched her fists as her eyes spat fire. I had not wanted Big Brother Lu to go at all, but he wanted to follow you, so I had no other way. However, Big Brother Lu is a smart man and he knows what he should do, so don't be mistaken to think that he cares for you that much.
Humans are all pretty much alike. No matter how much they love a person, they will never sacrifice themselves for another's sake. No one would be so stupid to give so much to another person. Morong Rower sneered and her gaze landed on Morong Yan's body.
At this very moment, she was letting out all of her suppressed anger and dissatisfaction in full force.
Morong Yan, don't think that I don't know about you letting your friend into grandfather's room for the past 5 days.
Elder Heir should probably have been informed of this by now and is on his way to cause trouble for her as we speak.
However, I'm going to give you one last chance. I want you to go out and prove that you had something to do with grandfather's illness and that it was you who had collaborated with those 2 outsiders to harm grandfather. Finally, in remorse, you will surrender the Master Seal to me and end your life. Only then will I let grandfather off the hook.
Morong Yen trembled and she slowly closed her eyes. She then opened them again and slowly replied, "It's been almost 5 days and Lady Gu should have cured grandfather by now."
Morong Rower, your threats are useless to me. Cured? Ha ha ha. Morong Rower laughed maniacally.
Her expression no longer held her usual gentleness. "Morong Yen, I know that you've taken a silver needle from the Morong family medicine cabinet and given it to that woman. I don't think that you know this, but the poison coursing through grandfather's veins cannot be touched by needles. Otherwise, the poison will be further aggravated and spread throughout his entire system, causing inevitable death in 5 days.
Why do you think I've waited for 5 days before confronting you?"
Her face was filled with a disdainful smile as she stared contemptuously at the girl before her. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 562, A Threat 2. Chapter 562, A Threat 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What did you say?
Morong Yen stumbled back and her face drained of color as she shook her head. "Impossible, Lady Gu will definitely be able to save him, but..." "My good little sister, since I've come to see you today, you should already know that the poison in grandfather's system is behaving as planned."
You had personally administered the poison, did you really think that I wouldn't know about it?
That friend of yours has harmed grandfather on purpose.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned the 5-day time period. The most laughable thing was that you have let someone else use you like a complete fool. Now, the only person who can save grandfather is me. You'd better think this through thoroughly. Will you place your trust in a stranger or save your grandfather, the person whom you've loved so much since childhood?
Morong Rower smiled and her eyes were filled with an icy chill.
Morong Rower, he's your grandfather too. Morong Yen bellowed angrily and clenched her fists so hard that they started trembling.
Her eyes were filled with hopelessness. My half-sister whom I've trusted in for so many years would actually do such a thing,
How can I not feel so bitterly disappointed? Grandfather? Morong Rower laughed.
She narrowed her eyes which flickered with a cold light. If he really was my grandfather, why had he treated me so unfairly?
What right did he have to favor you over me? Could it be that I'm not really his granddaughter?
If he truly loved me, he should have thrown a fool like you out of the family so that your presence would never insult my vision.
Someone as idiotic as you do not have the right to carry the Morong family name. Morong Rower. Morong Yen dearly wished that she could punch Morong Rower's face. However, she did not act. What do you want? Do as I say and I will get rid of grandfather's poison.
Morong Rower laughed softly. Even if grandfather wakes up and chooses to shield you, you will still be punished for murder.
No elder in our family will spare you.
Morong Yen took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her shoulders were trembling. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and replied, "All right, I promise you."
Morong Rower, you'd better stick to your end of the bargain.
Don't worry, as long as you die and plant the blame on your 2 friends, I'll spare him.
Morong Rower herself did not think that Morong Yen would agree to such a thing and had been anxious throughout their confrontation.
I reckon that in this entire world, only this idiot would sacrifice her own life for another. In the courtyard, under the bright splendor of sunlight, a team of guards surrounded the entire courtyard, leaving no crack unattended. At the foremost of the group were a few old men.
One of them was someone very familiar to Gu Ruoyun, Elder Heir.
He might be the second in command amongst the elders, but the first in command was currently away from the household. So, naturally, he would be the decision maker.
Lu Xiaochen, move out of the way.
Elder Heir frowned as he spoke coldly to Lu Xiaochen who stood in their way.
Apologies, elders. If you wish to see the master, you'll have to come again tomorrow.
Lu Xiaochen glanced at the closed bedroom door and stood determinedly in front of it, refusing to move a single step away.
Elder Heir scoffed coldly. Lu Xiaochen, don't think that you can do as you please just because you're a disciple of the Snow Order. This is the Morong family home. No one can help you now. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. I said no.
Lu Xiaochen laughed icily and remained standing in front of the door, not moving a single inch.
Boom!
Suddenly, the energy from within each and every elder began to stir.
They aimed it all towards Lu Xiaochen, fully intending to crush him.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 563, A Threat 3. Chapter 563, A Threat 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Under the threat from their combined energies, Lu Xiaochen grew very pale in the face.
His own aura became unstable and he slumped unwillingly. Lu Xiaochen, don't think that I don't know about your friend in there. That woman is responsible for trying to assassinate old Master Morong. Get out of the way immediately. If anything happens to the Morong family, will you be the one to assume responsibility? Elder Heir grew anxious as he threw out all the energy from within his system. His priority now was to get Lu Xiaochen out of the way in the fastest way possible so that they could go in and save the old master. Stop! Suddenly, a melodious voice which was as clear as a bell rang from outside the courtyard. Elder Heir was stunned and turned towards Morong Rower, who was on her way towards the scene. However, once he saw the young girl behind her, his expression sank. Morong Yen, how can you still show your face here? Do you not feel ashamed? Will you only be satisfied when you've caused your grandfather's demise? You've simply allowed a stranger to enter your grandfather's room. If she turns out to be a vicious person, you will be a criminal of the Morong family. Elder Heir, Morong Rower smiled gently and raised her lips as she spoke. Indeed, Morong Yen will never be satisfied until grandfather is dead. Just a while ago, she had come into my room and told me that grandfather's affliction wasn't an illness, he's been poisoned. Poisoned? Everyone present was immediately shocked. Some stared at Morong Yen in surprise. Even Lu Xiaochen frowned and stared in confusion at his junior sister. What's the meaning of this? Elder Heir's eyes grew increasingly stormy. Someone in the Morong family has actually dared to poison the master. The audacity of it. They will not be spared. If I find out who this person was, I will never rest until they are dead. The person responsible for that. Morong Rower paused before she turned with a glint in her eye towards the girl in pink behind her. Is Morong Yen? Bang! The entire group stood rooted to the spot as if they had all been struck by lightning. Morong Yen wanted to assassinate Master Morong? Why? Forget about everyone else, even Elder Heir could not believe his ears. Morong Yen is an idiot, that is a fact. It's true that I don't like her, but when it comes to the accusation that Morong Yen was the person responsible for harming Master Morong, I can never believe it, not even in 10,000 years. It's not because of anything else but the very fact that Master Morong was far too kind to this idiot. No matter how much we've supported Morong Rower, Master would still give the inheritance to Morong Yen. Since that's the case, what reason could she possibly have to harm Master Morong? But eldest lady, is this true? He asked doubtfully, shooting a look at the person behind Morong Rower. Second grandfather, it was Yenner who had confessed everything to me. She had also snatched the master's seal from grandfather. As for her two friends, they were in cahoots with her. Their crimes simply cannot be forgiven. Once she has said her piece, Morong Rower turned towards Morong Yen and asked in a tone filled with resentment and a hint of jealousy, Morong Yen, grandfather has always cherished you greatly ever since you were a child. Why would you want to harm him? I really can't believe that you would do such a thing. Grandfather had always neglected me and treated me with such cold indifference. Even so, I've never had any desire to hurt him, unlike you. He is my grandfather and my only relative in this entire world. Why would you be so cruel and vicious to try and kill my one and only family? Morong Rower, shut your mouth. Noticing the doubtful looks around him, Lu Xiaochen grew anxious. Yenner, say something. What's the matter with you? Say something, please. Has she threatened you with something? You can tell me, I'll never let any harm come to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, A Threat, 4. Chapter 564, A Threat, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Morong Yan's expression finally changed at the sight of the worried look on Lu Xiaochen's face. However, she still remained silent and kept her mouth shut. No one could tell what she was thinking. Big brother Lu, Morong Rower gently pursed her lips and spoke pitifully, it was Morong Yen who told me all of this herself. I'm only relaying this to everyone in her place. If you don't believe me, Big brother Lu, you can ask her yourself. Suddenly, all eyes fell on Morong Yen as if waiting for her to give a definite answer. Second lady, please speak. We need to know the truth. Elder Heir frowned. Honestly, knowing Rower's kind demeanor, I don't believe that she would ever threaten anyone. But at the same time, I don't believe that Morong Yen would harm the master. So I must know the answer. Morong Rower lowered her eyelids. No one could see it, but in that instant, a malicious light flashed across her eyes. So what if you don't believe it? Once Morong Yen admits to this, her crimes will be confirmed. The answer? Morong Yen raised her quiet features into a smile. All right, I'll tell you the answer. The answer is... Morong Rower is framing me. Boom.
The crowd went into a frenzy. Morong Roer raised her head in shock and stared at Morong Yan's smiling face with surprise.
She was completely stunned by Morong Yan's statement. Is she denying it? Why? Could it be that this woman is starting to grow fearful of death? That she would exchange her grandfather's life for her own? Morong Roer, wasn't that your question? Morong Yan smiled and stepped forward.
Her eyes were filled with mirth. You had asked me to make a choice between trusting her to save grandfather or to agree to your terms.
So let me tell you this, I want to save grandfather. However,
if you had given me the choice to trust in her or in you, my choice would be to trust in her. Indeed, she truly wants to save her grandfather, but between Morong Roer and Gu Ruoyun, she would much rather choose to believe in Gu Ruoyun. Even though they have not known each other for a very long time, that girl gave her this strong impression. As long as she has made a promise, she will do everything in her power to fulfill it. Even Morong Yan herself could not really say sure why she felt she could put her trust completely in Gu Ruoyun's abilities. Perhaps there was a kind of person whom anyone will unconsciously believe in no matter what she says.
Lu Xiaochen sighed in relief.
I'd really thought that Morong Yan would be forced into making a false confession, but obviously, my judgment in her character has been pretty accurate. My junior sister would never bow to another person's threats and allow herself to be forced into doing something against her wishes. Hence, regardless of how headstrong she is, I'm willing to stand by her side because of this.
Eldest lady, second lady, what's going on? Elder Heir knit his brows and asked.
Morong Roer's face was drained of color and her eyes darted back and forth. She seemed to have come up with an idea and she walked towards Elder Heir with tears in her eyes, looking utterly pathetic.
Elder Heir, I don't know either.
It was Yenner who had come into my room to make her confession. I had believed her and brought her here. I don't understand why she's denying it all now. I really don't know the situation now. Her meaning was that Morong Yan was trying to frame her by making her think that she was the one behind their grandfather's condition and was making bogus accusations. She was slandering her for framing her. And she was simply an innocent bystander who knows nothing and was being manipulated by someone else. Morong Yan laughed icily and was just about to speak when the closed bedroom door suddenly opened and an elderly figure slowly stepped out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 565, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 1. Chapter 565, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Morong Roer obviously had not noticed the old man who was emerging from the room as she continued to act pitifully towards Morong Yan. Yenner, I've always treated you with kindness, why are you framing me? I know, it must be because of your two friends. They're harboring ill intentions towards the Morong family, so they're using you. Elder Heir, you mustn't blame Yenner, she's still too young and can be pardoned for allowing others to manipulate her. At the end of the day, Morong Roer displayed an enlightened manner and acted as if she were afraid that Elder Heir would blame the naive and innocent Morong Yan. She played it as if she had tried to stick up for her little sister out of the kindness of her heart. If Morong Yan had not discovered this woman's true colors, she would certainly have been fooled by her little charade. However, Morong Yan was now completely distracted by the elderly figure before her and ignored Morong Roer. A sense of excitement gripped her heart along with an unspeakably pleasant surprise.
Grandfather.
Her voice held immeasurable longing as her eyes glistened with tears.
Only the heavens know how much she has had to endure during the days of her grandfather's coma. Thank goodness he's finally woken up. Yenner, what are you saying?
Morong Roer still did not see the peculiar looks in the eyes of the crowd and sneered. Grandfather is still lying on the bed, it's not like you don't know that.
But you? What had you done?
We had sent you to collect medicinal herbs for him, yet you'd run back with your tail between your legs, cowardly and afraid of death.
You've also given total access to him to a stranger.
While I don't believe that you would harm grandfather, I cannot bring myself to trust in these strange people.
If something actually happens to grandfather, Yenner, you will regret it for the rest of your life.
This woman still wishes to place me in the frying pan.
So long as the damned old fart doesn't receive the antidote from me, he'll never awaken. Just as Morong Roer spoke, a stifling and gloomy voice chimed in from behind her.
The voice was still rather frail, but that did not hide the absolute severity and iciness in its tone.
Who are you talking about? Who's going to regret this?
This familiar voice was like a bolt of lightning and struck Morong Roer squarely through her chest. Her entire body stiffened as she turned her head in disbelief. In that instant, a somber, elderly face appeared before her very eyes. The old man wore long robes and was like a large pine tree. He had placed his hands behind his back and stood tall. His figure still looked thin and frail due to being sick for so long. Nevertheless, his frailty could not conceal the strong aura he emitted. It was so strong that it was suffocating.
Master?
Elder Heir was in shock. Then, a wave of surprise washed over his heart as he exclaimed, "Master, your body, but..."
He.
Master Morone chuckled, then turned gratefully towards the girl in green who had just stepped out from behind him.
His elderly face broke into a smile. We'll have to thank Yenner's friend for this. She's the one who was responsible for pulling me out from the gateway of spirits and back into the land of the living. What?
Elder Heir was now in a daze. He stared in surprise at the girl's delicate features and remembered his past actions. Now, he felt a wave of embarrassment. It makes sense now why the second lady had chosen not to continue her search for the medicinal herbs, as she had brought home an extremely skilled doctor.
It would seem that I've misjudged you and your friend, second lady. Elder Heir turned apologetically towards Gu Ruoyun and said, Lady Gu, I'm truly sorry. I've treated you with such rudeness, yet you've saved my master.
The Morong family owes you a great debt of gratitude.
His initial apprehension in not welcoming Gu Ruoyun and Yi Nuwa was not only because they both had looked like scoundrels. In the dog-eat-dog scenario of Black Rock City, the Morong family would have been plunged into disaster if the two of them had turned out to be malicious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 2. Chapter 566, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Nevertheless, he never expected that Second Lady had brought Gu Ruoyun back to save Master Morong. In this case, there was no way he can consider her as a traitor. Morong Yen looked mildly embarrassed now. Honestly, she had brought Gu Ruoyun to the Morong household as a guest. She had no clue about her true identity. As for the reason why she had not continued looking for the herbs, it was because she was making extra preparations before entering the forest again. Still, she had not thought that Gu Ruoyun would turn out to be a doctor. Grandfather. Morong Rower has regained her composure after her initial shock. She took a deep breath and approached Master Morong. Her gentle face was brimming with a splendid smile as she spoke to him softly, You're all right. This is simply wonderful. I've been so worried about you. Humph. Master Morong reacted irritably towards Morong Rower. He scoffed coldly and swept his icy gaze across her face. Morong Rower, don't think that I'm unaware of what you've done. It's only that I've got no proof at the moment, which is why I've yet to punish you. However, you're getting way over the limit. You are simply insatiable. Whoosh. Morong Rower's face immediately drained of color. She bit her lip and stared pitifully up at the old man. Grandfather, what are you saying? Rower does not understand this at all. What am I saying? You of all people should know it best. Master Morong looked at Morong Rower and asked, Now let me ask you this one more time. What have you been doing all these years? Morong Rower trembled. She lowered her gaze and replied, I've been working hard for the sake of the Morong family's business and giving my best for the Morong family's interests. Grandfather, you should know this, right? Sigh. The old man looked utterly disappointed. Morong Rower, you may be a ***, but you are still my granddaughter. Otherwise, why do you think Yenner's mother had taken you in? It was I who had pitied your plight and asked for her to do it. But now that I think of it, the ones who truly deserve pity were Yenner and her mother, whom you had manipulated into eating out of the palm of your hand. I'd given you one final chance with my last question, but you did not appreciate it at all. As such, do not blame me for being cruel. Guards, take Morong Rower away. If the old man could rise and hold the seat as the master of the house, could he be as easily fooled as Morong Yen? Ever since the accidental deaths of both his son and daughter-in-law, he had begun to grow suspicious of Morong Rower. However, at the time, Morong Rower was only a few years old and there was no proof. Still, in all these years, he had been investigating the situation in secret until the highly vigilant Morong Rower found out about it and poisoned him. Master Morong sighed in his heartbreak. He now understood the true meaning of the phrase, nurturing a tiger invites calamity, and had caused the deaths of Yenner's parents as a result. He could never make up for this mistake, not even with his own life. Grandfather, I did not. I really didn't do anything wrong. Morong Rower stumbled back fearfully as she watched the guards approach her. She then ran towards Elder Heir and exclaimed pathetically, Elder Heir, I'm being framed. Truly. Please save me. Elder Heir frowned and wanted to stick up for Morong Rower but had shut his mouth in the end. Eldest lady, the master is a sensible man. He will get to the bottom of this. If you are truly innocent, he will clear you of all charges. You don't need to worry about this.
Besides, the master will not punish you without concrete evidence.
This imprisonment will only be temporary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 3. Chapter 567, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
If this had happened one day before, Elder Heir would have immediately protected Morong Roar and disregarded everything else. But the current situation has raised a few of his alarm bells. Even though Morong Roar's every action had pointed towards protecting Morong Yen, her every word had clearly stated that Morong Yen was behind Master's illness. When Morong Yen had denied the allegations, she still tried to convince everyone that Morong Yen had allied herself with outsiders to kill Master.
Furthermore, considering what Master has just stated, does this mean that I've misjudged her all along?
Elder Heir shut his eyes at the thought of this and his elderly face filled with anguish. He truly does not wish to believe that Murad Roar, whom he has always treated like his own granddaughter, would turn out to be someone so malicious.
Elder Heir. Morong Roar slowly loosened her grip on Elder Heir's hand. Her eyes glistened with tears as she spoke in a disappointed voice. Elder Heir, Roar has never done anything wrong, truly. You must believe me. What are you all still standing around for? Take this woman away. Master Morong's face sank and he spoke sharply. Yes, Master. 2 guards stepped forward at his command and pulled on Morong Roar's shoulders. They completely ignored her sobbing, beautiful face and dragged her to the rear courtyard. Perhaps Morong Roar herself would ever know how that old man, whose death had been certain, was able to emerge from his sickness unscathed. Perhaps she will never know even long after her own death. Lady Gu, thank you. I am truly grateful to you. Morong Yen hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Gu Ruoyun's hand in gratitude. Morong Roar had mentioned that the poison would kill grandfather instantly once it has been touched by a silver needle. How is it that grandfather? This would only apply to anyone else. Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely. Also, I'd overheard your entire conversation. Clearly, Morong Yan's actions had not disappointed her. If Morong Yan had been truly threatened by Morong Roar and had helped her to frame Yi Nuo on me, then I would have immediately destroyed the Morong family and left freely. It's not worth it for me to help a treacherous family. It's a good thing that Morong Yen did not do such a thing. Ahem. Lady Gu, Yenner. Could you please discuss these matters elsewhere? I have an important announcement to make. Master Morong cleared his throat as he cut into their conversation. He placed his fist next to his mouth and spoke with a serious look on his face. Lady Gu has saved my life. As a token of gratitude, I declare that the Morong family shall henceforth listen to her orders. This was something he had promised her while they were still in the bedchamber. But just as he spoke, the crowd broke into a frenzy. Even though they were thankful towards Gu Ruoyun for saving their master's life, that does not mean that the Morong family should serve her. Master, Elder Heir responded, clearly unsatisfied. I understand that you want to repay Lady Gu for saving your life, so I'm willing to give my life in order to obtain whatever she wishes. But to ask for the servitude of the Morong family, I find great difficulty in complying with this. Please, Master, reconsider this decision. Please, Master, reconsider this decision. The crowd bowed and joined their fists as they spoke. Enough. Master Morong waved his hand and swept his sharp gaze across the crowd. I've already made my decision. There's no use trying to change my mind. The Morong family has always honored our promises and I will never go back on a promise. Or would you all like to be labeled as traitors? Hearing this, the crowd whispered amongst one another and dived into a deep discussion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 4. Chapter 568, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Heir paused momentarily before saying, Master, if you want us to serve Lady Gu, that's fine. It's not like we can't do it. However, she must first display some sort of admirable power. Otherwise, I will never bow to her. Power. This was of the utmost importance in Black Rock City. Without power, it would be difficult to gain a foothold. Since Gu Ruoyun wishes to commandeer the Morong family, she must show power. Nothing else will do. Power? Gu Ruoyun gently raised an eyebrow and smiled. Elder Heir, unless I'm mistaken, you've already broken through to the rank of a martial emperor. That's right. Elder Heir smiled, I'm a martial emperor. That's good. Gu Ruoyun raised her lips into a smile and crooked her finger at Elder Air. Let's have a little competition, shall we? I believe I can defeat you with one strike. Whoa! The crowd burst into a frenzy. Elder Air's expression looked particularly ugly. While it's true that this girl may be skilled in medicine, nevertheless, he was still a martial emperor. If she merely wished to exchange notes, that was fine by him. Yet she has spouted a bunch of nonsense from the outset by saying that she could defeat him with one blow. How could this be possible? Just because she was skilled in medicine does not mean that she was a genius. Lu Xiaoqian and Moron Yan looked particularly worried. Both of them tried to say something but had shut their mouths in the end. While Lady Gu was a low-level martial emperor, Elder Air was a martial emperor who has a wealth of experience. This factor alone could be enough to cause her to lose. He. Elder Air laughed dryly and slowly rose to his feet. Lady Gu, are you sure that you want to challenge me? That's right. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly. I want to challenge you and defeat you with one blow. Ha ha. Elder Air laughed maniacally and exclaimed, Lady Gu, I truly admire you. Even at such a young age, you were able to cure a disease that many have deemed incurable. However, just because you may excel in some aspects does not mean that you'll excel in everything else. If you wish to challenge me, then I will deal you 3 strikes. If you are able to avoid these 3 strikes, you'll win. What do you say? 3 strikes? Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin and smiled calmly. I think there's no need for that. I stand by my word. If you accept my challenge, I will definitely defeat you with 1 strike. Elder Air was beginning to lose his patience. After being poked by Gu Ruoyun like that, his rage was boiling within him. He laughed icily. Young people are always arrogant. Those who ignore the advice from elders will soon regret their actions. If you wish to challenge me out of skepticism towards my abilities, then I accept your challenge. It's also a good opportunity to wake you up so that you don't invite disaster from the outside world. In that instant, the onlookers surrounding the two grew excited. They've certainly never expected this day to come for such a young girl to challenge Elder Air. Additionally, she was making wild claims and dared to state that she would defeat Elder Air with 1 strike. Most importantly, even when faced with such an obvious outcome, Elder Air had actually accepted the challenge. This was going to be a great show. Lady Gu, are you certain? Lu Xiaoqian looked worriedly at Gu Ruoyun's pretty face as he asked anxiously. Even Moron Yan swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Based on what they could tell from Gu Ruoyun's level of strength, it would be very difficult for her to defeat Elder Air completely, what more with 1 strike. This time, no matter how much trust Moron Yan has in her abilities, it would be difficult for her to believe that she could actually do it. Besides, forget about her. Even my own grandfather would find it difficult to defeat Elder Air with 1 strike. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, A Challenge. 1 strike. 5. Chapter 569, A Challenge. 1 strike. 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Beneath the azure skies, the young girl smiled calmly as she slowly stepped towards the incensed Elder Air in front of the watchful eyes of the crowd. The crowd immediately turned silent, everyone was watching her every move. Master Moron gently stroked his beard. I'm quite curious as well. I'd like to witness Yenner's friend's abilities for myself. Little girl, once I attack it will be with everything I've got. I won't go easy on you just because of your youth. You better be ready to face humiliation. Elder Air scoffed as his proud features filled with disdain. Elder Air, please make your move. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently, but her smile did not reach her eyes, which were cool and clear as ice. Ha, little girl, since you leave no room for compromise, I'm not going to be so courteous. Bang! Elder Air's entire body turned into a sharp hurricane which emitted his strong power from within. It forced a few Morong family disciples to retreat and stare in shock at the old man's body, which was enveloped by the howling winds. The old man then charged at Gu Ruoyun and destroyed the surrounding trees with a loud bang. Even a martial king would feel the immense pressure from within the concentrated energy and would have been unable to withstand such raw power. A flash of green robes gently fluttered amidst the powerful winds. The girl raised her delicate and beautiful face as she stared emotionlessly back at the old man before her. Then, she finally made her move. No one could really see what had actually happened. All they could see was Elder Air stopping in his tracks, and in that instant, Gu Ruoyun's fist had landed fiercely on the old man. Boom! Elder Air's body was flung over 10 meters away by that one blow. He slammed heavily into a wall, causing it to crumble. His body slumped onto the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fear gripped his eyes.
Even Elder Air himself did not know what had happened. When he had approached Gu Ruoyun, his soul had come under attack and his mind had then gone completely blank.
Once he regained his senses, Gu Ruoyun has already punched him into the air. Furthermore, he did not even have the chance to react. Gu Ruoyun gingerly placed her hands by her side and looked calmly at the dazed Elder Air. Her voice was clear and crisp like a breeze on a sunny day, yet it pulled in everyone's attention. They stared at her with gaping mouths. I did tell you that I will only use one strike and that I will defeat you. Gasp.
Everyone could not help but gasp as they widened their eyes in utter disbelief. They all stared at Gu Ruoyun as if they had seen a ghost.
One strike.
She only used one strike to defeat Elder Air.
Can this even be described as an act of God?
This is clearly sorcery.
He. Elder Air laughed and crawled up from the ground.
He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and broke into a big grin which bloomed on his face like a large chrysanthemum.
You're certainly young and highly talented. I concede defeat.
At this moment, he no longer held his initial haughty arrogance. Even his tone of voice showed great respect. After all, even his master could not guarantee his defeat with one strike. Yet she had been able to do it. Since I've lost, if Lady Gu is to take over the Morong family, I have no objections. Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely as she said, I only ask for the Morong family to pledge their loyalty. I have no intentions of taking over the Morong family. There will not be any changes in the seat of the master of the Morong family either. Of course, if anyone has any intentions of betrayal, I will grant them a fate worse than death.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 570, A Challenge. One strike. 6. Chapter 570, A Challenge. One strike. 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
In this lifetime, she hates betrayal the most. So, she would never stand for any form of treachery.
Master Morong, Elder Air, follow me. I have something to discuss with you.
Gu Ruoyun looked at them in the eye as she spoke before turning around towards the study. Morong Yen tried to follow them, intending on saying a few words but was held back by Lu Xiaochen. He shook his head at his junior sister and laughed bitterly. Yenner, previously, we could be considered as her friends. However, from now on, she is not only our benefactor but a master we must serve.
We cannot treat her like a friend anymore.
Hearing this, a complicated look flashed across Morong Yan's eyes. I understand, senior brother.
In the eyes of a genius like her, we are only people passing by.
Even though she did not know the full measure of Gu Ruoyun's strength, she knows that if her grandfather had fought against her, his victory would not be guaranteed.
How could a person like her be a friend?
Even if they had devoted their entire lives, they probably could not ever reach her standards. The air was quiet and tranquil in the study. Gu Ruoyun looked up at the two elders and calmly raised an eyebrow. Before anything else, I will reveal my ambition to you.
My ambition is to unite Black Rock City. To unite Black Rock City?
Even the highly experienced Master Morong and Elder Air were both shocked by Gu Ruoyun's declaration.
The powers within Black Rock City are intertwined in many ways with countless skilled cultivators.
Even the Morong family was merely considered middle class compared to the other organization around the area. There were many forces who were far more powerful than the Morong family.
So, it would not be possible for Gu Ruoyun to unite the whole of Black Rock City even after assuming command over the Morong family.
Lady Gu. Just as Elder Air was addressing Gu Ruoyun, he suddenly remembered her current status and hurriedly changed his tune. Eldest lady, I'm afraid that this would be rather difficult. The Morong family and the Ye family are considered middle class in power. The other organizations have at least a few martial honors amongst their groups.
If you really wish to unify Black Rock City, it won't be that easy.
Elder Air had framed his thoughts in the most tactful way possible.
In reality, what he truly wished to say was that it was impossible to unite Black Rock City.
I'm only telling you my ambitions so that you are both clear on what needs to be done, Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly. Just being in command of the Morong family was not quite within her sights. What she truly wished for was the whole of Black Rock City. Furthermore, this time, I need you both for something else. Hearing this, both men looked at each other before looking back at Gu Ruoyun in confusion. Then, under the glare of their puzzled looks, Gu Ruoyun pulled out a bottle of pills from her sleeve.
This is...
Master Morong had been thoroughly confused and was frowning. However, when he sensed the spiritual energy emanating from within the porcelain bottle, he trembled and stared at Gu Ruoyun with uncertainty. Gu Ruoyun casually poured a single pill out from the bottle. She then placed it in front of Master Morong and said calmly, swallow this. There was an unquestionable directive in her tone. Master Morong held out his trembling hand and accepted the pill from Guru Oyun. He then placed it into his mouth and swallowed it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 571, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 7. Chapter 571, A Challenge. 1 Strike. 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Eldest lady, unless I'm mistaken, this thing that you've just asked me to swallow, is it a pill?
Gulp. Master Morong asked in a trembling voice.
What?
A pill?
Elder Heir widened his eyes in shock before shaking his head as he smiled weakly. Master, perhaps you were mistaken?
Pills?
How could this be? All pills have been destroyed over 10,000 years ago. How could there still be any pills still in existence?
You must have been mistaken.
Just as he spoke, a powerful hurricane whirled towards him with a loud bang and threw him out of the way. Elder Heir's eyes became larger and larger. He stared at Master Morong as if he was some sort of strange abomination which was utterly beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. He spoke and his voice was trembling with obvious excitement.
A breakthrough?
One should know that his master had been stuck at the rank of a mid-level martial emperor for the longest time and had been unable to make any progress. Even a martial honor had once declared that he would never reach the rank of a high-level martial emperor, not in this lifetime anyway. Yet his master, who initially had a death sentence over his head, has actually had a breakthrough.
This was simply a miracle. Could it be that the thing the master had swallowed was really a legendary pill?
Elder Heir's gaze slowly turned around at this thought of this and his gaze fell upon the porcelain bottle in Guru Oyun's hands. After all, on this mainland, pills do not exist. When it comes to pill formulas, even if they were mutilated, they would provoke many fights. So one can imagine how valuable Guru Oyun's pills were. What? In a time like this, Elder Heir simply could not imagine where Guru Oyun had managed to get the pills. All he could think of was that if he could have one of those pills, he could certainly break through to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor. But once he remembered his past dispute with Guru Oyun, the glimmer in his eyes slowly darkened. I am not like Master who had a friendly relationship with Guru Oyun from the beginning. I had once greatly offended this woman because of Morong Rower. Under these circumstances, why would she waste such a precious pill for my sake? A high-level martial emperor, if this keeps up, we can temporarily gain a steady foothold. Guru Oyun gently stroked her chin before she glanced at a sad-looking Elder Heir. Elder Heir, you can take one of these pills too. You'll then be able to break through to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor, but in my present condition, I have great need of power. Otherwise, I would never have produced these emperor breakthrough pills. Elder Heir could not believe his ears and asked incredulously, Eldest lady, were you speaking to me? Guru Oyun wrinkled her brows before staring serenely at Elder Heir with her clear, cold eyes. When did you become so slow?
Weren't your reflexes extra fast whenever Morong Rower was being bullied by others?
Hearing this, Elder Heir went very red in the face and shamefully accepted the pill that Guru Oyun had thrown at him.
He then swallowed it.
Just as he swallowed the pill, Master Morong, who was right next to him, laughed so wildly that it startled him. His legs nearly turned into jelly and he almost fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, I've broken through to a high-level martial emperor.
I've finally broken through.
His laugh was filled with madness and excitement and rang out loud from the study. It soon reached the ears of every member in the Morong family household. Hence, not too long after, every member of the Morong family knew that their master has had a breakthrough. This was wonderful news for the entire Morong family. Furthermore, it's been a long time since they had heard their master laugh so happily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 572, The Ye Family Comes for a Visit, 1. Chapter 572, The Ye Family Comes for a Visit, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Blackrock City, in the Ye family home. In a grand hall, a white-haired old man was sitting upright on his throne with a gloomy look on his face. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Beneath him stood the middle-aged man who had intercepted Yi Nua, yelling of the Ye family, That old fart from the Morong family has had his breakthrough. Maliciousness flashed across the old man's eyes as he spoke gloomily. I didn't think that he, who has been declared to stay as a mid-level martial emperor for the rest of his life, would actually have a breakthrough. This was simply inconceivable. Ya Ling sneered, Father, Morong Yan's two friends had caused the destruction of Fanner's manhood. Now, he can't even get down from his bed. This is one vengeance that we cannot let go. So what if that old Morong man has had his breakthrough? He's not experienced enough. He'll never be able to beat you, father. Hearing this, the old man fell silent.
A bout of ruthlessness flickered within his somber eyes. After a long pause, he laughed eerily. Seeing as that old fellow from the Morong family has had his breakthrough, we must pay him a visit and seek justice for Fanner while we're at it.
Yes, father.
Yaling joined his fists together and bowed respectfully as a cold smile slowly formed at the corners of his lips.
The Morong family. Your destiny is nearly at an end.
From now on, the Morong family shall no longer exist in Black Rock City. At this moment, in the Morong family's study, Elder Heir has yet to emerge from the glee of his breakthrough when Gu Ruoyan's voice reached his ears. Elder Heir, please select a few disciples with considerable talent and have them consume these spirit cultivation pills. Elder Heir stared into space and watched as Gu Ruoyan produced a few more bottles of pills. He was so startled that he was rendered speechless.
After all, on this mainland, a single pill could provoke a fight between many men. Yet she is carelessly giving so many away to so many people?
Elder Heir's breathing quickened at the thought of this. Eldest lady, I've previously treated you in such a manner.
Have you disregarded our former enmity and given me your trust?
If you use a man, don't suspect him. Gu Ruoyan smiled calmly and spoke in a voice that resembled a refreshing breeze. Since I've asked the Morong family to pledge their allegiance, that means that I will give you all my full trust.
I hope that you won't disappoint me.
Besides, while you and I have had our disagreements in the past, it cannot be denied that you've always been very loyal to the Morong family. This was also why I had given you this responsibility.
Elder Heir, you are a smart man. You should know what's best for you. Does Gu Ruoyan really trust the Morong family that much? No. She had once been betrayed, so how could she trust another person again so easily? The Morong family members were not Qian Bei Yi.
She certainly would not give them all of her trust without rhyme or reason. So, before coming to this decision, she had added a little something into the pills. Of course, as long as the Morong family members do not have any intentions of betraying her, these pills will work as if nothing had been added into the mix at all. However, should they have the slightest sliver of intention to betray her, then that extra little ingredient will give them a fate worse than death. Otherwise, why had Gu Ruoyan given those emperor-breaking pills away so recklessly? Obviously, she would never reveal this to the Morong family members. Eldest lady, I understand. Elder Heir's eyes slowly filled with steady determination. No mistake about it, the Morong family will certainly expand even faster under your command. Furthermore, with so many pills in hand, perhaps your ambition in uniting Black Rock City will come true. Every time he thought of this, Elder Heir could not help but feel the blood rushing into his heart.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, The Ye Family Comes for a Visit, 2. Chapter 573, The Ye Family Comes for a Visit, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Unifying Black Rock City, how many people would want to do that? In the beginning, I had thought that this Gu Ruoyan was merely indulging in wild fantasies.
But now, perhaps she would be the only one capable of accomplishing this.
Master.
Just then, a guard hurriedly rushed into the room and joined his fist into a bow.
He spoke in a respectful manner. Master, the master of the Ye family has come for a visit. The Ye family?
Master Morong's eyes darkened as he frowned. He paused in silence before issuing a slow response. I'm assuming that the news of my breakthrough has reached their ears.
However, their visit this time is most likely not one of kindness. Elder Heir, come. We will meet him together. Yes, master.
Elder Heir joined his fists and bowed respectfully. However, the space between his brows still held the same degree of seriousness. Even though Master and that old man from the Ye family are equally matched, the Ye family are backed by the terrifying Wolf's Fang robbers.
Not even an organization of considerable power in Black Rock City would dare to claim that they could exterminate the Wolf's Fang robbers.
In the great hall, an old man in grey robes sipped his tea with an air of indifference. His traitorous eyes flashed with malice. He did not raise his head, as if he never noticed the people who had just entered the room. Only Ye Ling, who seated was next to him, lost his cool as he rose to his feet and scoffed, Master Morong, your Morong family guest has hurt my son.
If the Morong family wishes to maintain a cordial with the Ye family, you will hand them both over to us.
Ye Ling raised his chin and stared arrogantly at the Morong family members.
He clearly did not place any importance on the Morong family's authority. More importantly, based on his observation, Master Morong was a very smart man.
He would never give up an opportunity to strike up a friendship with the Ye family over two youngsters.
Humph.
Master Morong scoffed coldly and swept his gaze over Ye Ling from top to toe.
He responded indifferently, you have yet to receive the right to speak to me. You.
Ya Ling's face turned ashen in his rage. He glared angrily at Master Morong and was about to issue a retort when the old man next to him reached out and stopped him. The old man steadily sipped the tea in his hand. His face was poised in a somber and cold smile. He has no right to speak to you, but don't I have that, correct? It goes without saying that the Morong family hospitality is inferior, serving me with such old tea. Crash. Once he had said his piece, he loosened his grip on the cup and it fell to the floor and shattered into bits.
Master Morong's expression turned into an ugly shade.
His sharp eyes flashed with murderous intent, but in the end, he suppressed his anger and spoke icily. Master Ya, have you come to cause trouble for me? No, the old man shook his head and smiled icily back at him. I've merely come for a visit after hearing that you've broken through to the rank of a high-level martial emperor.
Could it be that the master of the Morong family does not welcome me? A visit?
I think you're here to purposely pick a fight. Master Morong waved his hand in annoyance as he replied coldly, servants, send these guests out.
Our Morong family does not welcome the Ye family members. He.
The old man slowly rose from his seat. His lips were curled into a smile but his cunning and crafty eyes were filled with frost. Master Morong, why so hasty? I've merely heard news of your guests harming my grandchild. Master Morong, you know that we've only ever had one son from the direct lineage for many generations.
My grandson is the treasure of my Ye family, so I've specifically made this visit to ask for justice. Furthermore,
if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 574, The Ye family comes for a visit, 3. Chapter 574, The Ye family comes for a visit, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
He paused before he continued speaking. Furthermore, you should know the rules of Black Rock City, Master Morong.
Regardless of the dispute, outsiders are not allowed to touch a single hair of the heads of the citizens of Black Rock City. I've already made a thorough investigation on the guests in your residence and they are not from Black Rock City. I'm sure you wouldn't want to compromise the harmony of Black Rock City for the sake of two outsiders, right, Master Morong? From the old man's point of view, the old Morong man could not possibly want to shield the two outsiders unless he wished to make an enemy of the Ye family. But could he be so silly? To offend the Ye family for the sake of two irrelevant individuals? That's clearly not going to be a very smart decision. Master Morong's expression sank. He fell silent as a torrential storm began to rise from within his being. However, the Ye father and son clearly misunderstood the look on his face and thought that Master Morong was angry at Morong Yen for provoking such a disaster. Master Morong, you should discipline your Morong family disciples sometimes. That Morong Yen is a troublemaker. If it wasn't for her two friends, the Morong family wouldn't have offended the Ye family. It's a good thing that the Ye family are magnanimous and generous. As long as you hand over those 2B** stars, the Ye family will not be calculative over your mistakes. Ya Ling sneered. However, you should rejoice as the Morong family still has Morong Rower. While she doesn't have a lot of power, she's certainly 10 times better than that idiot Morong Yen. As he spoke, he glanced at Elder Heir who was standing behind Master Morong and spoke arrogantly, "What are you still standing there for? Can't you see how angry your master is? Get those 2B* stars and bring them to me. My hatred will never be satisfied until I crush their bones into powder." Elder Heir looked at Ya Ling as if he was some sort of idiot. Is he asking Master to hand over the eldest lady? Is this fellow a fool? After all, the Morong family now belongs to the eldest lady. She's the true master of the Morong family, yet this idiot demands for us to hand her over upon his arrival in our home. If this fellow isn't an idiot, what is he then, really? Ya Ling felt that Elder Heir's reaction was rather curious, but before he could understand what was going on, Master Morong's enraged bellow rang out in front of him. Lady Gu and Sir Yi Nua are guests of the Morong family. If anyone should treat them rudely, don't blame me for lacking sensitivity. Get out. Master Morong did not reveal Gu Ruoyun's true identity because the forces in Black Rock City are unstable. If anyone finds out that Gu Ruoyun had assumed command over the Morong family, it would bring her great danger, especially knowing her current level of strength. Ya Ling was rooted to the spot as if he could not believe that Master Morong would say such a thing. Based on his observations, anyone with an iota of intelligence would be able to recognize the most beneficial choice. Yet this idiot wants to make an enemy of the Ye family for the sake of two irrelevant individuals? Does he no longer place any importance on the Ye family after his breakthrough? He's merely someone who has just broken through to the rank of a high-level martial emperor. What right does he have to cause a commotion in front of my father? And most importantly, he seems to have forgotten our backers, the Wolf's Fang robbers. Master Morong, I used to admire you for being a very smart man.
Master Ye replied expressionlessly, but this time, I must say this, an intelligent man like you has made a grave mistake. This mistake will destroy the entire Morong family. While we're at it, let me remind you that a few of us from our respective families will be embarking on our journey to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler in 1 month. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, The Ye Family Comes for a Visit, 4. Chapter 575, The Ye Family Comes for a Visit, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Master Morong fell silent upon hearing those 4 words. His initially raging heart was now full of anxiety. The tomb of the Supreme Ruler was crawling with many strong cultivators. Black Rock City's greatest forces will be joining the expedition to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Based on the Morong family's position in power, it would be difficult for them to survive under such dangerous conditions in the ruins of the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. We're going. Master Ye took one look at Master Morong and laughed icily before dragging Ye Ling out the door. Actually, if the Ye family were to fight against the Morong family, both sides would only end up with suffering. Under these circumstances, it would be very easy for someone else to seize the opportunity to get involved. That was why the old man from the Ye family had not made a move against the Morong family. However, he does have an opportunity to destroy the Morong family. Like this expedition to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, for example. Master, Elder Heir spoke in a voice filled with anxiety. That old fellow, Ye Luo, has always been the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. He will not forget about his grandchild's injuries so easily. It's highly possible that in a month, he will seize the opportunity to do something to the Morong family at the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Hearing this, Master Morong sighed and laughed bitterly. Our best defense when a flood arrives is resistance. We can only play by ear at this stage. The tomb of the Supreme Ruler is a mausoleum built by a Martial Supreme and was discovered long ago by one of the forces in Black Rock City. It was said that there is great power concealed within the tomb which can allow a cultivator on the verge of the rank of a martial honor to break through to the rank of a Martial Supreme. As such, this tomb had certainly drawn the attention of organizations both big and small. However, because the conditions in the tomb were far too dangerous, even a martial honor could be destroyed in the expedition. All the forces of Black Rock City then came to a unified decision that they would cooperate and enter the tomb of the Supreme Ruler together. Of course, Gu Ruoyan was blissfully unaware of this as she had returned to her room and entered into cultivation after sending the 2 men from the Morong family off. The Emperor Breakthrough Pill, once consumed, will allow a martial emperor to break through to the next level. I had intended on using it only when I've reached the rank of mid-level martial emperor, but there are too many enemies lurking about in the banished lands. I must break through to the next level. Gu Ruoyan stared at the pill in her hand and the space between her brows was filled with seriousness. Generally speaking, pills that enhance breakthroughs like this Emperor Breakthrough Pill are different from chi-gathering pills. Using external means to force oneself into a breakthrough would make one's foundation superficial. However, Gu Ruoyun was different. Her spiritual ocean was so vast that no matter how many types of medicine she had taken, it would not affect her foundations. Still, even if she did not have such a vast spiritual ocean, she still had pills that could help to strengthen her foundations. Unfortunately, any pills that help enhance breakthroughs can only be used once. For example, once Gu Ruoyun uses the Emperor Breakthrough Pill to break through to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor, she cannot use it again. Even if she did, there would be no effects. Gu Ruoyun took a deep breath and gently placed the pill into her mouth. At that very moment, a loud bang sounded and a strong energy erupted, followed by a thick fog of spiritual energy surrounding her from where she was sitting. In the guest hall, Elder Heir and Master Morong both jumped with shock. They rushed out hurriedly and floated for a long time in mid-air, staring in astonishment at Gu Ruoyun's room. The room held a great power such that both men unconsciously felt moved. Their eyes were filled with a deep shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, The Ye Family Comes for a Visit, 5. Chapter 576, The Ye Family Comes for a Visit, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A mid-level martial emperor. Gasp. A 19-year-old mid-level martial emperor. What does this mean? This was simply abnormal. Who could have reached this rank at such a young age? But this little girl has managed to achieve it. The skies in this part of the world are changing soon. Elder Heir laughed bitterly. A 19-year-old mid-level martial emperor. If word of this gets out, who would believe it? If he had not witnessed this with his own eyes, Elder Heir would never have believed it himself. In all of the banished lands, aside from the genius of a young master, no one else would have such a strong talent.
Elder heir, you must issue this order immediately.
Master Morong's eyes darkened and he spoke gravely, no one is to say a word about the eldest lady's breakthrough.
None of this must ever get out.
She may be highly talented at the moment, but her wings are not yet fully developed. If too many people find out about this, it would only invite disaster. In a place like this, there's bound to be many who wish to rope her into joining their organization. If she does not agree, there could be a bloodbath. For the sake of preventing her from having to bow to another organization, he must act fast starting from the roots, even if she's not his genius.
In the banished lands, many would think in the same manner. However, knowing Gu Ruoyun's bleak and aloof personality, she would never bow to anyone.
Elder heir obviously understood this and nodded, Master, do not worry.
I will not allow anyone else to know about this.
At least, before her wings are fully grown, no one must be aware of her true capabilities.
All right. When you're on the job, Elder heir, I can relax.
Master Morong nodded his head in satisfaction and replied with fatigue, I'm tired.
I'll head to my room now. You take care of everything else after this. Yes, Master.
Elder heir bowed and joined his fists respectfully and escorted Master Morong on his way out. Once he had left, Elder heir headed off to carry out Master Morong's orders. In the room, Gu Ruoyun slowly opened her eyes and exhaled, a mid-level martial emperor. Based on my current level of strength, I should be able to go up against a high-level martial emperor.
But my goals for Black Rock City are still very far off.
Just as she was deep in thought, her bedroom door was pulled open and a soft, squirmy little figure rushed in and hugged Gu Ruoyun.
Bodyguard Gu, I've heard the news. Have you really managed to cure old man Morong's illness?
Yi Nua blinked his starry eyes as he stared admiringly at Gu Ruoyun.
You're still here? Gu Ruoyun looked inquisitively back at Yi Nua. Yi Nua's expression immediately turned black and his cherubic features were filled with annoyance. Bodyguard Gu, do you really want me to leave that much? Come on, we've known each other for such a long time yet you would continue to act so heartlessly.
Whatever, I don't care.
I'm sticking with you. I certainly don't want to follow that old fart back home. Going back would be far too boring, it's way more interesting to follow Bodyguard Gu around. Up to you.
Gu Ruoyun gently raised her eyebrows, still, I'm guessing that your grandfather will certainly make his way here to drag you home sometime soon.
Whoosh.
Hearing this, Yi Nua immediately hid behind Gu Ruoyun as if he had just received a scare. He blinked his big, innocent-looking eyes and stared pitifully up at Gu Ruoyun.
Bodyguard Gu, you must protect me. I don't want to go home with that horrible old man. Besides, I've already made my decision. I'm not going home. Even if that old man was to drag me, I will not go home.
Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched when she heard this and she stared speechlessly at the pitiful-looking child. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 577, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 1. Chapter 577, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'm afraid that I can't really help you with this.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders as she replied helplessly. Yi Nua pouted and his little face filled with stubbornness, if that old man insists on making me go home. Then, I'll run away again so that he'll never find me, ever.
Gu Ruoyun refused to comment.
Based on past experience, Yi Nua probably would not let her go so easily.
A month passed slowly and quietly.
Within this month, Gu Ruoyun's breakthrough to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor has pretty much become more established. This time, even if she was to face a martial honor and could not fight back, escaping was no longer an issue. It was also within this 1 month when Gu Ruoyun was training vigorously that Black Rock City gradually experienced a change. Initially, she had thought that the Ye family would not have let the Morong family off so easily. Nevertheless, during this 1 month, no sign of movements came from the Ye family at all. It was as if nothing had happened and all was curiously quiet.
At this moment, in the Morong family courtyard, Gu Ruoyun stared in puzzlement at the Morong family disciples who were lined up in a row. She raised her brow, is a special day? What are all of you doing here?
Within a month, with the help of the spirit-gathering pills, the Morong family disciples' power has shown rapid improvement. Lu Xiaochen had broken through to the rank of a high-level martial king while Morong Yan was now a mid-level martial king. Many of the young disciples amongst them have also experienced breakthroughs as well. Most of them have reached the rank of a martial king.
Even Gu Ruoyun could not have imagined this.
Eldest lady, Lu Xiaochen smiled gently. You're probably not aware of this, but not too long ago, a citizen of Black Rock City had discovered the existence of the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. However, the tomb is extremely perilous. After the discovery was publicly announced, all the forces of Black Rock City agreed that they would join forces on an expedition to the tomb. Today is the day of the start of the expedition. The tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Gu Ruoyan stroked her chin as her eyes flashed with a clear interest in the matter. I'm also quite interested in this tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Since that's the case, I'll tag along to see this tomb of the Supreme Ruler for myself. A Marshal Supreme. This was a rank that Gu Ruoyan had been unable to achieve in her past life. Lu Xiaochen's heart leaped. He locked eyes with Morong Yen and saw the clear joy in her eyes as well. If Gu Ruoyan joins them on the expedition, the Morong family would have great security. Others may not know this, but they both knew that Gu Ruoyan had already broken through to the rank of a mid-level martial emperor. After all, back when she was a low-level martial emperor, she had been able to defeat an opponent on the same level with one strike. Now that she has just had another breakthrough, based on her level of power and abilities, even a high-level martial emperor may not be able to defeat her, but... One more thing, Gu Ruoyan paused before saying, you two, stop calling me eldest lady. Just address me as you did previously. Regardless of my connection to the Morong family, to me, you are my friends. Friends? That word etched deeply into Morong Yan's heart, causing it to tremble. She bit her lip and stared at Gu Ruoyan with a complicated look on her face. I have once treated you with such contempt, so why should you treat me as a friend? She has never forgotten how she had treated this girl the first time they had met. Yet this girl has never held anything against her despite her initial animosity. She had even gone against Yafan for her sake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 2. Chapter 578, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If it hadn't been not for me, Gu Ruoyan and Yi Nua would never have done anything to offend the Ye family. Come on, you are the next Master Morong. How can you be so stupid? Yi Nua rolled his eyes and looked at Morong Yen with a tinge of disdain. Back then, if you had not protected bodyguard Gu in front of Morong Roer, do you think that she would even care if you had lived or died? Morong Yen shuddered. No matter how much ridicule she felt from Yi Nua's words, she did not get angry but immersed herself in all of it. She had chosen to disregard our former enmity and helped me simply because I had shielded her in front of Morong Roer? Morong Yen laughed bitterly at the thought and felt rather complicated. Perhaps that's the kind of woman she was. If one had treated her with the slightest hint of bad intentions, then one can forget about receiving her favor for the rest of one's life. However, if one acts with good intentions in front of her, she'll remember you for life. Even though I was the one to blame for Morong Roer's actions which had caused so much trouble for her. Lady Gu, thank you. Morong Yen took a deep breath and looked completely grateful. Meeting you in this lifetime is my good fortune. No matter what, I will use my actions to make up for my past mistakes. Gu Ruoyan said nothing more. In the beginning, she had been motivated by selfish intentions when she had helped Morong Yen out of the situation with Yafan. Everything she had done had been for the sake of taking over the Morong family. However, in regards to her opinion of Morong Yen, she could not really say if she had a good impression of her, and neither does she feel any form of dislike. Besides, if she had not agreed to let me assume command over the Morong family, Master Morong would also never have agreed to it so easily. Yi Nua, you wanna come along as well? Gu Ruoyan lowered her head and asked the cherub-faced young boy. I'm coming along. Yi Nua raised his eyebrows and his little face flushed with excitement. A fun place like that, how could I not go? Alright, then let's go together. Gu Ruoyan smiled calmly and agreed to Yi Nua's request. Morong Yen was just about to say something when she realized that Gu Ruoyan had already agreed to it. She swallowed her words. She still trusts Gu Ruoyan to some extent. Since Gu Ruoyan was allowing Yi Nua to join this expedition, she must have her own reasons. She would only need to follow her orders. That would be enough. The excavation site of the tomb of the Supreme Ruler was at the summit of the Supreme Mountain. The usually quiet mountain range was now filled with noise. Various forces have set up camp at the foot of the mountain, drawing confused looks from a few passers-by. Why have so many powerful organizations gathered together to climb the Supreme Mountain? Eldest lady, the forces present today, aside from the Morong family and the Ye family, are a few other middle-class organizations. However, there are far too many of them now, so I won't bore you with the introductions. Allow me to point out the three great powers of Black Rock City. Master Morong took one look at the densely packed group and whispered into Gu Ruoyan's ear, see that man with a scar from a knife wound? That's the leader of the largest underground organization of Black Rock City, He Bao. Don't judge him based on his brutish appearance, he's already reached the rank of a martial honor. Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow and her gaze trailed towards the direction of Master Morong's finger, which was pointing at a man in the middle of the group.
The man's large scar almost covered his entire face.
He looked too ugly for words, but the great force within him could cause one's heart to go into palpitations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 579, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 3. Chapter 579, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
That wheelchair-bound invalid is the master of the Mo family, Mo Leo. He had suffered a disease in his thighs from a young age and can only move around with the use of a wheelchair. But don't be fooled by his delicate features, he's actually a 90-year-old freak. He has a recipe for eternal youth, which is why he looks so young.
Furthermore, this Mo Leo can be considered as an exotic flower.
He has never married and has remained as a bachelor all his life. He adopted a child just 3 years ago.
Mo Leo,
Gu Ruoyun furrowed her brow and directed her clear, cold gaze towards the man in the wheelchair. For some unexplained reason, that man gave her a very strange feeling. The man seemed to notice her look and turned towards her. His sickly yet handsome features lit up with a smile.
That one smile was like a ray of sunshine, absolutely heartwarming. The last one is that beautiful woman in red. She hails from the Mei family and is a member of the 3 great authorities of Black Rock City.
Not only is she a martial honor, she's also a formidably skilled doctor. Master Morong glanced at the woman in red and sighed. Unfortunately, Lord Mei is haughty and arrogant. Should you ever wish to ask for her help in treating your illness, it would be a difficult feat. She only has 2 interests in this lifetime: medicinal practice and beautiful men. Unless your medicinal skills surpass hers or you plan on gifting her a peerlessly beautiful man, don't even think that she will treat you. Back then, when he was starting to become heavily ill, he had wanted to invite Mei Shui but had been immediately chased out of the Mei household. It's a good thing that he had met Gu Ruoyun. Otherwise, his death would have been guaranteed.
So these are the 3 great authorities of Black Rock City?
Gu Ruoyun gently stroked her chin and smiled. It would seem that if I wish to unify Black Rock City, I'll need to have command over these 3 great authorities.
Hearing this, Master Morong smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Putting aside the haughty Lord Mei Shui, the other 2 would not bow to her so easily.
Master Morong, you've finally arrived.
Just then, a sinister voice sounded the side. Master Morong furrowed his brows and raised his head to look at the man approaching him.
May I ask, Master Ya, if you have any business with me? Master Morong's tone has a bite of impatience.
He glared coldly at Ya Luo's withered old features.
Father, it was them.
Ya Ling, who was standing next to him, recognized Gu Ruoyun and Yi Nuo in one glance and scoffed. They're the ones who are responsible for hurting Fanner.
Oh?
A cold, sinister light flashed across Ya Luo's eyes as he spoke icily. Master Morong, if I remember this correctly, the expedition to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler seems to be a matter that concerns only the citizens of Black Rock City. I don't think that outsiders have the right to participate in this.
He.
Master Morong chuckled dryly and replied in an equally icy voice, Lady Gu has officially entered my Morong family.
I wonder if this answer satisfies you, Master Ye? Indeed, Gu Ruoyun was a member of the Morong family now. She was now the person who holds full authority in the Morong family.
However, to the ears of Ya Luo, he took it to mean that Master Morong had accepted Gu Ruoyun as a disciple of the Morong family. In that case, Ya Luo simply had nothing else to say.
He could only sweep a sinister glare across Gu Ruoyun and Yi Nuo.
This expedition to the tomb of the Supreme Ruler is fraught with danger, so both of you should be worried.
Even the master of the Morong family himself could lose his life in these ruins.
I hope you won't die so soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 580, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 4. Chapter 580, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
A threat. Those words were clearly undisguised threats. His meaning was clear.
The Ye family will definitely make their move against the Morong family in the excavation.
At that point, should they run into an accident and die in the ruins, no one could be blamed.
Master Morong's expression looked extremely ugly. He clenched his fists and nearly slammed it into Ya Luo's infuriating face.
In the end, he controlled himself and sneered, Master Ya, you're speaking a little too early.
Who dies and who survives? No one will know for sure. Ha ha ha.
Just as the old man spoke, a fit of wild laughter was heard from the foot of the mountain, ringing aloud through every foot of the ground. The crowd went into shock when they heard the voice, including the members of the three great families.
Everyone turned their attention to a small road ahead.
In the middle of that small road, a large band of brutes with weapons in their hands were walking over with huge strides. The brutes all emitted a strong murderous intent and their bodies were riddled with scars. In the forefront of the group were two men. One looked strong and muscular with a coarse, full beard and side whiskers. He carried a large sword that seemed to be around his height on his shoulders and his expression was full of malice. The other one looked far easier on the eyes when compared with the first man. He wore green robes and looked rather bookish. He held a fan in his hand and while his features were not exceptionally handsome, his scholarly air made him look particularly comforting.
However, when everyone saw the group marching towards them, their expressions all sank. "What are you doing here?"
Mei Shui scoffed coldly as she asked irritably.
"Ha!" The brute with the coarse beard laughed and stared disdainfully at Mei Shui. "With a treasure trove like the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, is there a rule that says it belongs solely to Black Rock City? My apologies, our Wolf's Fang robbers are very interested in the treasures within these ruins." "The Wolf's Fang robbers?"
A peculiar light flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes when she heard those words.
"These are the members of the Wolf's Fang robbers." Master Moron's gaze sank. That brute with the full beard and whiskers is the second in command of the Wolf's Fang robbers.
As for the scholarly-looking man, he is the #1 cultivator in their group and their leader, Nangong Si. Gu Ruoyun's attention has been drawn to the scholarly man from the beginning. Even though he does not look particularly threatening, she could sense his dangerous aura from a single glance. He was undoubtedly the most dangerous person here. Be it the underground leader, the eternally youthful Mo Leo, or the medically skilled Mei Shui, none of them were more dangerous than this man.
Perhaps now she was faced with a most problematic enemy. Leader Nangong, second in command Wei Shi. Yao Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the two and he hurriedly rushed to welcome them. "You finally arrived," he exclaimed with a grin.
At this moment, he no longer held the sinister arrogance that he had displayed in front of Master Moron.
He was like a dog, eager to flatter and please. If he had a tail, he would be wagging it happily as if he was afraid that others would not be able to see his sincerity. "Yao Luo."
Master Moron has just realized that it was the Ye family who had alerted the Wolf's Fang robbers. He was sputtering with anger. Don't forget, it was the citizens of Black Rock City who had found the tomb of the Supreme Ruler.
"What's the meaning of this? With the Wolf's Fang robbers in our expedition, how are we going to get any part of the treasure?"
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 581, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 5. Chapter 581, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Clack, dot.
As he spoke, the scholarly man snapped his fan closed and swept his calm gaze towards the incensed Master Moron. He smiled as he said, "It looks like the citizens of Black Rock City do not welcome us."
Essentially, the Wolf's Fang robbers and Black Rock City have no resentment between each other. However, this was the tomb of the Supreme Ruler.
If the Wolf's Fang robbers were to join the expedition, they will definitely lay claim to one portion of the treasure.
No one from Black Rock City wants that to happen. As such, all eyes were fully alert as they stared at the group of uninvited guests.
Some of them were even glaring angrily at Ye Luo and were slaughtering him into a million pieces in their head. If it wasn't for these people, we would not have been forced to share the treasures in the tomb of the Supreme Ruler with the Wolf's Fang robbers.
Ye Luo completely ignored the angry glares. He continued to stand in an ingratiating way behind the Wolf's Fang robbers.
To the others' eyes, the Wolf's Fang robbers have come here to have a slice of the pie.
However, they did not know that he had invited them to deal with the bunch of B***stards from the Morong family. As long as he could destroy the Morong family, he could not care less about what the others thought. He. Mo Leo's handsome face lit up with a small smile.
Under the bright sunlight, his sickly pallor seemed to gain a hint of color.
"It looks like things are going to get interesting. The powers in Black Rock City have always been divided into three sides. This time, with the participation of the Wolf's Fang robbers, perhaps all three sides will be forced to unite. Otherwise, if any of them attempts to face the Wolf's Fang robbers alone, it would result in death." As Mo Leo spoke, whether he intended to or not, he had glanced once at Gu Ruoyun with a mysterious expression on his face. "All right, it's getting late. We should set off, dot." He Bao looked at the Wolf's Fang robbers and frowned.
In the end, he decided against saying anything and began to climb up the mountain. Every other organization at the foot of the mountain then began to follow suit. It seems that the Ye family has come prepared and isn't going to let the Morong family off so easily.
Lu Xiaochen's chest tightened as he spoke worriedly. He.
Master Morone laughed coldly. This Ye family are a bunch of smart alecks. He thinks that his victory is assured just because he has brought the Wolf's Fang robbers.
However, he has forgotten one thing.
He paused before continuing, that is, we are citizens of Black Rock City.
The Wolf's Fang robbers are considered to be an external power. Do you really think that the other organizations of Black Rock City will allow the Wolf's Fang robbers to reign tyrannical abuse here? His attitude will only drive the powers of Black Rock City into working together to stand up against the Wolf's Fang robbers. This is the true display of a clever person who then becomes the victim of his own ingenuity.
Hearing this, Lu Shaochen felt a little more assured. Nevertheless, before he could relax completely, Master Morone's voice rang out again.
No matter what, we must all remain vigilant against any assassins from the Ye family and Wolf's Fang robbers.
Knowing how sinister the Ye family is, there's nothing they wouldn't do. We must all be careful from now on. It's best that we don't split up the Morone family group.
Yes, Master.
Hearing this, the Morone family disciples replied in unison. Their clear voices drew the attention of a few members from other organizations who turned around to look at them. The Supreme Mountain's summit is riddled with dangers. As everyone present were powerful cultivators with the lowest ranked members at the level of a martial king, the summit of the Supreme Mountain range, which was widely known as the Death Valley, was easily conquered. Only when they had reached the ancient historical ruins did the group stop in their tracks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 582, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 6. Chapter 582, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The ruins were magnificent. The large, grand doors were carved with images of the four divine beasts. The workmanship was almost lifelike.
This is the tomb of the Supreme Ruler.
Master Morone's heart slowly sank. Despite the large stone door, he could sense the strong aura emitting from behind it. Who knows what dangers lie ahead once they have entered the tomb?
Boom!
Suddenly, a powerful sound rang out and caused the ground to shake. The faces of everyone in the expedition drained of color and some even began to panic.
What happened? Is it an earthquake?
Just as the crowd dived into a flurry of discussion, the large stone door opened, resembling a behemoth opening its mouth. It made everyone's hair stand on end.
The ruins. Is it welcoming us? Gu Ruoyun's heart sank.
She had never experienced such a strong sense of danger before in her life. She did not know what was going on, but she could sense that this tomb was not just the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, there was something far more dangerous inside it.
However, since I'm already here, I can't turn back. Forget it, we'll play by ear.
Besides, the more dangerous the place, the faster I'll grow.
Wasn't this how I had done it in my past life and the present one? And most importantly, since I've already reached this stage, I can't turn back.
Suddenly, a strong hurricane whirled out from inside the doorway and dragged many of the expedition's members into the ruins. The heavy stone doors then slammed shut, sealing the way out. Senior brother.
Morone Yen held tightly onto Lu Shaochen.
Her pretty face was as white as a sheet while her eyes were filled with anxiety and terror.
Don't worry, Yenner, I'll protect you.
Lu Shaochen patted the back of Morone Yan's hand in a soothing manner as he stared alertly at every corner. He also felt nervous, but he refused to show it in front of Morone Yan. Otherwise, she would grow even more afraid.
Ha ha. Just then, a loud laugh rang out.
Ya Ling's face was filled with excitement and an impulsiveness that he could not conceal.
The tomb of the Supreme Ruler. I've finally arrived at the legendary tomb of the Supreme Ruler.
Perhaps I can even use this opportunity to break through to the rank of a Martial Supreme.
Ha ha ha.
The Martial Supreme rank was a level that everyone wishes to achieve. After all, martial saints and martial gods were hailed as myths. They had only ever heard of the existence of martial saints in the East Peak mainland. A martial saint was something which does not exist in the banished lands. Hence, Martial Supreme was a goal that everyone wishes to achieve. However, many would never even get close to that rank in their entire life. As he spoke, Ya Ling hurriedly flew towards the tomb. His expression was flushed with excitement and his eyes were bloodshot.
Stop right there. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun realized a peculiar scent in the air.
Her expression changed quickly and she hurriedly cried out.
But would Ya Ling listen to her? Of course not.
In his opinion, the only reason Gu Ruoyun would ask him to stop was so that she could claim the treasures for herself.
So why should he listen to her?
This woman clearly does not have any good intentions.
*T.
The look on Gu Ruoyun's face changed tremendously as she hurriedly urged, quick, use every single defense you've got, Though Master Morong and the others were not quite sure about what was going on, because they had been used to taking orders from Guru Oyun, they immediately drew up their defenses and without question. The nearby organizations may not understand why the Morong family was behaving in this manner, but they also absent-mindedly followed suit and wrapped themselves in spiritual chi as a shield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 583, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 7. Chapter 583, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom.
An enormous explosion slammed towards the group. Those who had not followed the Morong family's example and raised their defenses were blown away by the explosion. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, while some who were of lower cultivation ranks had their arms and limbs severed or blown to pieces from the great impact of the explosion.
Master Morong was shocked into a daze. If it had not been for Guru Oyun's warning, I might have ended up sustaining heavy injuries from the blast. Lady Gu. What caused this explosion?
Guru Oyun glanced calmly at the direction of the blast and replied steadily, I sensed that the chi which had come from further up front was unsteady. I then realized that there were countless pockets of explosive force in the air. These pockets of chi aren't usually very dangerous, but once they come into contact with spiritual energy, it would cause an explosion.
A cultivator's body will always carry spiritual energy. Coincidentally, it was Ya Ling's entrance which had triggered the explosion.
It goes without saying that the creator of this tomb was a true genius.
He knew that the only people who would visit this place would be cultivators.
He had then concocted these explosive chi pockets in anticipation. A non-cultivator would have been able to walk through it without much of a problem. If she had not encountered this in her past life, Guru Oyun might not have been able to realize this. When she had encountered such a trap in her past life, she was already a martial honor. Hence, she had not sustained heavy injuries. Had she not recognized these pockets of air, she would undoubtedly have ended up being implicated by Ya Ling.
Linger.
Ya Luo's eyes reddened as if they were filled with blood.
He stared at the smoke-filled atmosphere before turning around slowly and bellowed at Guru Oyun in a voice dripping with venom, It was you. You've caused the death of my son. That's right, it's all her fault. Since she already knew about the dangers ahead, why hadn't she stopped Linger?
This is all her fault.
Ya Luo, what are you talking about?
Master Morong was enraged. His features were now icy cold as he said, It was your son who had gone looking for his own death.
Who's to blame for that?
Lady Gu clearly tried to stop him, but Ya Ling had refused to listen to her. His actions had caused trouble for everyone else here.
Yet until now, you're still putting the blame on her head?
As humans, we should not act with such shamelessness. Hearing these words, the other organizations who were deep in sorrowful mourning regained their senses. All eyes were now turned angrily towards the Ya family. We've journeyed here bringing the best of the best in our households, yet because of your B***starred boy, we've lost so many of our own.
Ya Luo, how should we calculate this debt?
The tomb of the Supreme Ruler is known for being riddled with danger, yet that brainless Ya Ling had rushed right in without even thinking ahead. If he really wants to die, he should find a place and hang himself.
Don't drag us all down with him.
That's right, if it wasn't for this young lady, we would have suffered much heavier casualties.
Yet you would still push the blame onto her? Are you even king human?
They had only just arrived in the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, yet they have already suffered heavy casualties. This was the kind of heartache that no one could possibly endure. If it had not been for Ya Ling's stupidity, this would never have happened.
Humph.
If that damned girl had not abused public power as a form of retaliation against me, my son would still be alive. At this moment, Ya Luo's expression was like a fearsome wild panther, and he looked ready to rip Guru Oyun into shreds. Damned girl, if you had explained the dangers ahead to Linger, he wouldn't have lost his life. This is all your fault, only your death can avenge the death of my son.
Put.
Yi Nuwa could no longer contain himself and laughed out loud. I've met all sorts of people in my young life, but this is the first time I've ever met anyone who would stoop to such shamelessness. His shamelessness has reached the level of a learned and respected scholar. It's within sight but beyond reach. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 584, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 8. Chapter 584, The Tomb of the Supreme Ruler, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Damned old man, search your heart. Did your damned boy actually listen to bodyguard Gu's advice?
I reckon that he probably thought she wanted a piece of his treasure.
Obviously, Yi Nua's words described Ya Ling's thoughts perfectly.
When Gu Ruoyun had tried to warn him, all he could think about was that she did not want him to get to the treasures first.
How could he possibly be so compliant? The treasures of the tomb of the supreme ruler belongs to him. No one was allowed to take them away.
Hebao furrowed his brows and stared at the red-faced Yaluo but did not say a word.
Mo Leo was still smiling and looked as if he was disconnected from the world.
It was as if even a much greater struggle would not be his problem at all. Only Mei Shui stared at Gu Ruoyun fixedly and her eyes were filled with interest. This girl was actually able to differentiate the pockets of qi that contained explosives. It seems that her accomplishments in the medical field should be quite impressive. Even I would not have been able to make the differentiation in the nick of time.
Interesting, very interesting.
I wonder how the Morong family had managed to find a disciple like her.
King Brat, you're looking for death too.
Yaluo was now so enraged that his body seemed to erupt with flames. He was just about to make his move when a refined voice sounded, stopping him in his tracks.
Enough!
The scholar closed his fan and narrowed his eyes slightly at Gu Ruoyun. A near undetectable glint flashed across his gentle eyes. Indeed, Ye Ling was to blame for his own death.
But my lady, you have fiendish eyes. You will bring disaster. Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely. Are you a scholar or a charlatan? Reading the fortunes of others?
I'm merely giving you a reminder, my lady, the scholar smiled. It was hard to imagine that such a cultured and gentle-looking scholar would actually be the leader of the Wolfsfang robbers. As a young lady, it's best that you remember to stay kind.
You really could have saved Ye Ling, yet you didn't do that at all, but... Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun smiled and stared at the scholar's cultured appearance as she raised her eyebrows. Save him? Why should I save him? If I had been unable to defend myself for the sake of saving him, who was going to help me? Let's put aside my animosity with the Ye family.
Even if I had nothing against him, I would never save someone who was of no consequence to me. Furthermore, you, as the leader of the Wolfsfang robbers, whose hands are stained with the blood of many, what right do you have to remind me of kindness? Honestly, if I had attempted to save Ye Ling, I'm certain that I would have been able to come out of it alive. But what was the basis for all this? On what basis should I risk my life for him? It's just as I'd said, forget about the fact that we are both enemies. I would never risk exposing my trump card for the sake of an innocent passerby. The Banished Lands are far more dangerous than the West Spirit mainland and the East Peak mainland. Here, everyone has blood on his or her hands. Nangongsi, as the leader of the Wolfsfang robbers, was most notoriously known for this. Hence, forget about Gu Ruoyun, even the forces of Black Rock City could not understand how Nangongsi could spew such statements so shamelessly.
Kindness?
In a place like this, where only the strong are respected, kindness is a deadly poison.
My lady, I think I'd better give you a piece of advice: don't burn your bridges. There are some lines that shouldn't be crossed. The scholar took one last look at Gu Ruoyun before leading his Wolfsfang robbers forward into the ruins.
Yaluo clenched his fists as he fixed his sinister gaze upon the girl's delicate and pretty face. He spoke through gritted teeth. Damned girl, someday you will pay the painful price for everything you've done.
He then turned around and followed after the Wolfsfang robbers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, Tianfa, the Behemoth, 1. Chapter 585, Tianfa, the Behemoth, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Yi Nua glared scornfully at the Ye family's departing figures and said, I don't know where this idiot has come from. I've never met anyone so stupid. Despite his young age, he has met countless people from all sorts of background, but this one certainly takes the cake. If my old man was here, this fellow would have been slaughtered immediately and left without a whole corpse.
Let's go.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and said nothing more before they continued on their journey.
Mo Leo's lips curled up gently as he studied Gu Ruoyun's disappearing figure. A single thought was playing across his mind. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the real boss of the Morong family is Gu Ruoyun. The Morong family.
Mo Leo squinted his long and narrow eyes. The smile on his sickly white face grew even more pronounced. Perhaps this expedition won't turn out to be so boring after all. Mei Shui had a peculiar look in her eyes as her gaze remained fixed upon the departing figures. A glint then flashed across her eyes. It was difficult to interpret her thoughts.
Let's go.
Hebao did not give much thought to it and immediately led his men forward. Soon after, the rest followed suit. They were afraid that if they ended up lagging behind, they would not be able to find any treasure.
All was quiet in the ruins.
Throughout the long journey, all they could hear were their own footsteps.
Thud.
Suddenly, the Ye family, who were at the forefront of the group, stopped suddenly without any warning. As a result, everyone behind them walked into one another.
They nursed their throbbing heads as they exclaimed angrily, "What are all of you doing? Get out of the way if you don't want to walk in the front. Quit blocking our way."
Due to the previous incident caused by yelling, most of them now harbored a great dislike towards the Ye family. Hence, they have shrugged off all courtesy and started yelling at them. Just as they were about to overtake the Ye family to take the lead, they encountered a shocking sight. Their bodies trembled endlessly as their pupils shrunk into mere black dots before slowly widening again.
A behemoth? No. This is impossible. How could there possibly be such a large behemoth in the tomb of the supreme ruler?
The door to the next room was around 10 meters high and the behemoth that stood in front of the door covered it completely, leaving only a small crack. The behemoth's fearsome and bloodthirsty eyes caused everyone present to gasp out loud.
It's Tianfa, the behemoth.
Back in ancient times, he was the cruelest of all the spiritual beasts.
It is said that Tianfa could swallow half a city moat in one mouthful.
Thinking about such a malicious beast makes one's hair stand on end.
But why would Tianfa, the behemoth that was thought to have disappeared long ago, appear in a place like this?
Master Moron's expression had turned into a particularly ugly shade. While he knew that this expedition would not be an easy one, he never expected to come face to face with Tianfa, the behemoth. This was a spiritual beast that even martial supremes would find hard to overcome.
What was it doing in a place like this? Something isn't right.
The scholar frowned and gently waved his fan. The spiritual beast may have his eyes open, but he is not awake. This means that this spiritual beast was now in a deep slumber. If they were careful enough, perhaps they could pass by him through that small crack.
But if they were to fail, the behemoth would awaken and everyone present would face a horrible death. As such, should they enter or retreat? Let me try.
Gu Ruoyun wrinkled her brows and followed the ruins, stepping closer and closer towards the behemoth. She could not shake off the feeling that something inside was calling out to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 586, Tianfa, the Behemoth, 2. Chapter 586, Tianfa, the Behemoth, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Perhaps this has something to do with Qian Beiyi? So, no matter what, I will not turn back. You?
Yaluo scoffed coldly, sweeping a rather scornful gaze across Gu Ruoyun.
He spoke disdainfully, "Don't think that I don't know your intentions. You want to be the first one to enter the door and take all the treasures for yourself. I won't let you do that. This behemoth is indeed terrifying, but he is asleep. I believe that I'll be able to enter that room without waking him up." He looked as if he had seen right through Gu Ruoyun's intentions. Yaluo shot her a haughty look, then zipped towards the large door. Based on his point of view, a person like Gu Ruoyun who values her own skin above all else would never risk her own life in the first place. Since she had been willing to give this a try, this means that this behemoth was no threat at all. Unfortunately, this time, Yaluo was wrong. Not good. Gu Ruoyun's expression changed greatly. She had dared to put her life on the line because the ancient divine pagoda could mask the aura on her body. But Yaluo was different. Tianfa was indeed in a deep sleep, but once he sensed the aura of a stranger, he would awaken. However, Yaluo would certainly not listen to Gu Ruoyun's warning as he hurriedly rushed towards the small gap in the doorway next to Tianfa's enormous body. As the small crack grew closer and closer within his sights, he could almost see the infinite treasures within his grasp. His elderly face gradually filled with delight and joy. Roar! A raging, earth-shattering roar blasted out from right next to him. This was followed by an overbearing force that could destroy cities, causing the ground to shake. F***CK. Yi Nua jumped in fright and stomped his feet in anger. Are both the father and son of the Ye family born idiots? Are they trying to kill me? F***king pieces of shit, if you want to die, die on your own. Don't drag me along with you. At this moment, everyone looked completely terrified. They then watched as the behemoth slowly rose to his feet. The behemoth was about 10 meters tall. His feet were armed with rows of sharp blades and his eyes were as big as large brass pans. Next to him, even the tallest man in the world would look like an ant. Roar! The behemoth let out another loud roar and the ruins trembled from the sheer magnitude of it all. The ones who were standing at the front of the group were sent flying out of the way before slamming heavily onto the ground. That's it, we're finished now. F***CK, who had allowed those idiots from the Ye family to join our expedition? They've nearly caused my demise. The faces of everyone in the group were now as pale as a sheet. Some of them cursed and swore loudly. If it had not been for the idiot father and son from the Ye family, they would not have encountered so many problems. Yaluo spat out a mouthful of blood.
As he was the person nearest to the behemoth, his wounds were far more serious than everyone else. It can be assumed that his vital organs have suffered heavy injuries. If this were any other situation, he would certainly have pushed all of the blame onto Gu Ruoyun. Unfortunately, his entire being was now gripped with fear. He was so scared that he could not speak. The behemoth shook his large head and turned around stiffly. His enormous eyes fell upon Yaluo. Yaluo was now so terrified that he did not even dare to breathe. His body trembled endlessly, afraid that the behemoth would approach him.
A man?
Just as Yaluo was about to piss his pants, Tianfa's coarse and vulgar voice echoed in the silent mountain path.
I don't want men, I want women.
It was common knowledge that besides devouring meals, Tianfa the behemoth had another hobby: women. Of course, the reason why he liked women was not due to the perversion of mankind, it was because copulating with women would increase his power.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 587, Tianfa, the Behemoth, 3. Chapter 587, Tianfa, the Behemoth, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Yaluo sighed in relief. He then turned his gaze and pointed at Gu Ruoyun. There's a woman, I'll give that one to you. You can enjoy her in any way you want, it won't be a problem for me.
Yaluo, you.
Master Morong was so angry that his face turned ashen.
He was thoroughly enraged.
Master Morong, for the sake of us all, you better hand that woman over.
Obviously, Tianfa currently has no intention of doing anything to us. All he wants is a woman.
I've been kind enough to avoid selling out your granddaughter, so you should thank me. Yaluo shot Master Morong a look before turning to Gu Ruoyun. Little girl, you should feel honored that you would have the privilege to save so many lives.
I reckon that your life isn't worth much on a regular day.
Gu Ruoyun did not say a word. Her expression was calm like the still surface of a lake, and no one could tell what she was really thinking. My lady, I've got to take care of both my aging parents and my children. I don't want to die in a place like this, so the only way out is to sacrifice you.
Lord Tianfa, we had stumbled into this place purely by accident, we didn't mean to disturb your slumber.
If you have any frustrations, please let out on this woman. She's already yours anyway, we're certainly not going to help her. Once they had experienced the fear of coming face to face with Tianfa, the crowd who had initially been cursing and swearing at Yaluo just a while ago were now copying his actions without any hesitation.
This was the nature of humans. Humans can be so selfish that it was almost laughable.
Morong Yen was incensed, her bloodshot eyes glared at the crowd. She looked as if she was ready to gobble them up.
All of you, shut your mouth, dot.
A loud angry roar miraculously shut them all up. Morong Yen stood with her shoulders trembling and pointed her finger at the ones who had spoken. Her beautiful face was livid with rage. Don't you all want to live?
I don't want to die either.
But I do have an idea to keep us all alive. Hand over all your female disciples.
This way, we won't have to die at all. Why don't you send the women of your family? Why do you only insist on asking other people to sacrifice their lives? The crowd fell into absolute silence.
After a long pause, an elderly man sneered, Second Lady Morong, your words are clearly devoid of any intelligence.
We're all citizens of Black Rock City while she is merely an outsider. Obviously, we should send her to her grave. Why should the citizens of Black Rock City have to sacrifice themselves?
That's right, she's only an outsider.
Even if the Morong family has taken her in, we had never acknowledged her as a citizen of Black Rock City. However, as the second lady of the Morong family, you've actually sided with an outsider and betrayed Black Rock City. Could it be that you've forgotten the rules about outsiders in Black Rock City?
Lord Heibao, Lord Mei Shui, Lord Liu. Second Lady Morong has betrayed Black Rock City, please come to a decision and punish her.
A person who places the interests of Black Rock City second does not have the right to remain in Black Rock City. She should be exiled.
Yaluo smiled complacently as he listened to the fervent debate.
So, only the Morong family wants to go against me?
This time, even without the help of the Wolf's Fang robbers, I can take care of these people easily.
Humans have always been despicable. Tianfa the behemoth glared coldly at the puny humans before him.
His eyes were fearsome and malicious. You've all disturbed my slumber, none of you will be allowed to escape.
The women shall be spared so that I can slowly savor each and every one of them. As for the men, I can now make you all denizens of my belly. Humans have always been selfish and despicable, this is also why I've always hated them. From my point of view, living beings like humans should be hunted to extinction from the mainland.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 588, Tianfa, the Behemoth, 4. Chapter 588, Tianfa, the Behemoth, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Roar. Tianfa roared angrily once again at the thought of this, and the sound echoed throughout the ruins. Everyone looked completely horrified as they widened their eyes. Morong Lin, this is all your fault. If you had given that woman to Lord Tianfa a little sooner, Lord Tianfa wouldn't have let out his anger on our heads, bringing harm to the forces of Black Rock City for the sake of an outsider. Are you even human? One man, mad with fear, yelled maniacally at Master Morong. To him, Lord Tianfa's anger towards them was all because of that old man's hesitation. Master Morong's expression was particularly ugly now. His sharp eyes swept across every face in the crowd, but he does not have the time to give the group a good talking to. He directed his vigilant gaze towards Tianfa the Behemoth. Tianfa is indeed powerful and we are no match for him. But if we work together, we might stand a chance at survival. A chance at survival? Ha, old man Morong, you must be King kidding. An old man exclaimed through gritted teeth. His eyes were completely red. Anyone who was unaware of the situation would think that Master Morong had raided his ancestral graves and snatched away his daughter-in-laws. How much hatred would one need to feel for one to look at their opponent with eyes like those? Tianfa the Behemoth is a troublesome beast even for a martial supreme. You would dare to claim that we have a chance at survival? We won't be able to escape under his threat. We won't even have the opportunity to retaliate under his tyrannical abuse. If it wasn't for the Morong family's reluctance in making the sacrifice, we wouldn't have angered Tianfa.
That's right, Morong Lin, this would never have happened if it wasn't for the Morong family's hesitance in giving away that woman away earlier. The members of the crowd chimed in one after another and placed all of the blame on the Morong family members' heads.
Master Morong's expression was growing uglier and uglier by the second. He clenched his fists so tightly that they trembled. If Tianfa was not watching them all like a tiger watching its prey, he would have beat them all up by now. Tianfa had not made a single move from the beginning. His fearsome eyes stared at the tiny humans with interest as if he was watching a bunch of jumping clowns. Humans have always been this way. They would never hesitate to sell out their own kind for the sake of survival. Most of all, I absolutely love watching a scene like this. Especially since they're all fighting over trivial matters while outside death's door. Interesting, this is truly interesting. Having been in a deep sleep for so many years, it's been such a long time since I've experienced the adrenaline rush of torturing humans like these. How about this, I'll give you all one chance at survival. Tianfa's loud voice was like the sound of rumbling thunder and his message arrived like a stroke of lightning in their ears. At this moment, the dejected looks of hopelessness had now turned into faces full of hope again. To them, nothing was more important than survival. Amongst all of you, only 10 will be allowed to leave this place. Tianfan raised his head arrogantly and spoke in his booming voice, so, I want you all to start fighting. Only the last surviving 10 of you will be allowed to leave this place. Humans. Selfish, stupid, greedy, cowardly, and afraid of death. The ugly side of humanity was now laid bare before him. Not a single one of them would willingly give up their own lives. They would only struggle and kill each other for the sake of staying alive. Let's kill those B***stars from the Morong family first. They're responsible for our current situation. Once we kill them all, we'll stand a better chance at survival. No one could tell where that voice had come from, but soon, most of the members of the crowd began to surround the Morong family. A sinister smile appeared on Yaluo's face at the sight of this. He stared rather complacently at the ugly color on Master Morong's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Intimidation, 1. Chapter 589, Intimidation, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lady Gu, I'm sorry I've dragged you down with us. Master Morong laughed bitterly. He never expected these people to turn out to be so shameless. After all, the Morong family was once quite friendly with most of the forces in Black Rock City. But now, for the sake of their safety, they were willing to give away the life of an innocent girl. Gu Ruoyun did not respond. She directed her clear, cold gaze towards the crowd approaching her. Her expression was as calm as the surface of a still lake. The strongest amongst this group should be at the rank of a martial emperor. As long as the three great authorities do not make their move, tackling them would not be a problem. Clearly, not a single cultivator from the three great authorities has made a move. Even Gu Ruoyun could not figure out if they do not wish to be a part of this or if they were simply going to watch from the sidelines. A bunch of idiots. Yi Nuo rolled his eyes.
His small face showed no signs of fear, as if these people were nothing more than a few jumping clowns.
You think that you can leave this place simply by killing us? What do you think Tianfa is?
Spiritual beasts like him cannot be trusted. He only wants to witness humans killing each other off mercilessly, yet some idiots would actually trust in his words. Even a small child like me can see right through his intentions, but you grown-ups would willingly allow yourselves to be played like fools.
What limitless levels of stupidity.
When she heard this, Mei Shui, who had shown no response from the very beginning, turned subconsciously towards Yi Nuo's fair pink cheeks. A sense of intrigue flashed in her eyes as she stroked her chin. It seems that this kid is actually quite extraordinary.
Fearless in the face of danger and a quick mind, was this really a 10-year-old child? I wonder where he's from. You little brat, what do you know? An elderly man glared at Yi Nuo and spoke maliciously, you're only a little doll who's still wet behind the ears. Yet you would dare to lecture us?
Yi Nuo laughed in ridicule and swept his disdainful gaze across the old man, who had capitalized on his seniority, from head to toe.
Idiot. He spat tauntingly. Whoosh.
The old man was immediately enraged and his entire body erupted with a green flame.
He gathered the flames into his fist and aimed everything recklessly towards Yi Nuo. Bang. A flash of green robes appeared in front of Yi Nuo, and all he could see was a girl who was gently raising her head as her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her hand gripped tightly onto the old man's fist as her power rose from within her body. It coursed through her system, into her arm and out the palm of her hand. Crack, crack, crack.
In that instant, everyone in the crowd heard the cracking sounds of his fractured bodily functions. Then, the old man's flesh began to swell and a hole tore through his arm, but he did not bleed.
Erg.
Under the excruciating pain, the old man let out a blood-curdling scream as his bulging eyes began to fill with blood, sending palpitations across the hearts of the terrified crowd.
If anyone else continues to attack, you will all end up like him. Crack. Just as the girl's clear, cold voice rang out, the old man's arm suddenly snapped into two and fresh blood spewed out of the wound. He then fainted from the immense pain and his pale face was a ghastly sight to behold. Ya Luo was completely stunned. He looked as if he had witnessed an elephant raping an ant. He was rendered completely speechless. After all, even though the old man's powers were no match for his, that old man had been a martial emperor. Even he did not have the power to snap that old man's arm so suddenly. The man did not even have the chance to resist. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, Intimidation, 2. Chapter 590, Intimidation, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Does anyone else want to try? Gu Ruoyan stared at each and every stunned expression in the crowd. Her clear, cold voice was filled with murderous intent. Her words suddenly brought them all back to their senses. In that moment, beads of cold sweat began to roll down their foreheads. A martial emperor. This girl is actually a martial emperor. Where had the Morong family found such a young genius like her? Humph, a bunch of useless humans. Tianfa's gaze sunk and he turned his attention towards Gu Ruoyan. He spoke with insufferable arrogance, human, I had intended to spare your life and make you my woman so that you would contribute to my cultivation. However, your actions have angered me. I'll kill you first, then I'll make them slaughter each other. There are other women here anyway, I don't necessarily need her. This woman has also broken the rules of my game, so that means that she must die. Bang! Tianfa finally moved. The ground shook with every step he took as if a great mountain had fallen from the heavens, crashing fiercely into the ground. Bodyguard Gu. Yi Nuo held onto Gu Ruoyan's hand with a tight grip. He, who had been unfazed when the crowd surrounded him, was not gripped with fear. His stubborn and sparkling eyes darted to the left and to the right. It looked as if he was trying really hard to think of an idea to defeat Tianfa the behemoth. Human girl, you've offended me. You shall be the first to die. As Master Morong and the rest watched Tianfa raise his paws, they turned as white as ghosts and yelled, Lady Gu, watch out. Boom! With a wave of a paw, the sheer force from that one motion created a wind that sent them all whirling away and crashing heavily to the sides. When they raised their heads, the paw that was bigger than a mountain was already in front of Gu Ruoyan's face. Everyone believed that with that one blow, Gu Ruoyan would surely lose her life. Hence, Ya Luo smiled. His smile looked far happier than the rest as his eyes filled with malice and cruelty. Anyone who did not know any better would assume that Gu Ruoyan had murdered his wife and daughter. Die. Once you die, my son and grandson will be avenged. People like you have no right to be left alive on this earth.
Ya Luo laughed loudly at the thought. He had completely forgotten his terrifying encounter with Tianfa. All he knew was that the thing he had hoped for the most was finally going to happen.
She's going to die.
Before Ya Luo could stop laughing, he heard a cold and arrogant voice that pierced through the void, cutting off his laughter.
Oh, little Tianfa. Who gave you the guts to come here and rain tyrannical abuse? Well, aren't you going to leave? Boom.
A wave of powerful coercion erupted from thin air and caused Tianfa's paw to stop abruptly on Gu Ruoyun's head.
Tianfa looked as if he had seen something completely terrifying.
His entire body backed away. He then covered his head with two paws and cowered as his enormous body trembled incessantly.
No! Don't kill me, don't kill me! Why? Why is that guy here? Of all places? And, with a human girl, Unless I'm remembering this correctly, that man was that guy's master? No! Impossible! That terrifying being was already dead. He can't possibly appear in a place like this. Tianfa was now like a small rabbit that had seen a tiger. He no longer held a haughty and arrogant air. His entire body was now curled up into a ball, clearly scared out of his mind. Seeing this, Gu Ruoyun heaved a sigh of relief.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 591, Intimidation, 3. Chapter 591, Intimidation, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Despite Zixie's inability to leave the ancient divine pagoda, it still wasn't a bad idea to use him as a weapon of intimidation, thought Gu Ruoyun.
What just happened? Who or what was that? Could it be that there are other cultivators residing in the tomb of the Supreme Ruler?
A cultivator who was able to scare off the great Tianfa.
If that cultivator wishes to claim the treasures for himself, we won't stand a chance.
The crowd shivered at the thought of this.
My lord, may I ask what business you have here? Ya Luo asked as his eyes darted back and forth.
He bowed his head and joined his fists respectfully.
Only silence answered his question. It was so quiet that one could hear the breathing of the person next to them. My lord, thank you for your help, but can you tell us your name? Ya Luo continued to ask.
However, at that moment, only silence reigned. All they could hear was the sound of their own breathing. The mysterious person seemed to have disappeared after saying his piece. It was as if he had stumbled upon the scene by accident. Except, they were now deep within the ruins. How could he possibly have passed by so casually? It would seem that this lord had happened on us by accident. Mei Shui exclaimed after a long pause, since that's the case, let us be on our way. I don't think Tianfa will stop us now.
Wait.
Just as Mei Xie spoke, Ya Luo immediately cried out and shot Gu Ruoyun a cold glare. That lord had only appeared to save the citizens of Black Rock City. I'm certain that he has some favor towards Black Rock City. This woman is not a part of Black Rock City, so she cannot come with us. Hearing this, the trembling Tianfa raised his head and stared at Ya Luo before lowering his head again without another word. That lord had not shown himself, probably because he did not wish for anyone to know of his existence.
However, these people clearly have something against this woman. I may be afraid of that lord's powers, but that doesn't mean that I won't retaliate. As such, he decided to spare these despicable humans for the time being and let them cause trouble for this woman. After all, it was her fault for using that man to intimidate him. He had already awakened anyways and has no obligation to remain in the ruins. There will be plenty of opportunities for him to fill his belly later on. Tianfa's eyes darted back and forth before smiling despicably. He then hurriedly wiped off that smile as he was afraid that Zixie would sense his bad intentions and continue to tremble with fear. Leader, second in command, wouldn't you agree? Ya Luo turned towards the scholar and the man with the side whiskers as he spoke, breaking into a flattering smile. Let's go. Gu Ruoyun did not even bother to look at them and turned towards the door guarded by Tianfa. This greatly angered Ya Luo, whose face then turned ashen as a result. In the end, he scoffed coldly and followed along behind her. At the giant door, the path branched into two. One was labeled with the Door of Life and the other said the Door to Death. Lady Gu, which road should we take? Master Moron looked at Gu Ruoyun and asked respectfully. Gu Ruoyun paused in hesitation and stared at the two doors. She does not know why, but the Door of Life seemed to emit a faint aura of vitality. We'll take the Door of Life. All right. Master Moron did not miss a beat and respected Gu Ruoyun's decision. Then, before everyone else could make a clear decision, they walked through the Door of Life. Bunch of idiots.
Yaluo sneered and exclaimed disdainfully, "The point of our journey to this tomb is to take risks, yet some people seem to be only interested in saving their own necks. Everyone knows that in the search for riches and honor, the more dangerous the place, the more treasures there will be. They have given us a choice between the door of life and the door to death. The person who had designed this tomb would surely know that most would choose the door of life. Therefore, the door of life is the one that holds the true danger. I seriously don't know if she's really an idiot to have made such a foolish choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 592, Intimidation, 4. Chapter 592, Intimidation, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Based on their observation, Gu Ruoyun had chosen the door of life because she had been intimidated by Tianfa. Hence, she had made her choice out of fear. However, most of them also know that places which look the safest will usually turn out to contain more dangers. In contrast, the door to death would be the way to more precious treasures. Hence, it should be a safer path than the door of life. As such, aside from the Morong family, the rest of the organizations, including the three great authorities, chose the door to death. While Mo Leo and the rest have taken notice of Gu Ruoyun thanks to the previous events, they were not willing to put their lives in danger.
To them, their choices which were based on past experience would be better. The door of life was a truly appropriate name. Along the way, Gu Ruoyun and the rest did not meet with any danger. In fact, they were surrounded by countless priceless herbs throughout the entire journey. Even the spirit fruit, which could help a martial king in his breakthrough, was a very common sight. The Morong family nearly went mad with joy at the sight of the spirit fruit. After all, if these spirit fruits were to be sold at an auction, the prices would be sky high. Back then, Morong Rower had used one to tempt Gu Ruoyun to help her frame Morong Yen. But she had stumbled upon that spirit fruit by accident and had considered it a treasure. She could never bear to let anyone see it. So you can guess how valuable a spirit fruit was. But here, spirit fruits were as common as mushrooms. Even Master Morong was grinning from ear to ear. He never imagined that the owner of this tomb would turn out to be so honest to have named the doorways the door of life and the door to death so accurately. He wasn't laying tricks at all. I wonder if that old man, Yaluo, would die from anger if he knows about this? With these spirit fruits, the Morong family's power would be upgraded by more than one level. Their power would become doubled. In the midst of their excitement, the group finally ended their journey. Of course, this time, Gu Ruoyun's earnings were no small number. This made her feel very satisfied indeed. Bodyguard Gu, you don't plan on killing those people, dot. Along the journey, Yi Nuo had consistently been nagging into Gu Ruoyun's ear. Those people were actually ungrateful enough to try and harm us. And turned their back on Bodyguard Gu to say that she wasn't a citizen of Black Rock City. They actually forgot that when we had first set foot into the ruins, it was Bodyguard Gu's warning that saved us all from dying in the explosion. Hence, the more Yi Nuo thought about it, the angrier he felt. He dearly wished to crush their bones into dust. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and replied in a voice that reflected a clear cloudless sky, "We still have a long way to go on this expedition. Even I do not dare to guarantee that I'll be able to notice the dangers ahead on time. With everyone here, we can use them as cannon fodder." That's true. If it were not for the dangers which lay ahead, Gu Ruoyun would never have let them off so easily. Yi Nuo rolled his eyes. "Bodyguard Gu, I really pity you now. How did you ever manage to bump into people of such excellent quality?" "I don't know myself." Gu Ruoyun smiled in exasperation. She never had any intention of provoking anyone, yet some people seemed to have taken a liking to provoking her. Just as the two were in the middle of their discussion, the group which had entered the door to death finally emerged. F***CK. This door to death turned out to contain so many fearsome spiritual beasts. We almost didn't manage to make it out alive. Most importantly, we didn't manage to find any treasures at all. As they spoke, Gu Ruoyun and the rest turned their heads to look and saw a large, sorry-looking group stepping out from the door to death. The group was drenched in blood with disheveled hair, some were even riddled with scars. Even the three great authorities had suffered multiple injuries. It was pretty obvious that they had experienced a horrible battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, To Threaten, 1. Chapter 593, To Threaten, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yaluo noticed the completely unscathed Morong family with one glance and trembled in anger. Those ignorant of the situation would think that he holds a grudge against them for murdering his father and kidnapping his wife. How is it that you all look completely untouched? Based on his experience, more often than not, the safest place would be the most dangerous. In contrast, the most dangerous places were usually the safest. So, Yaluo simply could not comprehend why the Morong family had emerged looking so pristine, almost as if they had just come back from a holiday.
It looks that you were all pretty fast.
Master Morong sneered and his elderly face was filled with spite.
Actually, the reason why they had met so soon was not because the other party was fast.
Along the way, Gu Ruoyun and the Morong family had lingered and taken some extra time to collect a few valuable herbs. This was why they had ended up bumping into the other party after leaving the Door of Life.
Yaluo's expression was ashen.
He clenched his fist so hard that it shook. Just as he was about to speak, a courteous voice cut him off.
The Door of Life.
Hee, I reckon none of us thought that the owner of this tomb would be so honest and use the names of the Door of Life and the Door to Death to describe the pathways so accurately. The scholar waved his fan gently and raised his gaze towards Gu Ruoyun, who was standing in the middle of the crowd. His face retained his smile as if he was thinking about something that was not worth mentioning.
I wonder if the owner of this tomb was honest or cunning, thought. The average person would have chosen the opposite direction.
Instead, who knew that the Door to Death would actually turn out to be the literal door to death? Even a powerful man like me nearly couldn't escape with my life.
Furthermore, unless I'm mistaken, this young lady must be the actual person in charge of the Morong family.
Or more accurately, I wonder what strings you've managed to pull to place the entire Morong family at your beck and call.
Boom!
The scholar's words were like a bolt of lightning and the crowd did not even have time to gasp for breath. They were all rooted to the spot.
The Morong family was listening to this girl's orders? How can this be?
Where had this woman come from and why should the Morong family have to listen to her? Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes as she thought, it's no wonder this man had ended up as leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers.
It seems that he isn't completely brainless.
He was able to figure out my position in the Morong family simply by observing Master Morong's body language.
So what if I am? Gu Ruoyun did not deny this.
Her identity would be revealed sooner or later anyway. The Morong family grew anxious and stared vigilantly at the scholar. Besides, I'm sure that all of you have consumed the treasures in the Door of Life, am I correct? The scholar fixed his gaze upon Gu Ruoyun.
Based on the intonation of his final question, it was obvious.
The treasures of the tomb of the Supreme Ruler have ended up in Gu Ruoyun's hands.
Gasp!
Instantly, all eyes turned towards her. There was skepticism, greed, and fury. Of course, the glare of fury had come from Yaluo.
On what basis?
On what basis should we have had to face so many perils and emerge with nothing? This woman didn't do anything yet she had managed to get everything so easily.
This was simply too unfair.
Little lady, as humans, it is not wise to be too greedy, but... The second in command of the Wolf's Fang robbers, the man with side whiskers, looked at Gu Ruoyun and scoffed coldly. He swung his large sword over his shoulder and approached Gu Ruoyun. His fierce features full of arrogance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 594, To Threaten, 2. Chapter 594, To Threaten, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Take out all the treasures you found and share them with us.
How about it? Gu Ruoyun laughed as if she had just heard a hilarious joke.
You all chose to go through the door to death.
Who's really to blame for your lack of rewards?
Humph. The man with side whiskers scoffed coldly and stared condescendingly at Gu Ruoyun. Little lady, aren't you afraid of being hunted down and murdered by bandits because you are carrying so much treasure with you?
Our Wolf's Fang robbers may be bandits, but we won't casually send our people after those who are obedient to us.
As for those who don't appreciate our kindness, they shouldn't blame us for our lack of courtesy.
That's right, idiot girl, give us the treasure.
The crowd seemed to awaken from a daydream after hearing his words and began to surround Gu Ruoyun. They spoke with a tone of self-righteousness.
So many of us have joined this exhibition, yet you were the only one to keep all the treasure for yourself? Do you have no shame?
I certainly have never met such a shameless person like you.
At such a young age, young lady, how could you be so thick-skinned? You actually thought of claiming all the benefits for yourself.
In my long years on this earth, I've never met such a woman as shameless as you.
Little lady, didn't your parents teach you to share?
Such selfishness, you're not fit to be considered human. One after another, the crowd placed all of the blame and chastised Gu Ruoyun. As the Morong family listened to their baseless accusations, they began to tremble with anger and dearly wished that they could crush the other's bones into pieces.
Shut up! Master Morong bellowed angrily and spat, have you all F*** king finished?
I'm certain you all know who is truly shameless here. If you all had followed us into the door of life, perhaps we could still share some things with you. Except, all of you had chosen a different path and now you have the audacity to demand Lady Gu to give you the treasure? Dream on. Yaluo laughed icily. Moron Lin, haven't you heard of the phrase majority wins? Since so many of us are saying that she's in the wrong, she's in the wrong. No matter what, all the treasures you found today shall be given to us. As he looked at the shameless faces before him, Master Moron felt a pang of disappointment. He had a few friendly relationships amongst those in the jeering crowd, but now? For the sake of their own selfish gains, they've stooped to such levels of shamelessness. Mo Leo and the rest did not join in, but they were obviously watching a very good show from the sides. Or should we say, as two dogs strive for a bone, a third runs away with it? Before Gu Ruoyan could see through their intentions in time, the wolf spawn robbers had already surrounded the Morong family. Not even a fly could squeeze itself out of their circle. It seems that a battle is unavoidable. Gu Ruoyun sighed. She really did not think that she would have a fight with the Wang's Fang robbers so soon. After all, even if she wishes to take down the Wolf's Fang robbers now, based on her current level of strength, she really does not have any guarantee of victory. Nevertheless, she has no choice but to fight. Hold it. Just then, Mo Leo, who had not said a word from the beginning, opened his mouth and spoke. His pale, sickly face held a smile and his voice, which was soft and gentle like a cool breeze, rang through the ruins. Do you all really think that this is the time to raise a civil war? I don't care what you have against each other or what you hope to steal. This is not the time. I, Mo Leo, do not wish to be a busybody, but we still can't be absolutely sure of what's going to happen in the ruins. An extra pair of hands means an extra source of strength. Wait until we leave the ruins, then do as you please. I won't meddle at all then. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, To Threaten, 3. Chapter 595, To Threaten, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hearing this, the scholar's refined features deepened in consideration. He closed his fan and pondered Mo Leo's suggestion. Lord Mo, there are so many of us here and the lone Morong family won't be missed at all. I simply don't believe that we would be unable to storm the ruins without them. Yaluo laughed icily as he glared hatefully at Gu Ruoyun. However, just as he spoke, the scholar shot him a cold glare. It looked like a normal glare, but it made Yaluo break out in cold sweat and he got so scared that he did not dare to raise his head. He firmly kept his head down as if the ire from the scholar was as terrifying as a monster. Master Mo was right. The scholar snapped his fan open again and looked at Gu Ruoyun before smiling indifferently. Lady Gu, if you manage to escape these ruins alive, we will have a proper discussion regarding the jurisdiction of the treasures, agreed? Gu Ruoyun's face was as calm as if this were any other normal day. Her dark eyes were like a pair of calm, black lakes and were completely still. However, her heart was continuously mulling over different sorts of countermeasures on how to deal with the upcoming situation. Previously, she could rely on Zixi, and because Zixi was always by her side, she had no fear of anything that comes her way. Now, Zixi was unable to show himself physically. When he had helped her to suppress the spiritual beast all the way from the ancient divine pagoda, it had sorely tested limits. Also, this method may be effective towards spiritual beasts, but these greedy people will see right through it sooner or later. She, who could no longer rely on Zixi, must think of a way out on her own. She didn't think too much of the others, but the only one who made her feel threatened was this seemingly delicate-looking scholar. Eldest lady, let's be on our way. Master Moron let out a sigh of relief. Since Gu Ruoyun's identity has been exposed, he had no reason to address her as Lady Gu anymore and straightaway addressed her as eldest lady. All right. Gu Ruoyun recollected her thoughts and said nothing more. Before she went on her way, she sent a knowing look towards Mo Leo. I wonder if this man had done this because he believes that there is strength in numbers. Or was he truly trying to help me? Whatever it is, I owe him one. All was deathly quiet in the tomb. It was so quiet that all anyone could hear was the sound of their own footsteps. Throughout their long journey, everyone moved as carefully as possible, afraid that they would accidentally step into a trap. Yaluo fixed his hateful glare upon Gu Ruoyun's figure and his entire face was filled with malice. Even though she had not killed Yeling directly, he had died because she did not save him. As such, for the part she played in my son's death, it will be impossible for us to live under the same sky. Once the opportunity arrives, I will make this woman follow my son to the grave. Would robbing her of her treasures be enough? No. That would be far from enough. Not even her death would be enough to mend the anguish from my son's death. Bodyguard Gu,
That creepy old man keeps looking at you.
Yi Nuo curled his lips and spoke indignantly, this day has certainly broadened my perspectives. I've never seen anyone coerce somebody to hand over their hard-earned treasure in all of my young life. They even dared to say that if you don't hand them over, you're shameless. If grandfather was here and had seen how shameless these people are, he would definitely kill them all with a single slap. Bodyguard Gu, once we leave this place, you must come home with me. My old man isn't good in a lot of things, but at least he can protect you from harm. Every time he thought of what had happened, Yi Nuo's heart would swell in anger. He was also feeling regretful for not listening to his grandfather's advice and work hard in his cultivation. If I was as strong as grandfather, who would dare bully my people in front of me then? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 596, To Threaten, 4. Chapter 596, To Threaten, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There's no need for that. Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose as she replied, I still have some unfinished business. That's very easy, let my old man take care of that for you. If he refuses, I have no issues disowning your grandfather like him. If Yi Lan heard that, he would probably whip this little b** starred in his fury. After all, he had brought this kid up for so many years and now he was saying that he wishes to disown him? What a thankless wretch. He. Their conversation unexpectedly fell into Ye Luo's ears and he laughed in ridicule. Who does this kid think his grandfather is? Will he become invincible with him around? I'm certain that the leader can crush that old man to the ground with one thumb. Does he think that his grandfather is as great as the lord of the Yi family? The one whom none in the banished lands would ever dare to provoke? Yi Nuo, help me with something. Gu Ruoyun lowered her gaze and spoke through soul telepathy, if I'm unable to leave the tomb of the supreme ruler, take care of the Morong family for me. Only your grandfather can help me with this. Of course, there are some other matters but those don't involve you. If the Morong family were to be in mortal danger, protect them for me. Her voice had sounded in Yi Nuo's soul immediately so that no one else could overhear. Yi Nuo was clearly shocked. He jumped, blinked and asked, when you said that you can't leave the tomb of the supreme rule, what's the meaning of this? Don't you worry about what I mean, promise me this. Earlier on, Gu Ruoyun had already sensed it. There was a power calling out to her. It was not on this level but lay further underground. Beneath the surface, there was something calling out to her. So, no matter what, she must shake these people and explore the underground on her own, However, once she leaves, the Morong family will certainly be in danger. She would be the cause of them being in danger. While she has no particular feelings for the Morong family, she does not feel comfortable if she were to drag innocent people down with her. Furthermore, the Morong family was now a force that belonged to her. If she wishes to protect the Morong family from the other forces in Black Rock City, only Yi Nuo can do that for her. Alright? Yi Nuo looked at Gu Ruoyun hesitantly but did not ask any more questions as he agreed, I promise you. Thank you. This was the first time Gu Ruoyun said those words with such sincerity, making Yi Nuo feel rather embarrassed. He minced his words shyly until he finally raised his tender yet proud little chin and said, what's there to thank? You're my bodyguard, shouldn't I be helping you? Because Gu Ruoyun had used soul telepathy to communicate with him, everyone else had not heard a thing she had just said. All they could see was Yi Nuo mumbling to himself. He didn't notice the strange looks thrown at him at all. However, Mo Leo stared at the two and looked deep in thought. The group walked on for quite some time until they finally reached the end of the long path and arrived at a lonely wooden bridge. Everything beneath the bridge was pitch black, one simply could not see anything from above. Nevertheless, the profound aura radiating from the void below was absolutely terrifying. This is the legendary Cliff of the Dead. Mei Shui took one look at the pitch-black cliff, stroked her chin and spoke coquettishly, it is said that not even a martial emperor can fly out from the depths of the Cliff of the Dead. I didn't expect to find it here, TSK. I'm certainly feeling even more curious. Gu Ruoyun said nothing but stared silently at the cliff. Unless I'm mistaken, the power that calls out to me is at the bottom of this cliff. Just as she was deep in thought, a heavy force fell on her back and she lost her balance. As she fell into the depths of the cliff, she heard Ye Luo's arrogant laughter. Damned girl, you had hurt my grandson and caused my son's death. Now, you will die. Ha ha ha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Martial Saint, 1. Chapter 597, Martial Saint, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Master Morong and the rest could not even react in time. All they saw was Yaluo's forceful push and Gu Ruoyan's figure falling off the precipice soon after. Instantly, everyone's faces changed greatly.
Yaluo, what do you King think you're doing? Master Morong roared angrily.
His eyes spat fire as he clenched his fists and trembled with rage. He looked as if he could gobble a person up in one bite. The Morong family drew their weapons and stepped forward, glaring furiously at the Ye family. All they needed was for their master to give the word and they would attack.
The situation immediately turned grim.
Both sides were at odds and looked as if they wanted to tear each other to pieces. Yaluo's maniacal laughter echoed through the empty space around the single plank bridge. Master Morong, the Morong family is completely useless. To actually surrender to a woman, I don't care what heavenly abilities this woman has, she would never live another day, not while I'm around.
Anyone who crosses the Ye family will meet certain death. You.
Master Morong clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He could only hear gurgling noises and his eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly, the might of his power as a high-level martial emperor erupted without any warning.
Yaluo, I want you to die. Oh, and you think you can do it?
Yaluo sneered, if it hadn't been for Master Mo's intervention, I would have killed you long ago.
Morong Lin, you've ganged up with outsiders and neglected Black Rock City. You've even harmed a citizen of Black Rock City for the sake of an outsider. You should be punished with 10,000 deaths for this crime, but I've spared you on account of the authorities of Black Rock City. Yet you still don't know what's good for you and insist on looking for your own death. He wasn't afraid of Master Morong one bit. After all, they were both high-level martial emperors. The old man in front of him was simply no match for him. Furthermore, the Wolf's Fang robbers were present as well. He had nothing to fear even if he had to face the three great authorities of Black Rock City. Master Morong. Just then, a refined and cultured voice sounded. Before Master Morong could make his move, he saw the man who was wrapped in scholarly airs making his way to stand between the two men. A warm smile hung on the corners of his lips as if nothing had just happened. I wonder if you could put my reputation into consideration and collect all debts after we have finished this expedition. Boom. Even though he had spoken so casually, the scholar emitted a hint of his power as a martial honor at the end of his speech. His power was like a majestic mountain which pressed up against Master Morong. This was a covert form of danger. The meaning of the scholar's words was clear. Regardless of the situation, everything must wait until after they leave the tomb. If Master Morong insists on making a move here, then he would personally end his life on the spot. In that moment, Master Morong's face was an ugly sight to behold. Grandfather. Morong Yan's chest tightened and she firmly grabbed onto Master Morong's wrist. Nevertheless, her alluring eyes were focused upon Yaluo with rage. Yaluo, you will receive retribution. But retribution? Yaluo laughed coldly. Morong Yan, you shouldn't be the one to say these things. You, who had treated your own half-sister in that manner, yet you dare to speak of the retribution of others? The person who deserves retribution most of all is you. Enough. Suddenly, a cold scoff was heard, cutting off their conversation. Mei Xue now carried an ugly expression on her face as well. Mo Liu had already made his point very clear that no matter the grudges between them, everyone should wait until we all leave the tomb. After all, the road ahead is far too dangerous and that girl seemed pretty powerful. She would certainly have been a great help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Martial Saint 2. Chapter 598, Martial Saint 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I had not expected Yaluo to abuse public power and retaliate against a personal enemy in such a way. He's just clinging to the support of the Wolf's Fang robbers while ignoring the existence of the three great authorities. But no matter what's happened has already happened. No matter how angry they feel, it's useless. In our current circumstance, we cannot afford to lose any more people. Yaluo, you should shut your mouth as well and continue on the expedition. If you try to cause an internal war again, we probably won't ever get to leave this place. Wait. Just as Mei Xue was about to leave, the young boy who was standing next to Master Morong suddenly spoke. Beautiful Auntie, Yi Nua's little face broke into a smile. I'd like to request for a promise. Oh? Mei Xue raised her eyebrows and glanced at Yi Nua. This little fellow wishes to discuss conditions with me. Unless I'm mistaken, this little fellow was the only one who had stayed calm after that woman was pushed off the cliff. That's right. Yi Nua smiled in satisfaction. I'd like to ask you to promise me one thing.
I want the issues between the Morong family and the Ye family to be settled only after we've arrived back at Black Rock City. I don't want these two powers to start fighting the moment we leave the tomb. This is the tomb of a powerful cultivator. Even if we're here on an expedition, we must maintain our respect. However, once we arrive in Black Rock City, the Ye family can do whatever they wish. Once we reach Black Rock City, the Ye family won't be able to do anything. I've promised bodyguard Gu that if she was unable to leave the tomb, I must protect the Morong family. He. Mei Shui covered her lips and smiled seductively as she glanced coquettishly at Yinhua. Little brother, you're still so young yet you understand the principle of respecting powerful cultivators.
I'm certainly in admiration. However, I don't like it when you call me auntie.
Yinua's eyes darted back and forth before he grinned. Beautiful big sister, you must know that a person like Yanua will not keep to his word and that the Wolf's Fang Robbers is an organization that doesn't differentiate between right and wrong. I'm merely asking for your help in this, beautiful big sister.
Little fellow, you certainly are sweet. I'll promise you this on account of me being your beautiful big sister.
Mei Shui smiled seductively like a beautiful flower that could throw the world into disorder. But, little brother, are you not a member of the Morong family?
Yinhua blinked. I'm only a passerby, I don't know them very well, but...
You speak rubbish.
Yaluo glared at him. It was you who had hurt my grandchild.
Hearing this, Mei Shui and the rest were stunned as they stared at Yinhua. If their memory serves them right, Yaluo's grandchild was rather talented.
How could this little guy possibly have hurt him?
Your grandchild insulted me.
The fact that I've only crippled him was an act of mercy.
Yinhua spoke with utter disdain as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile filled with ridicule. I say, old thief, if you have the guts, do not make your move once we leave the tomb.
Wait until we reach Black Rock City, it won't be too late anyways.
You. Yaluo was panicking as he thought, I had invited the Wolf's Fang Robbers to help me take down the Morong family.
What else is there for them to be present if not for this very purpose? What's the use then? Yaluo, I've already agreed to this.
Mei Shui shot Yaluo a look and said, once you set foot into Black Rock City, the three great authorities will not interfere no matter how you wish to settle this.
However, you certainly cannot do this now. It is just as this little boy has said, we are already intruding on someone else's grave. We should at least give the owner his due respect. You are not allowed to do anything against the Morong family.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 599, Martial Saint, 3. Chapter 599, Martial Saint, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yaluo grew anxious.
He hurriedly turned towards the scholar and the man with the side whiskers. At this moment, he could not tell what was going on in their minds.
None of them had stood up for him. Let's continue on the expedition.
As she spoke, Mei Shui continued forward.
Morong Yen looked as if she wanted to say something until Yinhua stopped her. What do you think you're doing? Yinhua, are we really going to let Yaluo off? Just like that? She was not satisfied at all. That bastard had killed Guru Oyun. Therefore, he must pay for it with his life. Yinhua glanced at Morong Yen and replied irritably, haven't I already mentioned this? All notions of revenge shall be settled when we're back. Do you think that the Morong family alone can defeat the Wolf's Fang Robbers?
If it had not been for the promise I made to Guru Oyun, I would not have bothered about these people.
But Lady Gu, Bodyguard Gu is not dead.
Yinhua scrunched up his face, if you dare curse her into death, I won't care about the Morong family anymore. That's right, deep within Yinua's little heart, Guru Oyun has only left them for a little while. She was not dead, so why do these people keep thinking like that? Morong Yen was stunned and she stared at the tiny figure in front of her, temporarily unsure of what to say. In the end, she simply sighed and ran after the group. Dressed in green robes and slender like a bamboo tree, the girl stood up in the middle of the cave. Guru Oyun looked around the ancient-looking cave as a peculiar light flashed across her clear, cold eyes. I didn't think that I would end up at the very bottom after falling from the bridge. I also didn't expect that the bottom of it all would turn out to be a cave. Most importantly, I seemed to sense a familiar aura in this cave. This aura, I've only ever felt it on one person. Sure Yun. Now that she remembered this name, Guru Oyun's heart could not help but tremble. That's right, the aura from within this cave is very similar to hers. However, Sure Yun was dead, so where is this aura coming from? You're finally here. In the empty, quiet cave, before Guru Oyun could understand what was going on, a cold and haughty voice slowly rang out. It was filled with a heavy, forceful aura and immediately caused Guru Oyun to feel suffocated. She felt as if her body now weighed 500 kilograms. Who are you? Gu Ruoyun's face looked slightly pale. She did not know why, but when that voice had spoken, she had felt the aura of death. This aura was very, very close to her. Boom! Suddenly, the air in the cave seemed to freeze. A hand then tore a hole in the frozen air and reached out towards her before a figure dressed in black robes appeared before Gu Ruoyun. The man before her was completely shrouded in darkness so that she could not make out his features at all. His voice was arrogant and cold. He had the airs of someone who looked disdainfully at the world as if no one could beat him at all. Who am I? Hee, you don't have the right to know that yet. Hand over Qianbei Yi and the ancient divine pagoda, and this holy one shall spare your life. Holy? When Gu Ruoyun heard this honorific, her heart shook. Only one type of person would be allowed to address themselves in this manner, a martial saint. In the mainland where gods do not exist, martial saints were considered to be the best cultivators in the world. But what was a majestic martial saint doing in a place like this? I want to ask you something. What is the relationship between you and Shi Yun? Gu Ruoyun slowly steadied her trembling heart and asked in a calm voice. Shi Yun? The man sneered, that useless good for nothing. A huge waste of my essence and blood. As expected. Gu Ruoyun finally understood the entire situation. No wonder I had sensed an aura similar to Shi Yun's from the moment I fell into this cave. This man was the person who had appeared from Shi Yun's body. Perhaps, all my questions will be answered today. The origins of the ancient divine pagoda, Qianbei Ye's identity, and the connection between Shi Yun and Xiao Yi. Today, I'll have the chance to find out everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Shi Yun's Identity, 1. Chapter 600, Shi Yun's Identity, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I want to know this, how are you and Shi Yun related? A peculiar glint flashed across Gu Ruoyun's clear and cold eyes. Her features remained calm as she asked the question. You want to know? The man burst into a cold, haughty laugh. On what basis should this holy one tell you? On the basis of... Gu Ruoyun paused and raised her gaze towards the man who was standing in front of her before she continued on steadily, on the basis of the fact that you will definitely not let me leave. Since that's the case, why don't you let me die knowing the truth? Ha ha ha. The man laughed maniacally and his laughter shook the entire cave. You're absolutely right, this holy one will never let you escape. The man looked down at the woman before him and the corners of his lips curled into a cold smile as he thought, this little girl is certainly intelligent. She knows that I won't possibly let her leave. That's very true, it's her fault that she had turned out to be that person. Be it Qianbei Yi or her, they will both die by my hand. Except this little girl does not seem to know who I am. I can tell you this much. Shi Yun was simply a useless good for nothing. It was an epic waste of my time to painstakingly mold her into shape. At the very mention of this, the man's voice turned incomparably eerie and became filled with thick, murderous intent. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm temporarily unable to leave this place, there would have been no need for me to use my own blood, essence, and bones to create another human being and forcibly send her into the womb of the weapon refining sect master's wife. This means that the weapon refining sect master's wife was originally only pregnant with one daughter. However, because of this man's machinations, Shi Yun was born as well. Gu Ruoyun was shocked. How much power would one need to have to mold another human out of their flesh and blood and to give it a soul? This man, just who is he? Who would have thought that that idiot would think that Qianbei Yi was her lover in her past life? The man sneered scornfully and the ridicule in his words was extremely obvious. A lover from a past life? How could a person who doesn't even have a past life find a lover from a past life? That idiot had actually thought that Qianbei Yi was her lover from her past life simply because she had seen him in her dreams. Gu Ruoyun laughed and slowly regained her senses. I understand, you and Xiao Yi know each other. You're also enemies. Shi Yun was a human created by you out of your own flesh and blood. That was why she had frequently dreamed about Xiao Yi. At this moment, even though she was smiling as she said those words, Gu Ruoyun was finding it very difficult to calm the thoughts in her head. This man was far too powerful. Furthermore, he was so powerful that it was terrifying. Ha, you're pretty good at putting the pieces together. This was why I had considered her an idiot. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm unable to leave this place, I would never have let that idiot do my bidding. The man burst into laughter as his cold, arrogant eyes stared at Gu Ruoyun. I've long anticipated that you would appear in the West Spirit mainland, so I had created that idiot. Unfortunately, she couldn't even handle a simple little human. I had no other choice but to gather my lost strength and descend to this mainland to kill you both.
Gu Ruoyun's eyes darted back and forth. If this man has something against Qian Beiyi, why would he make such accurate calculations to find out when I would reappear in the West Spirit mainland? Could this be due to the ancient divine pagoda?
Her breathing tightened at the thought of this and her features turned grave as well.
So, you've utilized different means to lure me into this place? Lure you?
The man laughed with a sneer and exclaimed in a cold voice, I merely calculated that you would come here.
As for this luring you speak of, perhaps this was all fated from the netherworld. Gu Ruoyun, hand over the ancient divine pagoda and Qian Beiyi.
Otherwise, I'll make it so that even your bones will have no peace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.